Ils sont déjà là? What the fuck? Ils ont speedrunné. Ils ont speedrunné. Bah attends, je reviens. Bon, d'ailleurs, bonjour Pyrobut. Et comment tu vas? Attends, je reviens tout de suite. Voilà. Ben voilà. Bon, aujourd'hui je vais juste chiller parce que clairement, la semaine dernière pour moi, bon, si vous étiez pas là, c'était une semaine très physique, pas forcément au début, mais surtout à la fin. Je comprendrai très vite pourquoi, en regardant rien que les lives que j'ai fait de la semaine dernière. Et d'ailleurs, ouais, j'ai un black screen, ça c'est tout à fait normal, et j'ai encore les trucs record 50-20 et tout ça. On avait réussi le 50-20 une deuxième fois, et ça c'était vraiment incroyable. Je sais même pas que j'allais de nouveau le réussir, pour le coup. Bon bah du coup, ce truc là je peux l'enlever, hein, ça ne sert à rien. En tout cas, je ferai plus jamais de marathon sur ce jeu, et d'ailleurs, j'aurais plus autant à ce jeu qu'avant, donc s'en fout un peu hein, en vrai. Donc je vais mettre... Voilà, donc hop, ça et ça on va effacer. Ça sert plus à rien de toute façon, hein. Ça sert absolument plus à rien. Ah, ça me fait mal d'effacer ça. Voilà. Bah voilà, maintenant il ne reste plus que le live, microphone et gros live. Comme avant. Bon bah non, quand même, le marathon c'est fini, hein. C'est fini pour de bon de toute façon, hein. Bon, je vais peut-être démarrer le jeu un jour. Mais là j'ai vraiment juste envie de chiller aujourd'hui. J'ai vraiment juste envie de chiller après avoir fait une semaine qui m'a achevé à la fin. Vraiment, j'ai juste envie de faire un jeu qui va juste me détendre. C'est-à-dire faire du Baldi'S Basics plus. Mais ça sera encore plus chill qu'avant. C'est en fait là on va même pas faire des parties normales, on va faire des parties en mode explorateur. C'est-à-dire en fait qu'on va juste faire des maps, il n'y a pas Baldi, il n'y a rien, il n'y a pas de menace réelle. Donc, il n'y a pas de menace réelle, il n'y a rien qui nous menace. Donc c'est parfait. Voilà, donc je peux mettre à la limite. Qu'est-ce que je peux mettre? 10 600. Voilà, c'est le nombre de points que j'ai reçu il y a 4 jours dans le 50-20 et je fais mode Explorer. Voilà. Et ne confondez pas avec Internet Explorer, voilà. Un peu con de confondre. Alors je suis pas sûr, mais je crois que cette map on l'a déjà faite, hein, mais quand il y avait Baldi pour le coup. Là il n'y a pas Baldi, donc là on peut Ouais, ouais, je m'en souviens. Ouais, il y a des bots, il y a une pièce ici. Je m'en souviens, et c'était la première fois que le jeu m'avait dit ah bah je vais essayer de bugger aujourd'hui. Je m'en souviens. Ça faisait des tensions. C'est une salle de classe ou pas? Ouais, il y a des tables. Il y a des tables. Et il y a des tables rondes, donc s'il y a des tables rondes, c'est forcément une espèce d'infection. Je crois, hein. C'est même con que SF soit pas relié pour le coup. Wow. Voilà. Donc il n'y a pas Baldi, il n'y a pas de menace. Il n'y a rien qui peut me tuer. Là, c'est vraiment juste on chill. Et en plus, ce qui est trop cool, il n'y a pas de règles qui tapent toutes les 2 secondes. Donc ça, c'est plutôt cool aussi. Avoir un petit peu les oreilles en paix. Oh putain, ça fait du ça. Ça, c'est vraiment trop cool quand il y a pas de bruit. C'est trop cool. Le volet principal. Ouais, tout ça sont reliés. Ouais. Ah, c'est ça. t'en fous. Y'a pas Baldi. Y'a rien. C'est tellement plus cool quand il n'y a pas de Baldi. C'est tellement plus cool. Ah bah il était là en plus. Super. Ok, forcément là. Tellement plus cool de jouer comme ça. Y a pas de Baldi, y a rien. Bon, par contre, si vraiment il y avait aucun ennemi, mais ce serait plus flippant qu'autre chose en fait. Parce qu'en fait là c'est limite on fait de l'urbex, mais dans un jeu pixelisé comme ça. Ah bah voilà le dernier cahier. Tellement trop cool de jouer comme ça. Ah merde, vous avez pas le jeu. Ça c'est con pour le coup. Ça c'est pas prévu. On sait qu'il allait se mettre tout seul.
Hi, I'm Johnny.
Oh.
Welcome to my store.
Ah, j'ai pas fait exprès d'appuyer là. Mais
This will fill out your map. Thanks for nothing.
J'ai juste chill là. Oh.
You're good. Let's keep playing.
Ah bah oui, je me souviens de cet endroit. 3. 6. Peut-être qu'il faut aller loin aussi. Ah, incroyable, il y a encore un cahier. En fout, de toute façon, il n'y a pas de menace. Oh, notre cahier, incroyable, c'est trop gentil. En grand, ça va être 3 cahiers comme ça, c'est sans blague.
Just reminding you to be at my class in 4 minutes. Check your map to see where my class is.
Je l'ai même pas vu. Hein. Par contre, elle, t'inquiète qu'elle m'a vu. Hein. Oh.
Just in time.
J'arrive en même temps que vous, madame.
Class dismissed.
Ouais. Bon, maintenant, on va aller au bout du tapis roulant, mais par contre... J'aimerais bien savoir où est-ce qu'il est, ce bouton. Ouais. Où est ce bouton? Je sais, je crois ce qu'il est. Un peu. 9. Oh, 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 eh, oh, 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 oh. Économiseur de batterie activé. Oui, oui, bah d'accord, bah c'est bon, t'es encore à 39% de batterie, c'est bon, je vais pas faire une crise d'agonie à ce moment-là non plus. C'est bon, 39% de batterie, c'est encore assez. Je sais pas. Sérieux. Oh, merci. Ouais. On marche normalement sur le tapis roulant, c'est trop bien. J'ai l'impression d'être super rapide là, tout d'un coup, je sais pas qu'est-ce qui se passe. Même en courant, mais j'avais pas souvenir qu'on était aussi rapide que ça en courant, pour le coup. J'ai l'impression d'être super rapide. 9. Oh. Sérieux, lui? T'es sérieux, mais mec, j'ai fait le tour de l'établissement tout ça pour que tu viennes là où je vais.
Let's go camping.
Non, c'est grave. Non, mais il est sérieux. Mais j'ai quand même fait le tour de l'établissement et il allait pile poil à l'endroit où je veux aller. Oh là 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 là. C'est bon, tu me laisses tranquille.
Hi, I'm Johnny. Welcome to my store. Thank you. Now I might not starve.
J'ai trop l'habitude d'acheter des pommes en fait, c'est pour ça qu'on en a acheté une. Sinon ça sert à rien.
You're my favorite customer. See ya.
Bon, au cas où si le jeu est bug, il décide de me tuer une fois. Ça sert à rien.
What fun!
Oh putain, cette map, je m'en souviens. Horrible. Horrible cette map. C'est sûrement l'une des maps les plus mal foutues que j'ai jamais vues. D'ailleurs, celle-là, c'est sûrement l'une des seules maps que j'ai pas réussi à finir en plus. Cette map, c'est vrai, cette partie-là,
Just
j'avais pas
reminding
réussi.
you to be at my class in 4 minutes.
Alors, s'il te plaît, alors,
Map to see where my class
tu
is.
peux essayer de ne pas me faire peur non plus, hein. De toute façon, j'avais pas eu peur.
No running in the hole.
Bon, ça ira en fait. Oh merde, ça va chaud. Ah. Le dernier endroit où il m'a vu, c'était ici. Il ne peut que savoir que je suis là. Okay. Il va dans la salle. Et dès qu'il va là-bas, on se casse. Merde. C'est trop stressant de jouer comme
3
ça.
minutes left.
Oh putain, en plus c'est aussi la prof, je l'avais presque dit. Avec le principal, à tout moment je peux tomber sur lui. Oh c'est bon, c'est bon. Oh, mec. C'est trop. Mec, je voulais juste chill maintenant que je suis en stress total. C'est à cause du principal. Putain, qu'est-ce que c'est stressant de jouer comme ça. Je sais pas pourquoi, mais je trouve que c'est vraiment trop stressant. Et tu vas voir comme par hasard, j'ai tombé sur lui. Ok, putain, la map est gigantesque. C'est de l'abus total. La map est gigantesque. Ah, c'est bon, c'est bon. Putain, j'ai peur en vrai.
2 minutes left.
Putain, j'ai tellement peur. Il est pas là, il est pas là, il est pas là. T'inquiète, trois bouts. Il est pas là. Il n'est pas là. Ce couloir, c'est juste un couloir, donc il peut pas venir d'autre part. Il peut que venir en face de moi ou derrière moi. C'est un des deux. Actuellement, je suis poursuivi par le principal. Ah non, il y a un couloir là. Ce serait bien qu'il sera plutôt derrière moi en fait. Putain, parce que je suis pas confiant. Je jure. Putain, je vois nul.
1 minute left.
Ouais. Ok, c'est un cul-de-sac, donc il peut pas être là. Sinon, ça serait déjà sorti plus longtemps, on est d'accord. Bon, maintenant, on réfléchit. Où est la salle de la prof? Elle est au fond. C'est le cahier là-bas. Je crois que je peux y aller.
Just in time. Class dismissed.
Le truc en fait, c'est qu'en fait, dès que le principal nous a repéré en train de courir ou faire des conneries,
0, 9,
il siffle
Hey.
plus, on sait plus où il est en
7,
fait. Plus ce
6,
mec n'existe plus en
5,
fait.
4, 3, 2,
Genre
1.
vraiment le mec, ne le voit plus, on ne l'entend plus, on sait même pas s'il est encore en vie à ce point-là. Ça se demander si je vais réussir à récupérer tous les cahiers comme ça. Ok. J'ai entendu une porte s'ouvrir mais elle était très très loin. Il faut juste qu'il est loin en fait. Il avait l'air d'être à gauche donc il va me choper. Il va me choper. Hein. Ok, c'est bon. L'endroit où il est, c'est ici. Il était juste dans la salle de détention là. Ouais, logiquement il est pas là. Logiquement il s'est cassé, il s'est cassé. Ouais, il s'est cassé. Putain, qu'est-ce que c'est stressant. Fonce. Ah, le mec n'est nulle part. Mec, depuis qu'il m'a repéré, je ne le vois plus. Ok, c'est bon, il est en avant. Cours. Est-ce qu'on peut faire en sorte qu'il ne nous voit plus du tout de la game, genre? C'est bon. Peut-être. Je sais pas. Mec, le mec, je ne le vois plus. Le mec a juste disparu de la surface de la Terre, en fait. Le mec, je ne le vois plus, en fait. C'est juste un mort-vivant, en fait. Pas un mort-vivant. C'est juste un mort, en fait. C'est un putain de mort, mec, je ne le vois plus. Le mec, je le vois tellement plus. Et je sais même pas s'il est derrière moi. Non, c'est bon. Et le mec, je ne le vois plus. Je jure, j'ai tellement peur de le croiser à un coin de couloir. Oh, mais qu'est-ce que c'est stressant de jouer comme ça. Parce qu'en fait, actuellement, j'ai juste peur de le croiser, en fait. J'ai juste peur de le croiser. Mais il va forcément être derrière moi, là. Mais où est-ce qu'il est? On part quand même un éventuel baking soda, on sait jamais. Il est pas loin. Il est pas loin. J'ai vraiment réussi à faire une game où je ne l'ai pas croisé une seule fois, sauf au début. C'est tout. À partir du moment où il m'avait repéré, mec. À partir du moment où il m'avait repéré, il m'a pu croiser une seule fois. C'est quoi maintenant? On va faire 10 599. Et en fait, je pense qu'on va jouer comme ça. En fait, c'est quand même chill, mais c'est chill, mais on va jouer quand même en jouant comme ça. Même s'il n'y a pas de risque de crever, hein, malgré tout. On va jouer en fait, on va se faire repérer par le principal dès qu'on le voit. On se cache dans un casier, on attend bien longtemps qu'il s'éloigne.
Fine.
Et dès qu'on sent qu'on est prêt, on commence à jouer. J'ai l'impression qu'on est beaucoup plus rapide qu'avant là. What the fuck? J'ai l'impression que le jeu est beaucoup plus fluide aussi qu'avant. Putain mec, c'est abusé. Et donc ça c'est des toutes nouvelles maps, on les a jamais faites. Faut quand même réussir à lui choper. Ah merde! J'ai mis en hide and seek. Allez. Bon, par contre, je pense qu'il va falloir quand même que je commence à charger mon ordinateur. On se faire. On est à l'arrêt là. On est à l'arrêt. On est à l'arrêt. Donc logiquement, il devrait pas trop bugger. Je branche le chargeur. Tout va bien. Tout va bien. Voilà, il est sur secteur. C'est bon, tu supportes le coup. Oh, c'est bon, il a l'air de supporter le coup. Ok. Maintenant.
No running in the halls.
Donc maintenant, ce qu'on va faire. Dès qu'on le voit. Voilà. Maintenant, il va falloir lui échapper. Il va falloir tout faire pour qu'il ne nous rattrape absolument jamais. Merci. Je suppose. Putain, mais il va dans la même direction que moi. Connard! Connard! Ah merde! Ok. En fait, c'est beaucoup plus facile de le croiser dans des maps comme ça parce qu'en fait, les maps sont vraiment petites en fait. C'est tellement plus facile de le croiser en fait. J'ai juste peur de le croiser en fait là. Ok. Il n'y a aucune porte bleue, mec, c'est de l'abus. Mec, je suis obligé de passer par le milieu en fait. Mec, la map était, le couloir était comasse comme ça. Et on n'a pas vu. Jean, il est pas là. Jean, il est pas là. Jean, il est pas ici. Bien sûr. Bien sûr. Mais bien sûr. Bien sûr. Bien sûr. Cours. Cours. Putain. Il manque cruellement de casier dans cette putain d'école de merde. Il m'a vu au moins aller là où je suis allé. Bon écoutez, il a l'air de m'avoir perdu de vue. On repart par là. Oh quel bâtard! Heureusement qu'il y avait un endroit pour se cacher, hein. Ouais, il n'y a pas eu, tu fais croire que tu vas à gauche, mais en fait c'est pas du tout parti. Ouais. Je connais cette technique. Ok. Il est forcément dans le couloir en fait. Même pas. Mec, il me voit, c'est la mort.
What's this?
Mais je vais pas pouvoir rester éternellement ici en fait. Mais là-bas y a rien. Oui, ce putain de dernier cahier. Putain, mais il apparaît au milieu de nulle part.
15 seconds. Detention for you. When will
Il est
you
tellement
learn?
apparu de nulle part. Qu'est-ce que tu veux que je réagisse à ça? Et que d'un coup je me retourne, il est là. Qu'est-ce que tu veux que je fasse? Donc ça commence légèrement à me casser les couilles quand même. Il était là depuis le début. Et genre... Là-bas. Reviens. Putain mais reviens.
No running in the halls.
Maintenant. Il m'a pas vu? Si, il m'a complètement vu. Si. M'en fous, j'attends encore 10 secondes. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Putain, il fait chier. Oh là 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 là. La stamina pile poil assez pour pouvoir aller dans le casier, mais c'est tellement bien géré ça. Ok, il fait les salles ici. Oh putain de merde!
20 seconds. Detention for you. When will you learn?
Quasi à proximité.
No escaping detention in the
Ah, j'en
hall.
ai absolument rien à foutre de ce que tu penses. Mais mec, y a aucun casier! Y a aucun putain de casier dans ta map de
25
merde!
seconds. Detention for you. Your parents will hear about this one.
Putain. Ça c'est pas chiant. Ça pour ça finalement. J'en ai pas besoin. Et maintenant où est-ce qu'il est ce connard hein? Ah maintenant où est-ce qu'il est ce connard? Bon, pas grave. Ça pour trouver un cahier finalement qui était même pas si caché que ça. Oh la bibliothèque, non merci. Oh, oh je vais pas dans cette bibliothèque de malheur. Hein. ça. Ok. Oh! Monsieur! Il est stun ou quoi? J'ai vu quelqu'un rentrer là-dedans en tout cas. Il est reparti par là, ce petit chenapan! Oh gna 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 gna. Voilà, parfait. Il a jeté sa petite chewing-gum. Ah c'est bon, on est déjà passé. Ok. Il était là, on est d'accord? Oh ouais, il est là-bas, là-bas, là-bas. Il était là-bas. Mec, il était là-bas.
Let's go to the farm.
Il est pas loin, mais... Putain, mais je le vois jamais. Il est là.
No running in the
Voilà,
halls.
parfait. Je suis dans la merde. Où est-ce qu'il va? Oh. Pas sur la bibliothèque. Il pourra jamais savoir que je suis passé par là. Absolument jamais. Grand jamais il peut savoir que je suis passé par là. C'est impossible. À moins qu'il cheat. Et j'espère qu'il fait pas ça. Il était à l'autre bout de la map. Il est à l'autre bout de la map. C'est impossible qu'il me retrouve. Ça je prends. Je fais genre, oh, je suis un faculty name tag. Non, je suis un faculty only. Je suis un faculty, voilà. Non, suffit. Non, ça je prends. Même si ça sert à rien. Imagine, genre, je trouve des ciseaux. C'est juste un cul-de-sac. Oh. Et imagine, genre, il y a vraiment eu l'idée de fouiller dans la bibliothèque, mec, c'est juste abusé. Mec, on a rien fait que vraiment, juste, il cheat en fait. Comme par hasard, il vérifie dans la bibliothèque, alors qu'il y va jamais. Genre. Oh, c'est n'importe quoi. Non, ce serait vraiment juste du coup n'importe quoi là en fait. Mais il peut pas être derrière moi, il peut juste être devant moi là, parce qu'en fait c'est un cul-de-sac avant. Mystery Room as a Pion, ok si vous voulez. Ok, maintenant il peut être devant moi ou derrière moi. Cette porte vient tout juste de se fermer. Je suis pas confiant. Attends un peu. Attends, je arrête de souffler ce truc con là. The fuck! Oh merde! Oh là là, mais comme par hasard, comme par hasard. Et comme par hasard, il a eu l'idée de baisser dans la bibliothèque. Et genre, non, il peut que cheat, mais c'est impossible. Il peut que cheat. Il ne peut que cheat. Bon, il y a juste un endroit qu'on n'a pas encore vérifié, c'est là-bas. Il y avait le bully là avant.
What's the problem? Oh no.
Baking soda. J'adore baking soda. Et imagine genre là il rentre dans la salle. Non, c'est rien. Oh mais il y a encore. La salle mystery. C'est passé. Voilà. Et maintenant les fleurs. Oh putain, c'était même parfait ça. Dans la bibliothèque, mais qu'est-ce qu'ils se font de ma gueule, ce gars? Qu'est-ce qu'ils se font de ma gueule? Un baking soda si vous voulez, monsieur. Voilà.
Give me something great.
Ah oui, mais d'accord. Ah oui, ça risque d'être un problème. Oui, bah, du coup, je suis où par rapport à l'autre ascenseur? Je suis un peu vachement loin en fait. Bon, j'imagine qu'à ce moment-là, il a le bout de la map. Hein. Ah oui, c'est le cas de le dire. Le dernier ascenseur, il est où? J'en sais rien. J'en sais juste trop rien. La map est gigantesque. Ouais, il est sûrement là. Enfin, s'il me retrouve, c'est vraiment de la vue totale. Hein. On est juste à côté. Oh, mais c'est abusé. Mais qu'est-ce que c'est de l'abus? Mais d'où il me retrouve? D'où il arrive à me retrouver? M'en fous, j'attends. Attends. Y'a rien. Ok, c'est bon, c'est bon. Cours. Parfait.
The grown-ups spot this. What's up?
Et qui comme par hasard, il est juste à côté. Il est juste à côté de là où je suis. Et oui, mais forcément qu'il est là. Mais forcément. Forcément, mais c'était logique. Mais c'était logique. Juste logique. Putain, mais quel foutage de gueule, je te jure. Quel foutage de gueule, mais je te jure. J'ai juste envie de le trucider celui-là. J'en ai trop marre de lui. J'ai trop marre de lui. C'est trop là. Et quand tu pourras, je sais pas, me retrouver. Mais c'est une putain de
20 seconds.
blague.
Detention for you. You should know
I
better.
skip all day. I skip to push the pain away.
Qu'est-ce que j'en ai marre. Non, c'est pas un cahier que j'arrive pas à trouver. Maintenant, c'est un putain d'ascenseur que j'arrive pas à trouver. C'est un ascenseur maintenant que j'arrive pas à trouver. Carrément.
The grown-ups spot this.
Et les coffres sont quand même vachement grands. Hein. Bah non, l'ascenseur était pas là. Hein. Alors là, ton ascenseur, je sais pas où est-ce qu'il est. Là. Ouais. On va faire le tour de la map dans l'autre sens. Hein. Allez, moi je dis ma barre de chocolat.
Just to rise, life don't make 'em.
Comment tu fais pour me voir? J'étais même pas dans
The
ton angle de
grown-ups
vue.
spot this. Hands up!
Give me something great. I'll take that. It's mine now.
Voilà, parfait. Faut qu'il me voie courir.
No running in the halls.
Ce ne sera pas le cas, monsieur. Qu'est-ce qu'il fait? Il est con. « 10 minutes 7, incroyable.
I'm Johnny.
Ouais, j'achète la map et j'achète une
Thank
pièce.
you. My parents would have been so proud that I made a sale. Say hi.
C'est quand même
Mom.
incroyable, hein. On achète Des pièces avec des pièces. Bon, c'est des points, mais bon.
What?
On achète avec de l'argent. On achète de l'argent avec de l'argent, quoi. C'est pas très logique en fait. Bon, ça, j'en ai pas besoin. Déjà, sans blague. Je suis pourtant pas si loin que ça non plus de lui. Oh putain. Enfin, pas besoin de le regarder, c'est bon. 9, 9, 9. Sérieux? Est-ce qu'il était derrière moi le principal pour savoir? Non. Je continue de regarder, c'est bon. Alors 6. M'en fous, je regarde derrière moi. Même si genre c'est vraiment au cas où. Il est loin, il est là. Euh, 7. 6. J'avais vu un 3. Un 2. Une blague?
What's the problem?
Non, c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon.
No running in the hall.
Oh, bah vu de là. Bon. J'en attends de récupérer entièrement la stamina. Ah ouais, mais il était vraiment loin, putain, mais ce couloir il est vraiment super long en fait. Putain. Bon, il y a un ascenseur ici, on note. Ok. 9. Où est le 9? Là. Vraiment qu'il est pas très loin. Ok. Oh, ça c'est 06. Putain, je suis trop un génie. C'est une blague. Non.
Look at the thing.
C'est bon. Mais non! C'est une blague! Non, respect, s'il vous plaît. Oh merde. Putain. Eh mec, là ça peut que passer. Ah mais merde, j'avais pas fait 2 fois. Parfois je pensais que j'avais réussi à le faire, mais en fait pas du tout. Eh. Oh mais non, mais je vais rembêter mon crâne. Putain. Bon. Allez, on se dépêche, on se dépêche, on se dépêche, on se dépêche.
15 seconds. Detention for you.
Mais qu'est-ce qu'il
You
foutait
should know
là-dedans,
better.
lui? Qu'est-ce qu'il foutait là-dedans? Pour une fois, j'avais réussi! Connard! Mais quel connard! Pour une fois, j'avais réussi!
No running in the hall.
Alors, mec, j'en ai absolument rien à foutre de ce que tu penses. Non, mais arrête. Hein. Oh, il y a écrit 66 sur la porte avec 99 parce qu'on est à l'envers. Non, la gravité. Et par contre, j'ai plus de baking soda, c'est bien où tout ça en fait. C'est pas ici. C'est là-bas, c'est là-bas. Cours. Il est là-bas, il est là-bas. Ouais. Ça on fait une fois. Putain. Bon, c'est pas pire que le 50-20, allez. Connard de gravité de merde!
Escape Baldi'S, I say, escape to push the pain away.
Non, c'est même pas comme si le truc il devait être en plein milieu du jeu. C'est pas comme si le truc était en plein milieu de la route que je devais faire. Non, il était juste devant la porte. Normal. Il était juste devant la porte le truc. Allez, 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 ça passe. Pff, enfin, ouais. Et tu vas voir, il va être là. Pas là, il est pas là. C'est cet endroit qui est reculé de n'importe quel autre endroit en fait.
What's this?
Ah ouais, ouais, ouais.
I can't look.
Bah, si tu peux pas voir, pourquoi tu continues à faire ça alors? T'es con. Allez, vite. Faut que je récupère un baking soda et on récupère ce putain de dernier cahier et on se casse d'ici. Enfin, je sais même plus où est-ce que je suis dans l'établissement, mais je plus rien à foutre quand je fais près. Ok. Oh putain! Oh. Je vois absolument rien. Je prépare mon baking soda au cas où. Oh. Est-ce que je fais confiance? Alors, je sais absolument pas si de ma vie. Oh, c'est la merde. Voilà. Mais il était pas dans le couloir. Hein. D'accord sur ce point-là. Je sais même pas où est-ce que je suis. Je vois rien. Ça, c'est ça que Baldi devrait être si... Vous voulez être plus effrayant, hein. Je suis sur le baking soda. Oh merci. Mais je sais même pas où est-ce que je suis. C'est bon. Il est là-bas. En plus, il était derrière moi. Mais quel abruti! Tu aurais pu me faire peur s'il était là 2 secondes plus tôt. M'en fous pour pas me faire attraper. C'est bon. Je suis à la barre de chocolat. Juste, je cours. Allez. Parfait. Oh, c'était des bonnes maps, ça allait encore. « 9800, pourquoi pas. Allez, mode explorateur. On explore les maps. 9800, donc oui, 4920, tu sais, un 9800.
Let's play hide and seek.
Ouais. Moi, je pense que c'est Anna que je vais faire avant de prendre une pause. Je commence déjà à avoir chaud là.
No running in the hall.
Wow. Là, comment tu veux que je vois ça? Mec, il a littéralement spawn derrière moi. Qu'est-ce que tu veux que je fasse?
Detention for you.
Qu'est-ce que tu veux que je fasse?
When will you learn?
Mec, là, c'est juste de l'abus. Oh. Parfait. Un cahier. Là-bas. Ah non, ça de détention. Là, il y a un cahier. Et là-bas, ça mène à un autre couloir, j'imagine. Voilà, parfait. Là, un cahier. Putain, mais t'as des portes qui mènent. Mais c'est quoi cette map où en fait chaque salle emmène à une autre? Il y a un baking soda là. Baking soda. Allez, on prend un baking soda. Parfait. Non, c'est parce qu'il y en a déjà fait. Je sais pas si Suka va faire de live ce soir, mais j'espère. D'ailleurs, j'espère qu'on va bientôt reprendre les backrooms, parce que j'adore ce jeu. Je sais pas si vous pouvez vous imaginer, mais j'adore ce jeu. Je vois qu'on y joue, mec. Je ne veux plus que ça s'arrête. Juste plus envie que ça s'arrête. Alors, ta gueule. Je ne te permets pas. Voyons. Oh, espèce d'impoli là. Espèce de mal poli. Je vous permets pas. Voilà.
I'm Johnny. Welcome to my store. This will fill out your map.
One
Thanks.
pièce à la
I
limite.
hated that item anyways. You're my favorite customer. See ya.
Bon, du coup, oui, effectivement, j'avais oublié de dire, en fait, mais là, j'aurais dû faire un live ce jour-là, mais vraiment, j'avais pas trop envie.
Good.
Mais il y a 2 jours,
Let's keep playing.
il y a 2 jours, Ultimate Custom Night a fêté ses 5 ans. Hein, quelle coïncidence d'avoir fini le 50-20 2 jours avant que ce jeu ait 5 ans. Donc, ce jeu, juste, il m'a beaucoup accompagné pendant mon année de seconde, puisque j'y joue depuis février. C'est quand même une grande partie de l'année, hein, il y a quand même. Hein. Il n'y a que, encore en février, mon record était de 6400 points, donc en vrai, c'était pas énorme. Hein. Maintenant, mon record, c'est 10 600, lol. En tout cas, tout ce que je peux dire, c'est que ce jeu m'a fait... D'accord, si vous voulez. Ce jeu m'a fait retenir beaucoup de morale. Ne jamais abandonner et ne jamais croire que c'est impossible. Parce que 50-20, j'y croyais plus à un moment donné, mais je l'ai réussi 2 fois. Et sans forcément y croire. Hein. La première fois, j'y croyais pas vraiment. Et la deuxième fois, j'y croyais pas du tout. J'ai jamais se dire que tout est impossible dans la vie. Si tu donnes les moyens, tu peux réussir. Et du coup, pour le coup, c'est un petit peu comme ce qu'on vous dit à l'école. Hein. Il faut se donner les moyens pour réussir. Putain. Voilà. C'est une blague? Non, c'est pas autant. C'est pas une blague. Ça, c'est une blague. Il m'a pas vu? Putain. C'est presque incroyable qu'il m'a pas vu. Ah ouais, il me voit pas en fait. C'est le fait la distance entre ces deux couleurs est trop grande, un truc du genre. On l'a vu il y a à peine 5 secondes. Comment c'est possible que tu l'as vu? Allez, on court. D'accord. Donc Ultimate Custom Night, voilà. Tout ce que j'avais à dire, ce jeu est juste incroyable. Il m'a fait juste découvrir le fait que rien n'est impossible. Alors je me souviens, hein, quand j'avais fait le 32-20 pour la première fois, donc c'est il y a un peu plus de 1 an et demi. En novembre 2021, un truc du genre. Voilà, c'est seulement un truc du genre. Bon, là je me fais juste avoir en sang. Où est-ce qu'il est passé? Et je m'en souviens que dès que j'avais fini le 32-20, j'avais essayé de faire le 33-20. Et j'étais pas arrivé. Donc je me suis dit, c'est bon, j'arrête là. J'ai peut-être réussi à faire plus que Farod, mais je vais pas plus loin. Donc 6400, c'est resté mon record pendant très longtemps. Hein. Vraiment très longtemps. Mais en même temps, j'avais un 32-20 qui était à chier. Hein. Vraiment, c'était que des animatroniques qui étaient super difficiles à gérer. Forcément que j'y arrivais pas, en fait. Je me souviens que le premier 33-20 que j'avais tenté de faire, c'était avec Golden Freddy. Sauf qu'en fait, je voulais faire sans le réflexe du masque, et donc forcément, ça passait pas. Sans le réflexe du masque, bah tu peux pas y arriver en fait. Tu peux pas justifier. Tu peux pas justifier en fait à tes réflexes. Là, vraiment, en fait, dans le 50 ans, tu peux pas te fier à tes réflexes. Il faut vraiment juste avoir des. Alors, c'était 0. Ah merde! Je crois que c'est 0. Tant pis. Il faut pas te fier uniquement à tes réflexes en temps réel. Faut faire à chaque fois des réflexes que tu es obligé de prendre à chaque fois. Par exemple, là, pour le coup, fermer le moniteur. Dès que tu fermes le moniteur, faut mettre le masque. Ça, c'est un réflexe que tu dois avoir dans le 50-20. Tout comme dans FNAF 2 en fait. What the fuck? Ah, c'est bon, je cours. Rien à foutre. En FNAF 2, c'est la même chose. Tu peux pas y arriver en fait sans avoir le réflexe. La nuit 6 et la nuit 7, tu ne peux pas y arriver. Même la nuit 5, tu ne peux pas y arriver sans avoir le réflexe du masque en fait. À chaque fois que tu fermes la caméra, faut toujours avoir le masque. Bah, la même chose dans Ultimate Custom Night en fait. Donc j'avais décidé en fait de dire non, c'est bon, le 33-20 c'est pas fait pour moi. Taoku il a réussi le 50-20. Bravo, trop fort, je sais pas comment il fait, on va s'arrêter à 6400 points, c'est bien. Et en fait, finalement, ben, Ultimate Custom Night, je n'ai repris ce jeu que en février en fait, hein. Il y a un peu plus de 4 mois, hein. C'est tout. J'ai que repris ce jeu il y a un peu plus de 4 mois. Et dites-vous que le 33-20, je l'ai réussi aussi en février, mais c'était avant les vacances, je m'en souviens. Une semaine avant les vacances d'hiver, pour le coup. Et on sait que j'étais trop content que j'avais enfin réussi le 33-20. Surtout quand tu sais que je le faisais avec les effets visuels. Et sans les effets visuels, c'est tellement meilleur en vrai. Et après, vous savez qu'est-ce qui s'est passé en février, j'ai commencé à faire le Custom Night en live. Et là, c'est parti. Je fais le 34-20, plus le 35-20, plus le 36-20, plus le 37-20, qui m'a bien achevé d'ailleurs. Puis après, j'ai fait le 38-20, le 39-20, le 40-20. J'ai dit, mais en fait, ce jeu est facile. Ce jeu est juste trop simple. Après le 41-20, le 42-20, le 43-20, le 44-20, le 45-20, mais c'est bon, je les enchaîne tous en fait. Jusqu'à ce qu'on vienne au 49-20. Et le 49-20, ouais, j'ai souffert. Mais même au 46-20, à partir du 46-20, c'était vachement tendu en fait. Hein. Le 46-20, j'ai pris 1h30 pour le faire. Le 47-20, ça m'a pris 2 streams. 48-20 et 49-20 aussi. Et le 50-20, mais c'est juste un interstellaire en fait. C'est juste astronomique le nombre de lives que j'ai pris pour faire le 50-20 en fait. Hein. J'ai pris un peu plus de 11-12 streams pour le faire. Hein. Et pour dire à quel point, au niveau difficulté, le 49-20, ça n'a rien à voir avec le 50-20. Hein. Ça a juste rien à voir. Hein.
What fun!
Et donc là forcément on sait ce qui s'est passé la semaine dernière, donc j'ai fait le marathon Aujourd'hui, puisque, qui s'est plus ou moins bien passé durant les 6 premiers lives finalement. C'est vraiment... je mourrais quasiment pas, hein. Vous l'avez vu, hein. En tout cas pendant les 5 premiers, je suis pas mort trop de fois. Le premier live, je suis mort 0 fois, le deuxième aussi. Le troisième, je suis mort une seule fois. Mais par un pur coup de malchance, une attention surtout aussi. Le quatrième, je suis mort 0 fois. Le cinquième, je suis mort 0 fois aussi. Et le sixième, du coup, je suis mort 2 fois. À cause de Lefty. Mais sinon, c'est passé. Après, sinon, il y a... Hop là, comme ça. Sinon, le 7ème live, donc celui donc du 50-20. Donc j'en ai chié. J'en ai chié. Vraiment. J'en ai chié. Ah non, attends. Mais non. C'est le 5ème live où je suis mort 2 fois. Ah, le 5ème live, je suis mort 2 fois. Ouais, le 5ème live, c'est du 36-20 au 42-20. Donc je suis mort 2 fois. Après, il y a eu le live du 43-20 au 49-20. Je suis mort 9 fois. Et après le 50-20, à un moment donné, ça m'a tellement cassé les couilles que j'ai arrêté de compter les essais, les morts. C'est vraiment, ça me cassé les couilles. Ça me cassait les couilles et donc je sais pas combien de fois je suis mort exactement, mais je suis mort quand même pas mal de fois. Mais je suis mort sur moins de 100 fois. Et ça, c'est une grande avancée quand même dans mon histoire. Je suis mort moins de 100 fois. Et ça, pour le coup, c'est incroyable.
Zero, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Everywhere goes for something awful.
Ouais, 3. Putain. Ah oui, il est loin, effectivement. fatigue quand même. Hein. Ok, donc les ascenseurs sont quasiment tous dans... Ouais, quasiment tous au même endroit. Ouf, bon allez. Donc du coup, à propos, ouais, donc Custom Night, c'est un jeu qui a juste... qui m'a juste... qui a juste fait en sorte que je devienne un homme, une personne, qui a totalement changé en fait. Faut peut-être pas croire forcément qu'on va avoir tout, alors parce que à l'époque, on se souvient, le simple fait, j'en souviens à l'époque de penser que je pouvais réussir le 50-20, vraiment, j'ai déjà rêvé quelques fois en fait que je réussisse le 50-20, mais c'était juste des réactions incroyables. Mais je me disais d'un côté, c'est bien d'imaginer ça, mais ça va jamais t'arriver en fait, ça va juste jamais t'arriver. C'est bien d'essayer de ressentir ce que les gens qui ont fait 50-20 ont ressenti, mais c'est juste en fait, non, tu vas juste pas y arriver. Maintenant, regardez à mon actualité, enfin à mon actualité, maintenant, à mon actif. À mon actif, j'en suis à 2 50-20 gagnés quand même. J'ai gagné 2 fois le 50-20. Alors qu'à l'époque, je suis sûr que j'aurais pensé que ce serait 0, un truc du genre.
I hug people for all eternity.
Ah oui. Ah oui, effectivement, c'est un problème. D'accord. J'ai pas eu l'ascenseur. Merde.
I see you,
Ah si, je l'ai eu.
friend.
Pour moi. Donc vraiment, on se souvient que à l'époque, 50-20, gagner 50-20, c'est vraiment juste un rêve. Alors que maintenant, c'est une réalité. C'est ça la différence comparé à maintenant. Maintenant, c'est une putain de réalité. Alors qu'avant, c'était juste un putain de rêve. Maintenant, c'est une réalité. Et j'en suis fier maintenant. J'en suis fier. Je suis fier d'annoncer vraiment officiellement que le 50-20 est une étape que j'ai réussi à surmonter. Donc vraiment juste merci Custom Night. Et c'est 5 ans. Ça fait déjà 5 ans. Hein. Dites-vous, hein, Ultimate Custom Night maintenant, sa date de sortie est plus proche de celle de FNAF 1 que du moment présent. Ça qui me fout les boules en fait. La date de sortie de Ultimate Custom Night est plus proche de celle de la date de sortie de FNAF 1 que maintenant en fait. Le 29 juin 2023. Même El Pointed maintenant va bientôt passer à la casserole. Hein. C'est ça qui me fait dire, mais le temps passe juste beaucoup trop vite en fait. Le temps passe trop vite. Comment cela serait-ce possible? Mais non, parce qu'en fait, le temps avance. Hein. Ça continue à avancer, hein, comme si c'était normal. Faut pas s'arrêter indéfiniment à une même époque et se dire ouais je suis bien là en fait. Non, mais en fait là, faut juste accepter le fait que le monde évolue et qu'il faut passer à d'autres choses en fait. Ultimate Custom Night certes était une tuerie à l'époque, mais maintenant c'est autre chose. Hein. Le jeu n'a plus autant de popularité qu'avant. Et maintenant il y a carrément des personnes qui arrivent à faire le 50-50, le 50-60. Ah ouais, je vous jure, hein, j'ai vu quelqu'un sur YouTube qui avait réussi le 50-60. Même moi, je pense que je peux réussir le 50-30 avec beaucoup d'entraînement. Mais le 50-40 et le 50-50, ça c'est autre chose. Là, ça demande juste d'avoir beaucoup de connaissances sur le jeu et d'être vraiment très familier avec le jeu en fait.
Thanks for playing. Come back soon.
Voilà, donc j'ai arrêté le jeu. sais pas, qu'est-ce qu'on pourrait faire maintenant? On peut juste essayer de... Je sais pas, j'ai envie de chiller un petit peu sur YouTube. Même si je sais que j'ai peut-être pas forcément le droit de faire ça, mais bon. Bah maintenant c'est fini. Ultimate Custom Night, t'as plus 4 ans, mais 5 ans. Voilà, donc Ultimate Custom Night, voilà. Toute sa splendeur. J'avais même trouvé un post. Regardez, bah voilà. Justement, le gars qui avait réussi le 50-60. Ce qui est énorme. C'est le premier à l'avoir fait hein, au monde. Mais du coup, ça veut dire que je pourrais être le premier à faire le 50-70. Genre, moi je vais réussir le 50-70, bien sûr. Voilà, et donc il y a des gens qui ont fait des lives spéciales anniversaire pour Ultimate Custom Night. Hein. Vraiment, ce jeu est juste ce qui m'a accompagné cette année, mais c'est juste incroyable. Ah oui, filmez-moi en live. Alors ça, faites pas attention, ça c'est ma mère qui regarde ça. Hein. Vous n'en pas pourquoi. Hein. Chacun ses passions. Voilà, je sais pas si vous connaissez Rai 99, mais il a enfin réussi le 50-20 il y a seulement 2 semaines. Vous savez que je l'ai fini avant lui. Haha, lol. J'aimerais bien regarder un petit peu ça là pour voir vraiment. C'est l'ultime guide pour réussir le 50-20 plus ou moins à chaque fois.
Yeah, definitely greater than 5 seconds. But you know, try to be
Donc j'essaie
less than 15 seconds.
d'un petit peu
I don't
me
know if there's
dire
a
comment on
15
fait
second
pour vraiment
interval
battre
or
le
whether,
50-20 à
like,
chaque
at a
fois.
15 juncture, there's a check. Oh, did you check Foxy or not? And is Foxy on the table? If so, advance. But it seems really random because sometimes if you do a fast flip, that Foxy stays on the table.
Ouais.
Usually that happens if you go, 5 seconds or less. But
Donc clairement il dit en fait à chaque fois quand donc si tu as fait un frame flip ou un truc du genre. S'il y a Foxy sur la table, tu attends quelques secondes, tu attends 5 ou 6 secondes et après seulement tu fais un 0 frame flip qui te permet déjà de te faire tuer par personne d'autre que Foxy à ce point-là, parce qu'en fait le 0 frame flip n'affecte que Foxy. Donc cela veut dire que Foxy, il y a que Foxy qui pourra bouger pendant ce 0 frame flip. Chica et Toy Freddy ne seront pas capables de vous tuer pendant ce 0 frame flip, ils n'auront juste pas le temps en fait. Donc c'est ça qu'il faudrait faire.
But think of it this way. You don't want to keep Foxy on the table for 45 seconds unless you are down to your last basic possible chance of winning. Alright? So with Bonnie and Foxy splits, putting this on a timeline, let's say the night has been going on and you just finished Death Coin. Alright? Death Coin done. Then you have, say, Bonnie on the table here.
Ouais, voilà, parfait. Donc ça c'est
Bonnie's on the
parfait.
table, you're gonna back off Bonnie, so you have the B there, back off Bonnie.
Donc ça c'est
prolong
cool
Bonnie on
quand
the
il y a
table.
Bonnie.
Then you're gonna have a long block with Bonnie and say like 45 to 50 seconds, then you're gonna flip. Then you
Voilà.
get Foxy on the table.
Voilà, dans quelques
Well, Foxy,
6
you're gonna
secondes, un truc
wanna
du genre.
get off the table very soon, alright? So Foxy's gonna be quick, and then you have a long Bonnie.
Ouais.
So that's basically the pattern of what you want to do with Foxy.
Voilà, c'est exactement
You know
ça.
what would be interesting? What if, say, this were 30 seconds right here, and then you go through 116, all right? So you go beyond the 15-second mark, and then 130 is like here. Well, what if you got rid of Foxy at like 129? What if every 15 seconds there were a check on whether Foxy is on table? So Foxy? And then if Foxy's on the table, then a check is made. Were the cameras checked, or maybe was cam 5 checked? I don't know. If that's the case, then maybe going from 116 through 129 would be an ideal scenario for Foxy. So you keep him on the table before, and you get rid of him before that 15-second mark hits. I don't know if that's the case, but that would be something to test out. And that's what's been so interesting with the strategy development. Stuff like Toy Freddy, and noticing, oh, .0s and .5s are danger for Toy Freddy. or Chica, the same thing, or Lefty as 0.0, and all
Ah
the
oui, c'est
things
vrai.
going on there. We don't have the code in front of us,
Les
but
petits, c'est en
this is basically
5.0.
black box testing, where we don't have access to the code, or I should say the event editor in this case, since it's ClickTeam. But we are deconstructing it such that we're figuring out how the game works, how things interact, and that type of thing. But if this is the case, that would be super cool. I don't know if it is. My guess is it's probably not. But you want to do a short flip for Foxy, but if that's the case and you want to get him off the table before 1:30, then that would be pretty cool. That's something to test. But anyway, however long you keep Foxy on the table, there very well could be a check every 5 seconds to see, you know, were their cameras checked, that type of thing. So if it's after this block, then maybe there's one advancement, and there's a chance every time that there's advancement. The thing is, this right here has to be a random as well, because I've had really long periods with Foxy that I've taken gambles on. So let's run through one more scenario, because this deals with calculated risk. So a calculated risk on Foxy. Say Foxy is on the table, it's 2:35 through the night, you have to get to 4:30, and that's the winning time, alright?
Ouais, d'accord.
Well, if Foxy is on the table at 2:35 and you have Foxy's legs and torso in the office already, you have options of flipping very, very quickly. So basically, you go to like 2:42. And then you flip. Then you have
Mais
Bonnie.
non, mais là il fait chaud là.
Alright? But this flip right
Si,
here
il
could
fait
end it all.
chaud.
There's a chance that Foxy could advance several spots very quickly.
Il fait
I don't know
chaud.
if that's just a roll of the dice or what. But anyway, that's one option. Alright? The problem is, Bonnie, you only can go to about 3:32 without running into ventilation issues, and then you have to do a quick flip, and then it's Foxy again. Well, you're going to have to flip one more time, and you're going to have a slightly prolonged Foxy here as well, say like 341 or 340 or something like that. That's actually not too bad. But you could do 2 flips with Foxy and 1 more with Bonnie. You have 3 flips that you have to do if you do the fast flip in this case.
Attends, attends, stop. Laisse-moi réfléchir. T'as dit que si à 2 minutes 35, on avait déjà les jambes de Foxy, son torse, tout ça, et les bras et tout ça. C'est risqué déjà. Mais à seulement 2 minutes et 16 secondes, j'avais déjà la tête sur le bureau. Donc, ce qui veut absolument rien dire en fait. Ça veut absolument rien dire en fait.
But either one of these, and I've actually seen Foxy advance on the Bonnie flip, I don't know why, but you have at least 2 flips with Foxy on the table here, and then 1 with Bonnie. That's that run right there. Then the rest of the night would be, the rest of the night would be Bonnie. Then you'd be home free. But that's a lot to worry about. So let's go through another possibility, and this is the one that I took. It's the gamble that I took on the St. Jude charity stream, which I still would take. I still like my chances with this. But if I go through 306, and then I go at 346, because I was actually having some good luck with flips at 306 and 346 in a lot of runs throughout the practice period. And so the thing is, if Foxy's on the table, you only have 1 more flip with Foxy on the table. And if there was something with the multiples of 3 on the final digit, I don't know. So I was trying to flip on the 3 6s and 9s, and that would be the flip strategy. Just be very quick, but I don't know. And quick flips, maybe you're avoiding a decimal point that advances Foxy, or, you know, throws them 1, 2, or 3 spots ahead, or whatever. I don't know. But this period right here is a fairly long period of time. It's not as bad as the gamble you would take with having Foxy out 45 seconds or 50 seconds, so you'd go to like 325. But either way, this is a calculated risk, because you have 1 flip that would have Foxy on the table right here. After that, you'd have Bonnie on the table, 1 more segment, and then you'd have Bonnie on the table on the final flip. So you are decreasing the number of flips with Foxy on the table, and I would definitely prefer that. So this risk actually turned out to be a jump scare, unfortunately, but this was basically, yeah, 1 more flip till a win. So that's why I took that risk on that stream, and I still would probably take that. Maybe I would revise that if I found something with the 15s, so a quick flip or whatever, but I was running
Je crois que j'ai pas pris le risque moi en tout cas.
problem with Foxy. I just have to go through and dig and figure out what I did differently on those, whether if I did
En tout cas, quand il était 4 heures, on fait dans la deuxième run, hein, donc qui m'a fait gagner 50-20. La deuxième fois, j'ai gagné 50-20, j'ai pas pris le risque à 4 heures de rebaisser le moniteur encore une autre fois. J'ai pas pris le risque.
same exact things, they would come out with the same result. I don't know that it's not just a roll of the dice. And in this case, since it was a late XOR appearance and all that jazz going on, I don't know that Foxy would have been appeasable with that, because I had to hold different checks to a different time frame than I would normally. So if XOR showed up at 11 as opposed to 41, maybe I would have had an easy run with Foxy. I think that's probably the case, because you'd have more long runs with Bonnie and more short runs with Foxy. So anyway, if you think of Bonnie and Foxy, summing all this up, basically try to get short flips with Foxy and keep Bonnie on the table as long as you can. If you had to come up with something like cutesy, like Bonnie, if you think Bonnie, back off Bonnie, back off Bonnie, and Foxy, flip with Foxy, flip Foxy. Yeah. How about that? Back off Bonnie and flip Foxy. But that's the general mentality you should have with those.
Ouais, bah c'est bon, on a compris quand même, mais pas besoin d'avoir un moyen mnémotechnique quand même. Il n'y a pas de mnémotechnique, de mnémotechnicité. Bon, je sais pas comment on dit. Il n'y a pas de moyen mnémotechnique à
50
avoir.
seconds in, if I'm just flipping just wrong or something, I don't know. But anyway, hopefully that's helpful and decreases the RNG against you from winning the night.
Bon, ça c'était pas prévu. J'ai pas YouTube Premium. De toute façon, c'est que ça coûte des sous. Qu'est-ce que tu crois?
So let's play more of the video. Here we go. Alright, 2 a.m. We're swapping back to power generator and fan.
Il a encore beaucoup de batterie.
Still annoying. I think the next flip we will have no more mini arenas. I took care of Ballora, took care of the phone call. We're going to swap back to Music Box here. Good. You also noticed that I didn't have the I didn't have the fan on the whole time during that block, all right? So you saw the temperature. I stopped it so that you wouldn't have to go down all the way to 60 and have some stagnant time where you're wasting power. That's an optional thing, but it saves a tiny bit of power not to have it cooling the room when it's 60 degrees, because that's redundant. You're just wasting power. You're keeping it at 60. Okay, but yeah, 145. Yeah, Music Box was running. That was good. And then Phantom Freddy startled. I closed the vent soon after. We're at a point at which we need to check on Freddy, and then we got to click on Bonnet's nose for sure. So when Bonnet shows up, usually a good spot. I usually wait till Bonnet's around here, and that's to avoid Nightmare on, of course. So
Nightmare
could be annoyed by this point. If you just hover over here, it's easy to do when the mini arenas are there, because you can't see all that well, and it's getting dim because ventilation's going out. But yeah, you can click on Bonnet's nose over here. Just make sure you don't miss. So that's about it. Click on that nose. That nose. All right. Cool. What else? I'm gonna keep playing that video after I erase this. Okay, cool. Here we go. All right. I got rid of Freddy on the left. We're gonna flip again soon here. Okay. And I actually decided to do the flip before 2 minutes because I would not have to worry about an ad or a phone call popping up really quick. So like during that time, this gives me a little bit of time to click that mute call. That's a terrible spot for a mute call. You see this right here, like, oh my goodness, it's a terrible spot. There's another spot like right here. It's not overlapping this, but it's a little bit above. That's a terrible spot for it too. I just don't like it when it's over there, because you can accidentally either flip your mask or flip the camera, which can end the night. So accidentally one pixel down too far, and you actually, let's see, maybe like, how far is that? Maybe like 6 pixels or something. No, it's more than that. Anyway, you get the point. It's a small margin, and yeah, you don't want to click on, especially the cameras here. Okay. I gotta pay 5 coins to Rockstar Freddy. Don't flash BB, Nightmare BB. Click on Helpy to get rid of Helpy, otherwise Music Man could get a little bit annoyed, and you have OMC to worry about. Alright, let's keep going. Fox is also on the table, so we'll have to do a quick flip here. Alright, Helpy's gone with a mute call. Swap back to, we got rid of Ballora, got rid of BB, and we're about ready to flip with Foxy as well.
Gars, 0 fois il me flippe pas.
And you
Attends,
see
ah
I
bon, c'est
took
pas vraiment
stock
ça.
in
Mais...
the multiples of 3 as well. So I flipped at the 209 mark on this. So anyway, I don't know if the multiples of 3 really has any credence to it, but that was about a 10-second allowance on Foxy being on the counter, and it seemed to be okay. Golden Freddy's out, so I'm going to have to flip the mask down. You see I'm opening up the mid-vent again.
Il a encore tellement de batterie, mais qu'à 3 heures j'avais moins de 50. C'est compliqué. Hein.
Have some annoyance with BB. Alright, that's about it. Note also with Golden Freddy, I guess you see, I mean, trash in the game can pop up at various parts, but yeah, that's just a noise and distraction thing in the office. Golden Freddy, you can put the mask down so fast that it won't register as a negation to Golden Freddy. So I think Scott put that in the game so that it really tries to get the intent of the player as opposed to, oh hey, I accidentally put on the mask. So anyway, let's see what I do. Okay, mask done, and that is a bad frame. There we go. Okay. So I'm almost halfway through the night. At this point, if you're doing a no death coin run, then you're going to want to think about getting ready for the plushie purchase, but here we don't. And we have Bonnie on the table, so we're going to stay here for about another 45 seconds. I mean, I'm going to wait until the ventilation really goes down. So, alright, Old Man Consequences is there, and here we go. 215, swap back to Music Box. Springtrap just chilling. Again, you don't have to close it immediately on Springtrap or any of the mid-vents just before you do another camera flip. One thing, if you want to get more coins, you can close W right now and you get a coin from Springtrap, and then later on you get Springtrap showing up more frequently. So that's another way of handling that. But with this one, you don't have to waste the power. You don't need the extra coins. And, I mean, it's less actions that you have to take because of you just sitting there with Springtrap staring at you until the next camera flip, alright?
Peut-être pas forcément besoin des sous-titres en fait. Hein.
Alright, Phantom Freddy is starting to fade in a little bit.
En fait, on s'en fout clairement de Phantom Freddy en fait. Clairement lui.
Got rid of Ballora and Freddy.
Ouais. Et en fait, on s'en fout de Phantom Freddy en fait.
Clairement. Phantom Freddy startle you like that. You can use your flashlight to slow Phantom Freddy down, and then, yeah, you just keep flashing or whatever. Just make sure, if you're doing that, not to flash the right side of the screen if Nightmare BB is slouched over, because if that happens and you accidentally flash over on that side, and sometimes it's more annoying than others, then yeah, you're going to get a jump scare from Nightmare BB, alright? 245. Got Ballora gone. Alright, here's the flip.
C'est foiré. C'est foiré.
So what happens if I miss a flip? I have to very quickly, before the ventilation completely runs out, make sure that I flash Nightmare BB if he's standing up with
ouais,
the
non,
teeth
il est assis,
I do have to click on Bonnet's nose. I think I did check the door on Freddy really quickly, just in case Freddy was going to show up. But I'm going to have to do a flip.
Ah, c'est la merde, hein.
One thing to note here, outside of this annoyance right here. Funtime Chica's there as a visual distraction.
Ouais.
I'm going to have to pay 5 coins eventually. But
non, ça on s'en fout pour l'instant.
There's not another chance of Rockstar Freddy spawning for another 5 coins. He's not going to say, please deposit 10 coins or please deposit 15 coins. It's going to stay as 5. So you can last several flips if you're doing quick flips with Rockstar Freddy there and not have to pay every time. Just pay once or use the heater to short circuit Rockstar Freddy. I don't do that in this case because I don't want to spend the power to do that. So,
mais t'as déjà énormément de batterie, mec.
Aspect of this happening as well. Okay, so
mais j'avais cette batterie 1 minute plus tôt.
Make sure that BB or JJ hasn't shown up. So those are the things I want to check, as well as Scrap Baby. Scrap Baby. If Scrap Baby is looking at me right now, that's a real threat at this point. All right.
Ouais.
So let's see what happens. All right. No Scrap Baby, and we're good. Okay.
Il y a Foxy, ok, il y a Foxy.
So that took care of that. You don't want to miss on a ventilation reset if possible, but I did there, and I still survived it. Note that Foxy is still no pieces in the office, which is very good. All right. So we're almost 3 minutes in. It's going to be 4 a.m. here. On a no-death coin run, you're going to want to be on cam 6 and check at this point, really. You want to make sure that 3 minutes point 0 is loaded, and then that's it for that part. But anyway, here we go. Another phone call, get rid of that. Ballora, bye-bye. Alright, we're going to flip, I think, at 309. Yep. Okay. But Foxy's legs
Foxy
are in the
là.
room now, so
Ok.
that's really 3 steps away from a jump scare, because you have the first thing that Foxy does is you have the legs here. So you got the legs.
Les jambes sont
Over
là.
here, you can have another piece on the floor. So the right side, you can have the, I should say the torso. So let's say torso. And then you can have the final step before a jump scare, potentially. And you have Foxy's head on the counter, staring at you all the while. You were like, how am I going to win this night? All right. So those are the 3 things that Foxy can build up to in the office. But at the same time, as I mentioned, I don't know that there is not just some random, hey, advanced 1, advanced 2, advanced 3 steps. And I've had, again, I think I've mentioned this as well, Foxy wasn't in the office at all, and then I flipped, and then it was a jump scare. That was odd, but that's happened a few times. So anyway, RNG to figure out later. All right, we're at 60 degrees, so I should probably turn off the fan. Okay, good. I swapped back to music box. Ballora's gone. Old Man Consequences is gone. Get rid of the phone call. All right, Phantom Freddy is starting to fade in pretty close. So I'm probably going to let him startle and then shut the mid-vent. Yep. And see, you got Ballora there too. That sound was really loud and I could barely hear Ballora. But I got rid of Ballora. And yeah, that's that part. We're good. Okay. I shut off the fan. I got rid of the phone call. It's going to come up in 3:45.
Mais il continue à utiliser le power generator, mais il est complètement fou.
Alright, I'm going to get rid of Toy Bonnie here by keeping the mask
Je
down
pensais même
there.
pas que ce soit possible en fait.
I think I checked on Freddy there on the left door.
Ouais, ouais,
And
c'est
then
bon.
I'm going to do another WSSW, and this will be the last flip that we need to do. Alright. Okay. So the principle here as well with Foxy, I should mention this as part of the Foxy split and all that. And you see actually there's the arm as well. I should mention that. So the arm.
Ouais, il y a son
on the
bras.
right side you'll have the torso. Anyway, Foxy's on the table, but we don't have to flip again, so we're gonna keep Foxy on the table the entire rest of the night. All right. Okay. So let's keep going here. We have Nightmare BB to worry about. Helpy has to be clicked, but we don't have to flip again at this point. All right. And if you let Music Box run out, you're gonna have to do a very fast flip and very frequently, but we're not gonna let that happen. All right. Here we go. Yeah. The torso is on the right and the arm is on the left.
Ouais.
So that's basically 2 steps in. The next
Il y a
one will
encore
be head of
tellement de
table
batterie, mais
and
c'est
or
tellement
jump
de
scare.
l'abus.
I don't know if the next flip would have caused both. My guess is probably yes, but who knows? We will never find out. All right. So we're almost to the end of the night. We got Bonnet to click. Good. Toy Chica. Good. Now I swap back to Music Box. And note right here, if I have the Music Box on at 4:15, all right? So right here is a timeline.
Ok.
4:15 point.
À partir de quand on peut la désactiver?
And I turn on the Music Box here before this mark. Remember, 4:30 is going to come up pretty soon here.
Voilà.
So I guess let's do a block swap. So instead of having to deal with Music Box entirely here, we're going to swap over to Power Generator, so 1 as opposed to a 5, about halfway through. And it could be an 8-7 split. So let's say we go through 4:23 or something like that. That's a safe mark, and then you'll have enough charge here to last you, and the charge is gonna go down all the way through, like maybe 4:31, 4:32, but by 4:30 you're done. All right. So let's keep going. Let's see when I actually swap here. Yep, 4:23 point whatever, and we're good for the rest of the night.
25%.
Sometimes you will at this point have a Ballora appearance at 4:28. And sometimes you won't.
Non, c'est pas 4,26, un truc du genre, je crois.
Yeah, just something to pay attention to. One other thing, if you are running low on power at this point, and this one's going to be a 25% run, that's really, really solid. And that's not nearly my best, but that is really, really solid. If you're running low on power and you have to let the power generator run and the music box runs out, well, if Old Man Consequences shows up here, so OMC,
Ouais.
with this fishing line.
Ah, genre personne peut nous tuer quand il y a le même
If
conséquence,
you
c'est
have
ça
to
le
try to
truc?
catch a fish here, and you don't catch the fish, and the music box runs out, or your ventilation runs out,
Ah.
if you let this go and you don't catch the fish, he basically prevents you from going to the cameras for a few seconds.
Mais oui.
And this will prevent you from having to go into the cameras. All right.
Mais
So that's
oui.
basically a way to safeguard against.
Mais oui,
low
mais c'est
power
pas
if you
con
have
ça
to
en
have
plus.
power generator running for a long time. Just let that old man consequence fish go. Old man consequences fish, whatever. And then you'll have an inability to go to the cameras, to have to reset ventilation. So what do you do in an extremely low power percentage remaining situation toward the end of the night? Because you can't have 1% power stretch forever unless you just have power generator running. You also have to worry about music box.
Mais oui, mais mec, moi je pouvais rien faire, moi c'est quasiment à la fin de la nuit là, mec. Il me restait 1% vraiment j'ai essayé de recharger la music box à un maximum à la fin. Mais dès que j'ai vu qu'il me restait plus qu'1%, j'ai juste encore un petit peu attendu, j'ai mis le power generator, moi j'en avais juste rien à foutre, hein. Moi je voulais juste gagner moi.
Music box charge. So if your music box block just ran at like 4:15 and then you change back to power generator, so full charge on the music box, you should be good to hold on power generator the rest of the night. That helps a whole lot. You just want to keep power generator on in that case. But if you don't have a charge on the music box, you're not going to want to have music box on much at all. You only have 3 seconds of usage before that percentage runs out if you have music box on and nothing else is running at all. All right, hopefully your temperature is okay. You're not going to want to worry about fan in that case, but if you...
Attends, j'ai juste voir un petit peu pour à la fin de la nuit, genre à 4,20, ah ouais, à 4,22 il me restait quoi, enfin genre il me restait 1%, mais j'étais à combien de température? Je vais voir ça. J'étais à 97 degrés. Ah oui, quand même, c'est pas mal. Attends, à 4,20 j'étais à 89. Ouais, c'est un peu chaud quand même.
had a hot office, Jacko Chica could get you as well.
Ouais,
But
mais
what you're
bon.
probably going to want to do is get your power generator on. And note that when your power runs out, that's the worst state to be in because you can't even flip the mask. And it sends you very quickly, ventilation runs out more quickly, kind of like when the music box runs out, just an accelerated decrease in ventilation remaining. It sends you to kind of a pseudo camera state. You can't reset ventilation. The funny thing is, you can still honk Freddy's nose if you click just right, and you can also click on MeBird. I can't get a click on the menu with Rockstar Foxy in that case, but just an interesting thing there. But if you have Toy Chica show up from the left or Toy
Ouais, on
Bonnie
n'a
from
pas
the
besoin de
right,
mettre le
then
masque.
you are not going to be able to defend yourself with no power remaining. You also aren't going to be able to stop Ballora if she shows up at 428.0. You have about 1.8 seconds to stop Ballora, but when you can't shut a door because you have no power,
Ah,
you
merde.
can't defend yourself. So the best bet, try to have power through the end of the night. It's better to run out of music box than it
Bah
is
oui,
to run out of power.
clairement.
All right, running out of...
Mais en fait, c'est pour ça en fait que j'ai mis le power generator. On priorise quand même le power generator à la fin de la nuit que la music box, parce que même à ça, on s'en fout. On s'en fout parce qu'en fait là, évidemment, il y a plus de facilité à crever quand il y a quand il y a plus de batterie que quand en fait la music box s'achève entièrement. De toute façon, on l'a bien vu à la fin. Et la music box que là, le power generator, là, on est à 4,25. Là, il y a Ballora qui est arrivé, donc j'aurais pu crever là si j'avais laissé la music box en fait. Donc la music box est libérée à 4,28,5, un truc du genre. Ce qui fait que, bah voilà, j'ai gagné. Putain, il me restait 99 degrés à la fin. J'étais à 99 degrés à la toute fin. Et même, hein, le compteur a eu le temps de s'afficher 100 degrés. On a eu le temps de voir un petit 100 degrés qui est apparu là, à la dernière seconde. Donc clairement, ouais, je priorise le power generator à la fin de la nuit que la music box.
Power is the worst possible case. All right, and if you have to run out of power, make sure it's like the last 2 seconds or so. You're not gonna have...
Bah ouais, bah de toute façon quand la music box, quand la PP s'était libérée, il restait 1 seconde, donc voilà, voilà, c'était large.
Have all that much time to survive that. But if you do run out of music box ventilation, or you do run out of power, those are both problems. And that pseudo camera state, as well as any time you visit the cameras, you got to worry about Freddy jump scaring you. You got to worry about anyone from the events. And I mean, if Nightmare and Nightmare Fredbear also are there, that's also another problem. So if you have the power generator on, shut that left door until you hear the thud, for long hold, and then thud from Freddy.
Oh mais j'en avais pas rien à foutre, moi je voulais juste économiser ma batterie.
Still, because you have 12 seconds of any sort of processing with anything with the power generator on. All right. If you have just the power generator on, you're good, but you have to worry about music box.
Ouais.
And yeah, that's probably going to run out if you don't have a good charge on it. All right. Then after you close that door on Freddy, you're going to want to close that mid vent to get rid of either Springtrap, Molten Freddy, or Ennard. If you know that they're gone by that point, you don't have to do that. But if Phantom Freddy startles you, or if it goes to that pseudo camera state, you're not going to want to be jump scared. Mangle's not going to be too much of an issue.
No.
Unless you get really, really unlucky. But if Mangle shows up in the office when either power runs out or music box brings the ventilation down, yeah, I mean, that could be an issue, but I wouldn't worry about it in that case. If you do still have power and the music box forces the ventilation down so quickly it's crazy, then when you go to that camera state while you still have power, try to reset the ventilation and get out of the cameras as fast as you can. Hold the power generator on and then hope that that's enough to last you the rest of the night. But a lot of power generator towards the end of the night, and yeah, I mean, you don't want to be in that situation, but sometimes, I mean, yeah, maybe you could be in that situation and just make clear-headed decisions. Just think power generator saves power. I would say, though, I mean, there's a generous amount of power that can be saved. I mean, example here, 25% remaining. That can be upped by quite a lot. So I would say if you are running low on power, I mean, you can play this again, end up with the same type of scenario late in the night, but you might have 5% more power or 10% more power than a few runs before. You just keep building on the principles and get better and better, and end up with better and better results. That's the name of the game here. If you're fresh on the skills, it's easy to improve what you have already, all right? And there we go. I could have let that go, but I didn't need to.
Voilà.
And that's it. Also make sure that Phantom Freddy doesn't startle you toward the end of the night there. That would be a problem. And again, let's go back just a second. 10,600, again, just saying here that if you remember Didi...
Ah, le roster de Didi, ouais. D'accord.
And you can use Didi Repel on normal modes, but Didi Repel is not going to do anything on this one because XOR shows up. Didi can spawn in animatronics at 45 seconds or a minute 30, anywhere from AI 6 to 10, all right? XOR is basically the grayscale version of Didi, but also like a boss mode Didi, and it's going to spawn in animatronics at 10. Remember those secret animatronics? Yeah, they're worth, there are 6 of them, and they're worth AI 10 each. So you have 50 animatronics to start the night, times your 20 AI. So 50 animatronics, that's a number. And then you multiply that by 20 AI times
50 fois 20 fois 10.
AI value for AI point, I guess. And then you get 10,000 from this. Yeah, you get 6. 10,000. And then what happens with the 600? Well, you have 6 animatronics at 10 AI and
Ah, puis 6 fois 10 fois 10, 6 fois 100, 600.
Well, what about the death coin? Because that death coin Funtime Foxy, I mean, that's 4920, isn't it? No, because you started the night with 50 and you dealt with Funtime Foxy by getting 10 coins very painstakingly and then going and buying the coin in the shop and then using that on Funtime Foxy. If you watch the Daco interview with Scott that I'm so glad that we all got, that was pretty cool. definitely wore on me to try to put extra hours in helping with that. I had a crazy set of weeks at work during that time, and I was helping out Daco during that time as well. It was a crazy week, and I'm glad I finished the mode 2, but I was pretty sure that if it was going to be possible, I'd be able to do it. I don't know. I mean, I've beaten the hard modes before on these, so anyway. Beside the point, I'm glad we got that Scott interview, but Scott said in that interview that 50-20 mode, the way that we accomplished it with the death coin, was an intended way of winning 50-20. So it wasn't a hack around it. It wasn't 49-20 or anything like that. If it were 49-20, you wouldn't see XOR. So 49-20, you get 9,800 points. This one, you spawn an XOR and you get an extra 600. And I guess, yeah, 49-20, you could still get a random XOR on a blue moon, then you'd end up with 10,400.
Ouais.
That would be crazy, too. Get a 49-20 and have XOR show up.
Genre, ça fait 10 400 points. C'est pas mal, hein?
Anyway, so, yeah, the secret animatronics bring it up to 10,600. But one thing with Death Coin is you're going to note on the screen coming up that Funtime Foxy is going to be disabled on the main menu. All right? So the Death Coin does not refresh that animatronic to the value that animatronic started at. All right? So you're going to see, basically, a grayed out Funtime Foxy right here. All right? As I get a useless power-up from Rockstar Freddy. Alright, so you see here... Uh-oh, well... Let's erase...
Funtime Foxy, c'est pas dans la nuit. Lol.
I'm on the wrong screen here. Okay, here. This right here. See, it's grayed out and it says 0.
Et ouais.
Point value right now is 9,800. Because if you start over the night, yeah, it's not going to reset Funtime Foxy to the original value, which I think is kind of a pain, and it would have been annoying. Like maybe have some kind of icon here that said, you know, Death Coined or something, or some like, you know, X over the face of Funtime Foxy or something, but it would still have 20 because you started the night on 20. That would have been a more generous not AI but UI decision on that, so the user interface. But you have to reset with set all 20 in order to play 50-20 again. So if you get past the Death Coin part and then you don't win the night, or if you win the night, you're going to have to reset to 20.
C'est vrai que ça c'est chiant quand même. Je me suis fait aussi avoir quelques fois par ça.
There are a few more things I can discuss here, so let's discuss those in the next segment. But yeah, I kind of wish that the UI were designed a little bit differently. I guess it adds to the no death coin route because you don't have that issue with no death coin. Okay.
Mais après c'est vrai. Oh là 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 là. Cette musique. Je te jure, qui utilise encore cette musique de nos jours?
So what about some of the other cases in which you're going to have to basically call an audible to figure out what to do, how to salvage the night, that type of thing? Because sometimes you're not going to get the best odds, sometimes you're not going to get the best appearance time of XOR.
Et les outils se réactivent tout seuls, hein.
In this case right here, you are looking at the shop cam, but you visited cam 5 and Bonnie was there, and you have nothing but static. Well, a lot of these things you have to line up with other things on the screen. And you note here the buy button for the death coin is right here. All right?
Ok.
You notice it lines up with this top line right here.
Ok.
The problem is you're going to have the ability of the cameras to slide left and right. So you're going to have to click around to find that buy button, but you get the vertical component correct, you have a shot of it. So remember this right here for the buy button there. The thing is too, this usually doesn't happen, but usually by the time you get death coin, you're going to have 10 and not 20 coins. I almost have even 20 coins by now, which is crazy. But if you don't have 20 coins, even if you click around aimlessly on this line horizontally, you're not going to be able to buy the...
Bah après si t'as vraiment 20 face coin, tu peux acheter une pluche sans faire exprès, ça c'est vraiment con pour le coup.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to buy this, so there's no threat of you accidentally buying that plushie. But if you have 20 coins, yeah, you're going to run that risk if you have nothing but static and you don't know where the camera is or whatever. So that's just a quick way of lining things up there. Some of the other things, if you have a Golden Freddy mask flip that goes too quickly and it doesn't register, and you see it in time, you can flip again and you will get rid of Golden Freddy. So yeah, one of the things to do to avoid that is when you exit the camera, go that same route to where you're resetting. If you reset ventilation, you're going to click here. Then you're going to hit S. All right, and then you're going to go here and bounce over the mask, and then bring your mouse over here so you avoid Nightmarion. All right, so you're going to keep your mask on until Golden Freddy's not a threat, as opposed to going so quickly and flipping it up and down that, one, Golden Freddy might not register you doing that, and two, Nightmarion doesn't have a field day with you being in the same spot for a long period of time. All right, so yay! Circle around my face though. All right, I'm looking like an astronaut. Cool. Another thing to think about there, Rockstar Bonnie cams. It's these four right here. It's kind of like a rectangle. I think of it like a rectangle. You have cams 6, 2, 1, and 8. So this one's the Toy Freddy, the T-Fred cam. T-Fred. This one is the Fun Time Foxy. Fun Fox. And then you have the right hall and the left hall. The problem is, if you're trying to catch the guitar, if you're trying to click on the guitar is going to be on the left side of the screen. Let's actually go to a Toy Freddy portion here. All right, yeah. In this case, you might not even see the camera. You might not even see the guitar on the camera, because it's going to be like over here. All right, but it might not be scrolled all the way over to the left, so you might have to wait a little while. So it's problematic to have to find that guitar. But if it's not over here and you go to 1, 2, 6 or whatever, you're gonna have to check each camera. It's nicer if you're on one of these cameras to have the guitar appear where you are, and you can click on it right away. You'll see kind of a quick dim at the 13 multiple, and then you can either see the guitar or not. But that is a cue that Rockstar Bonnie is there.
Oh,
and,
ouais,
you
vrai.
have to take care of Rockstar Bonnie within 16.6 seconds. If you don't click on the guitar by that point, then you are done. But it's so rare to get rid of Rockstar Bonnie after the first, say, 20 seconds that it's almost not worth going for. Interestingly, if you watch that St. Jude charity stream, the 2020 stream, and again, yeah, thanks so much to Matt Pat for letting me be part of that stream. If I didn't mention that already, it was really cool to be a part of. But I got rid of one of the Rockstar Bonnie guitars at least 40 seconds into the night. It was pretty crazy, and I was pretty psyched about that. It's very rare that you actually can do that. The problem is Toy Freddy got me because I was on the cameras for so long, and Toy Freddy was loose. So that was a little buzzkill, because I'm like, oh snap! I got the Rockstar Bonnie guitar so late, and I'm still going. But man, yeah, it's crazy. And you got to get back over to camera 2 at that point, because late in the night, yeah, you got to cam stall Rockstar Chica and the plushies at
Ouais,
105
c'est
for
vrai.
sure. All right.
Ouais, ouais.
What else? Odd scenarios, also known issues. I guess I would put the Golden Freddy mask thing under known issues, but I'm pretty sure Scott put that in there so you don't spam the mask accidentally and get rid of Golden Freddy unintentionally. But it would be nice if there were a little bit more allowance for people to be super fast, because for a while when I was not taking my time with the mask, I was trying to get the flip done and all that. I would flip really quick and get out of there, but yeah, I would get jump scared by Golden Freddy much more than any other animatronic at that point. So you got to keep the mask on till it registers with Golden Freddy. It doesn't eat power, which is good, but it does limit your visibility as well as functionality to go back to the camera if you need to. And you shouldn't really have to go back to the cameras immediately. That's already risky. You're going to have to check a few things beforehand. But anyway, okay, so that's another thing. I think I mentioned the 0-0 thing with Nightmarion. So if you have your mouse over here in the top left of your screen, just sitting at 0-0, so X coordinate, Y coordinate, 0-0, yeah, you will get a jump scare from Nightmarion as he burns in off of the edge of the screen. It's very odd, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's just an image off the side of the screen that burns in like that. So we've gone through a whole lot already. Let's discuss making it even safer or more reliable, all right? And I have to get out of the kick of saving as much power as possible if I want to implement these strategies, because I got to go back to trying to get as high power as I possibly can. And really the way to do that is to go a Death Coin Marionette route. And that would be basically the no Death Coin route, but without having to deal with Music Box. And you would swap between Power Generator and nothing instead of Power Generator and Music Box. You have the option of tapping the music box right at the 15.0s and then, you know, turning that off really quickly, but that's optional. And then don't check on the point zeros basically, and you won't have to worry about lefty either. Okay? You just have to worry about Chica as well if you don't do that music box tap. But anyway, okay, so that's discussing the efficiency and like ultimate green run and that type of thing. But that would be the best way to save as much power as possible. Well, what if here I just wanted to make it more reliable and I have to worry about Orville and Ned? That's a weird frame too. I'm pretty sure this is still Ned. It's just this is supposed to be brown. It's just a weird static color overlay on this frame, I guess. But those two can attack you at about the 19-second mark if it's a really just disadvantageous run or whatnot. So let's do a prolonged timeline here. So we have 0.0 and we have a 15.0 and a 30.0, and I'm hoping you can see this. But you have those time markers right there, and if you have the potential like right here of having Orville or Ned, so Orville or Ned jump scare, well, if you're swapping to the music box anyway at around the 15 mark, so let's say it's right before in an ideal world, well, you could actually just do this. You do a 3 for heater,
Ah
and that
bon?
will send them back to either one of these sides. Then you could do a
Ouais,
4
mais ça
to
casse-pied
cool
de la
it,
batterie
cool
un
it
peu
down
quand
and
même.
undo the heater. And then you could push 5 for the music box. All right, then you run the music box all the way through beyond 30. So that's one way, is you could add an extra heater before the 15-second mark, and then you won't have to worry about Orville and Ned, unless the randoms are just so far against you that that doesn't affect them in that time period, which is still possible. But anyway, you do have to worry about the temperature, so that's why I say add in the
Voilà,
power AC
exactement.
after the heater if you're going to do this. And early on, you're going to have more temperature issues than later on in the night if you're running the splits between music box and power generator / fan. Okay, so what else? So this would make it a little more reliable in that regard. If you really wanted to be really safe with those two animatronics as well, because your audio lure over here is going to take care of the other 3 animatronics unless you miss that juncture. I have not been jump scared by any of those past putting that here. It's always either Orville or Ned if it's one of the ducked animatronics. But anyway, they'll, you know, rush down over here and they won't care that the audio lure is here, especially not Orville. Orville's not affected by that. Ned is slightly, but not enough to prevent Ned from showing up sometimes very quickly. So you can, before a camera flip, run the heater, and that usually will give you about, you know, a good 19 seconds at least. It's the same type of principle. So anytime you use the heater and you hear a few thuds, yeah, you'll have 19 seconds or so where they'll have to recoup and, you know, try it again. And interestingly, if they respawn over here, which they can do after a heater, so Orville can spawn over here or Ned, either way. I think they flip after the second time you use the heater, I think. I don't know if it's completely random. I'd have to do a little more testing on that. But they can actually go down here a little bit faster. So let's say like 16 seconds or so. It gives you enough time for you to do the Bonnie flip and then the Foxy flip. And then you have to worry about the heater next time you do that. But again, I would use the power AC after using the heater unless you're really okay on temperature. If you really want to go risky, you can click on MeBird. So there is a slight chance, but not a huge chance, that Rockstar Foxy at AI 20 will spawn MeBird. It's about a 1 in 256 for all 4 MeBirds to show up on AI 20. It's really about a 1 in 4. So you
Ah ouais,
have
quand même.
1 in 4 for an appearance. And then once the appearance shows up, it's a 1 in 3 just about to have a friendly encounter with
Ah oui.
MeBird. All right? Flapping. Yeah. Got that bird. So the appearance is about 1 in 4. The happy.
Il y a une chance sur 4
bird,
d'apparaître
happy
quand même, hein.
Rockstar
C'est
Fox is
pas
about 1
énorme.
in 3 if there's an appearance there. So I wouldn't take this chance regularly unless you're really trying to squeak out an extra percentage or 2 of power. And it's a pain. It's a real pain. Like you'll be like, well, I have to take a risk. If the temperature's really, really crazy high, maybe it's better just to click on MeBird at that point. You can run power AC, but you have to watch out that you don't run out of global music box or music box energy either. All right. So you want to keep the music box wound, but the power AC you can't run at the same time as the music box. You can run the fan at the same time as the music box, but sometimes the fan doesn't decrease the temperature fast enough for you to get out of a Jacko Chica jump scare, because Jacko Chica, when it's hot in the room, starts to build up the angry energy and then can jump scare you if it stays too hot. All right. So sometimes if you click on Rockstar Foxy and the temperature is crazy, you can click on the 60-degree, like, let's make it 60 degrees. After that point, if you want to get rid of Jacko Chica, you can close both the left and the right door, and then it'll kind of like go down, and then you'll be okay. All right. So then you're good. Oh man, that's not a reliable thing. That's just like an emergency. What if that happens? So I guess that goes in the last segment. But anyway, we have a little bit of overlap with that. But anyway, you can use the heater to be safe with those two animatronics. I usually flip fast enough that unless it's early in the night, like in this case, I got a few jump scares on the stream too with Orville and Ned, and it's because at this point, like, I was on the cameras just, you know, trying to get coins. So you get that Faz coin, and yeah, I don't know, you take that risk. So that's about it. So early on, that can happen quite a bit, but once you're later on in the night, if you get past the death coin part, your flips are going to be so fast that usually you're not going to have a problem with any of those ducked animatronics. Because even if they're at the opening here, like they can you know, double back and just go this way, and they can go all the way back and be like, oh yeah, I'm just going to go over here to the closed vent now. And while the likelihood might not be huge on that, it's still a possibility. So anyway, those are the those are the duct safety strategies. If you really want to close doors a little bit differently and not have to worry about Freddy, one thing that you can do is you can, let's go back to the office. So let's get a frame with that. Here. So if you're in the office, we're at 15.0 right now. Let's say here, you want to close this right here. I guess I should probably do this here. Let's look at this screen. All right, you're going to close this door. If you really want to, you can. And then you're also going to have to close W also. So what you would do if you want to close these two and your sign is already over here, all right, then you're already on cam 2. Well, you can do AWS and then wait. You can click ventilation reset here or whatever, and then SWA. All right. Always important, as mentioned before, line up your ventilation resets. Just find the spot on the screen where that lines up.
On ferme toujours les deux portes. Donc la porte de en face, c'est la porte de gauche, toujours.
That's a big thing, is preparing in advance for things that you're gonna have to do, so that you don't have to spend extra cycles in the cameras. Basically, playing the cameras are lava, and getting out of there as fast as you can in most cases. All right, not completely early in the night, but toward the end of the night, past that death coin part for sure. You want to stay out of the cameras as much as possible. Another thing, if you're in a scenario to where you're playing that the no death coin route, and you want to have Chica, or Rockstar Chica, I should say. Let's try that again. If you're on the no death coin route and you're trying to push Rockstar Chica over to this side, you're going to flip the sign over to the right side, the wet floor sign to the right side, and then you're going to do AWS SWA, same thing. All right. So that will take care of not having to shut the door on Freddy. You don't want to open the left door before you flip the cameras back, though. So if you do AWS, you're going to get a jump scare, most likely, unless no one's there. But anyway, you want to be sure you know where Rockstar Chica is, and then do your closures accordingly. I mean, I guess you could, like the first time I beat 50/20 mode, I just kind of wanted it in the bank and get that done, but it was extremely tough with power, because I was doing AWDS.
Putain, il est fou.
S DWA. All right.
J'en ai toutes les portes quasiment.
Like, whoop, whoop. Like it was so much, and that eats up power like crazy.
Bah oui.
Like, you don't need this. You don't need this. If
Mais la porte de droite, on s'en fout.
And you definitely don't need this and this if you.
Donc, logiquement, c'est qu'on pourrait que fermer la porte de, on pourrait que fermer le petit conduit là. Hein. Pas besoin de fermer la porte de gauche, hein, du coup. Parce qu'on sait que Freddy, il apparaît que à partir de 35 secondes, un truc du genre, puisque la température est encore assez basse là, hein. Pas se leurrer. Donc là, il y aurait juste besoin de fermer la porte de le petit conduit là. Et il y aurait même pas non plus besoin de fermer le conduit là s'il n'y avait pas encore Mangle. Ou encore aucun de nos animatroniques. Donc en fait, on pourrait le faire sans fermer aucune porte en fait. Et en plus, avec le pouvoir générateur, ça économiserait un maximum de batterie en fait. C'est fou, hein.
Uh-oh, disconnect, reconnect. Oh, we're back. You don't need the right door if you have the cameras on cam 2 by that point, all right? So I just wanted to win in the books at that point, and then, yeah, I dealt with getting the music later and then improving the power percentage from there. So small steps, building on each little thing. Make progress and then kind of build on that, but again, don't get too flustered. Just know that if you get to a certain point, just build on that, improve on that the next time, maybe the next session. You know, play it like 45-minute chunks. That's been huge for me. It's about the length of my attention span, so I don't start making silly mistakes on my own. I also don't get like burned out on it and don't want to play it the next day or whatever. So if you're really trying to practice up on this, I would recommend having a good mentality going into it, being patient, just working on getting rid of the silly mistakes, but also not getting flustered when you do make those mistakes. And then just see what you can build on and then improve upon, and then you're just going to get further and further. Then, hey, maybe you'll get 50-20 mode. I think it's very doable. It just takes a lot of skill build-up, and once you're there...
On va y avoir une pub, donc logique. Je sais même pas que c'est luminaire. Donc, faire 9,50-20, super.
Alright, so the easiest way to access 50-20 mode is to click the Set All 20 button.
Voilà.
You can adjust all the animatronics individually.
Y a pas besoin de les faire tous un par un. Ce serait trop long, d'ailleurs, en y pensant. Ce serait vachement long quand même de tous ces...
Up to 20 if
voilà.
you want, but that's really inefficient. One nice part about 50-20 mode is that if you're not quite there yet, but you're close and you want to practice 49-20 mode, you just click that Set All 20 button, and then, you know, you can get rid of one, or if you want to play 48-20, you can get rid of a few of these just to practice up, and then later on add some of the other tricky ones to get 50-20 mode. 50-20 mode is a little bit of a misnomer because, yeah, you see the point value starts at 10,000, but if you actually win the night, 10,600 is the point total that you get.
Bah oui.
There's 6 animatronics that one other animatronic called XOR. I guess you could call that animatronic exclusive OR if you really want. But Scott said he didn't know why he named that animatronic XOR. But anyway, I mean, if you're into logic and math and programming, you've probably heard of XOR, the exclusive OR. So anyway, exclusive OR comes in and then brings in 6 animatronics at 10 AI apiece. So you have points, 10 points, multiplicand here, and so you have 1,000 total points on the board, and then 10 points per point, or per AI point, I should say. So it's 10,000, and then you get an extra 600. So 6 animatronics at 10 AI. So you multiply that by 10, so you get 60 times 10 is 600 extra points. All right, I think you understand that. Okay, cool. Another thing to consider is the office that you... I think you understand that. Okay,
Ouais, les coins,
that you can play in.
garde les
Interestingly,
points.
the first one, you don't have to unlock it all, but you can, every blue moon, access another office randomly. And it's kind of annoying if you're trying to win in Office 1, the default Ultimate Custom Made office, because, yeah, you play, you start the night, you're like, yeah, I got Office 1 selected, then it turns out, oh, no, it's a sister location office this time. And then, you know, maybe 10 times down the road, or like 25 times down the road, you're like, oh, it's the Five Nights at Freddy's 4 office. And it's like, I didn't want that office, but anyway.
Ouais, des fois, il te choisit un autre bureau, je sais pas pourquoi. C'est censé être des easter eggs, mais ça sert absolument à rien, en fait.
Moon, access another office randomly, and it's kind of annoying if you're trying to win in Office 1, the default Ultimate Custom Made office, because, yeah, you play, you start the night, you're like, yeah, I got Office 1 selected, then it turns out, oh, no, it's a sister location office this time. And then, you know, maybe 10 times down the road, or like 25 times down the road, you're like, oh, it's the Five Nights at Freddy's 4 office. And it's like, I didn't want that office. But anyway, if you haven't unlocked those offices, then you can get those. I think that was the Easter egg. Like, hey, you can check out these other offices while you don't have the points to unlock them yet. But once you have the points, I wish that would go away. You know, I want to select that office. So anyway, Office 1 is it's really nicely designed. I really like the design of the office. It's nice looking, all that. It's not the most bright, but it's probably the second brightest of the bunch. The problem I have with Office 1, the Office 1, I wish that would go away. You know, I want to select that office. So anyway, Office 1 is it's really nicely designed. I really like the design of the office. It's nice looking, all that. It's not the most bright, but it's probably the second brightest of the bunch. The problem I have with Office 1 is that Helpy often gets caught behind Scrap Baby's head. And I guess you
Ah
can
oui,
see
c'est vrai.
just a tiny bit of Helpy's cheek, but you need to see Helpy as much as you can when everyone else is in the way. If you scroll to the right side of the screen, yeah, you can see Helpy. But if you're on the left side of the screen, you can barely see Helpy behind Scrap Baby's big old head if Scrap Baby's there. So that's problematic. If you keep getting air horned, or you get air horned enough that you have to turn off the power generator for a while, then you're losing efficiency there, okay? Office 2, I think, is the worst of the bunch. That's a sister location office. That one is just, it's so dim. Like, it's a nice looking office again, it's just, it's so dim. And so when you're losing ventilation, you don't know exactly when you have just a little bit of air and when you are just completely out. And by that time, it's, I don't know, you're probably going to flip earlier than you're going to need to with that office in comparison with some of the other ones. Okay, that's the second one. Also, Helpy is not in a great position with Nightmare On and Scrap Baby on that one. That one is my least favorite office, but I don't know, it's not for a bad design, you know? Five Nights at Freddy's 3 office, I've used that the most lately, mostly because most people use Five Nights at Freddy's 4 office, so the fourth office. Five Nights at Freddy's 3 office is still dim, but the position of Helpy is up a little bit, so Scrap Baby's not in the way, as well as Nightmare On. You have just a little bit of space there between Nightmare On's head and Helpy. All right. One problem does come in if you're playing a little more risky and letting Phantom Freddy startle you and shutting that mid vent while that happens. Yeah, you can't see Helpy behind a full out Phantom Freddy. Okay, so you could get air horned because of Phantom Freddy on Office 3. So that's the one caution with Office 3 that I have. Office 4 is definitely, I would say, the best office, and most people play Ultimate Custom Night in that office. You do have to score 8,000 points to unlock that office, but that should be pretty straightforward if you're trying to beat 50-20. So my advice is, and what I did on this save, I deleted all the data on the save when I went back to Ultimate Custom Night in 2020, and then the first thing I did was I just played 40-20 and got 8,000 points. Got all the offices. Okay, cool. I have options. That's pretty neat. All right, so Office 4 is the brightest of the bunch. Helpy is out up to the left, out of the way, so Scrap Baby's never a problem there with Helpy position.
Et c'est Nightmare le problème, du coup.
Is there, but Phantom Freddy is to the right, so it's the best layout and the best brightness. You can see a little more graduality, or there's more of a gradual dimming, and you can tell when you really need to flip. You can get those extra, you know, tenths of a second or two or whatever, that you're like, okay, I still have air. Okay, now flip. That type of thing. Okay, so you want to flip as little as possible toward the end of the night, and that's a good office if you're trying to beat the mode for the first time. That's a great office to choose. Okay, so anyway, after that, you do have the option to choose power-ups. The 3 power-ups, you can add 2% power, which is a plus 2%. You can choose Frigid, which brings the office starting temperature down to 50 instead of 60. That just gives you 5 extra seconds that you don't have to run the fan, and or you can you know, even less time with power AC, but power AC you can't run with the power generator, so it's not quite as efficient. Anyway, that gives you a tiny bit of an advantage. The other one is plus 3 coins. Plus 3 coins is a huge advantage. That can lead to you going over to Cam 4 an extra time and just, you know, rattling off a music box recharge, because you don't have to worry about getting a bunch of coins up front. But anyway, let's get to the actual night. And interestingly, some of the strategy additions that I have from 2020 definitely add to the efficiency in collecting coins. As my drawing pad is disconnecting and reconnecting. Why are you doing this?
Le badge TPH Ulysse est offert pendant 14 mois pour faciliter vos départs et éviter les interminables bouchons sur la route des vacances.
Bien sûr, allez hop.
Two other logistical matters that you should consider. One, your display settings. So if you have a setup kind of like I do, you might have multiple monitors. So we're going to have here, I have 3 monitors running. And Ultimate Custom
Ok.
Night is running on a stretched resolution up to 4K on this monitor right here.
Ah ouais, d'accord.
But
Ah ouais.
if I have all 3 monitors enabled, it's a little bit of a pain because if I'm
Bah oui.
doing a ventilation reset and then I get out of the cameras, put on my mask and go over this side of the screen, try to end up here so I don't get nightmare-yawned, well, I can just go over a little bit further with a little bit of a cavalier mouse movement, so if I don't stop in time and end up on this monitor. Well, that means that I don't end up on this side of the screen. It kind of disorients me a little bit. It's a little bit jittery if I miss, staying on that one screen. So I actually just have this monitor disabled right here. Multi-monitor is kind of a pain either way if you're trying to go over to the right side of the screen and you're going to try to reset ventilation. So you line up your mouse ready to go and you accidentally go on this side of the screen. Yeah, you can end up again with a little bit of a jitter, so it's a little bit disorienting to have multi-monitor with this game enabled. But I have this one enabled because I have to have OBS over here and I want to be able to see the preview. I don't want to have that under the game and that type of thing. Make sure that it's recording especially and that my audio levels aren't insane. So anyway, I have this one enabled on the right and this one enabled so I can actually play the game. But if you're running into problems with not having your mouse go exactly where you want, to try to cool down Nightmare especially, then, I mean, you can, yeah, or, to avoid the disorientation of the jitter going on, yeah, you can just enable that one monitor. But, I don't know, you can have 3 monitors, but you just, yeah, I just want to be on the edge of the screen when I do that quick mask flip and over to the edge, and then be there, that's where I want to be, and have the screen scroll over to the left. That's what I want to see. It's a little bit of familiarity there, but that's one logistical thing that you might not think right away about, like the eraser being that large. That's cool. Okay, the other thing is your mouse DPI settings. So dots per inch. All right, you need to make sure that your mouse is moving at a comfortable speed and that you're able to click precisely. There, I try not to split an infinitive. Cool. Yay! Grammar time. DPI settings are pretty important if you're going to have precision movements and clicks. So just make sure your mouse is comfortable and that it's not getting hung up on, the keyboard or whatever. If you have a wireless mouse, make sure you don't have too much lag that it's going to delay your movement so much. But anyway, I'm running with a Logitech G900 mouse now. I used to run with a Logitech G9X mouse, but I mean that thing was like, it was at least 10 years old. I think it was right at. It might have been, yeah, it might have been slightly more than 10. It lasted a really long time and it was a really great mouse, but I had to replace it. The wires kept getting frayed and I was afraid that I had to get rid of it. So
First actions of the night.
this next part's going to be done in slow motion because I do a lot of actions very quickly and I want to be able to pause the video and explain the rationale behind each one of these actions. All right, some of these are optional. Most of them you're going to want to do. But anyway, I'll explain those as I go along, all right? So, first thing you want to do is you're going to go to the cameras. So that's just pressing 1S space. Uh-oh, you got 2 animatronics to worry about. You have Phantom BB and Phantom Mangle. So what do you do about that? So you have Phantom BB. Well, if you change cameras, you can get rid of 2
What the fuck, il allait tellement vite.
the cameras. So that's just pressing 1S space. Uh-oh, you got 2 animatronics to worry about. You have Phantom BB and Phantom Mangle. So what do you do about that? So you have Phantom BB. Well, if you change cameras, you can get rid of Phantom BB. Or if you change to a non-camera mode, then, yeah, you can get rid of Phantom BB that way. So that's one thing. And then behind Phantom BB, you have Phantom Mangle. Phantom Mangle, you have to change one of the systems. So, yeah, I'm just going to change over to the duct system and take care of them both. All right, first thing I want to do when I'm in the duct system is I want to place the audio lure. So let's go to that part. Get rid of that. There we go. Okay. And here we go. Next thing, duct system. And I guess I'm trying to get a good frame here. Let's see. That's a little too far. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So each one of these triangles flicker very fast. So sometimes if you pause the video, you won't see the triangles. Interestingly, there are three animatronics that can spawn on this side over here. All right. You'll see next time I get to the duct system, you'll see Orville, because Orville pops up here. You can have someone pop up here, here, here. I mean, any of these spots or here. I think there's one over here possible as well. So like any of these spots are possible locations for the spawns of each one of the duct animatronics. But you're going to see the same duct animatronics on each side as you start. The heater can change that. Sometimes the heater flips which side they spawn on, but you're going to have Orville, you're going to have Ned, and you're going to have Mr. Hippo on this side. And over here, you're going to have Happy Frog and Pig Patch. All right, so that leads to an issue with Happy Frog, because Happy Frog is not affected by the heater at all. All the other ones are, but Happy Frog has a very fast route over here to the open vent. So you're going to need to put the audio lure somewhere around here. You're going to want to cover all three of these junctures. This click right here was fine, I guess right here, because it covers this right here, this juncture. You're going to want to have that covered just so Happy Frog doesn't go there. Because Orville and Ned, they're your two main threats throughout the night from the vents after you set the audio lure. Because they spawn on this side normally, they will often just go down here and then they have to backtrack quite a bit. So it might be a while before they get to the open vent. It's not a guarantee because Orville and Ned, I've seen them pop up at about 19 seconds over at the open vent. So there's still a chance that they're going to just, you know, fast track it over here, make a beeline to the open vent. So that's always a possibility. If you really want to be safe about that, you can use the heater. I actually don't, because I'm flipping so fast that it's rare that they'll actually register that they're at the vent by the time I'm done. So fast flips help with the duct animatronics, but you are improving your chances dramatically by putting the audio lure right here on this juncture. All right. You can switch the ducts if you want, but I don't know why you would, because your main threats here, there's a decent chance they're going to go this route instead of to this already defaulted open duct. All right. And I hope I said open duct. I get confused when I'm talking about this, but these are the duct animatronics, all right? And not the duck animatronics. They don't quack. Anyway, so that is that part right there. So that's going to be the first chunk of what I do here. I'm actually going to set the audio lure, then exit the camera. And that's really it. Okay, so let's continue. Okay. So you notice Golden Freddy was there, and I popped down the mask. Golden Freddy, you either have to check the camera again really quickly or flip down the mask. It's much better to flip down the mask on average on a normal occurrence, because you also might have Nightmare BB standing up and looking at you, and you have to flash Nightmare BB. So you don't want to just like casually flip the camera and hope that Nightmare BB isn't there. So mask flip is fine. Just kind of get used to that muscle memory. So I guess if you're resetting ventilation, you're gonna be like around this area right here. It's a little hard to see because I'm not actually on the screen, but you would reset ventilation. You would go out of the cameras and you kind of make this like motion like that. All right, you're gonna end up over here in an ideal world. So you're gonna pop down that mask, get out of there. And the reason for that is Nightmarion can spawn right here and be very mad. You just want to avoid being like in this area right here. And sometimes Nightmarion will show up and kind of like slow fade in, slow burn over where the mask is. It's very annoying. But anyway, you want to avoid Nightmarion. By doing that, just get used to this kind of motion here. So kind of like just bounce over there. You don't want to miss and hit the camera again, because then you might run into Nightmare BB. If Nightmare BB were standing up and I did that, then yeah, that would be a game over. So if Nightmare BB is standing up, before you do the next camera flip, just make sure you flash Nightmare BB. But Nightmare BB is slouched over right now, so I don't want to flash. If I do, I would get a jump scare. It would be game over as well. All right. Rockstar Freddy later in the night will probably ask for 5 coins. And yeah, you can either use heater to short circuit Rockstar Freddy, or you can pay him 5 coins as he asks for 5 coins. Oh man, I refer to Rockstar Freddy as Apollo Greed semi-affectionately. He's a cool animatronic, but yeah, certainly greedy. Ruins some of your runs if you don't get the heater done in time or have the coins and I don't know. The heater sometimes will take forever to short circuit Rockstar Freddy. Sometimes it's instant, but it's just a random, just like a lot of this game. All right. Also, you see Phantom Freddy fading in. You can let Phantom Freddy jump scare you, or I should say startle you. It's not a game over unless someone is in the vent ready to go. If Mangle is in the vent at the vent opening and Phantom Freddy startles you and you don't close the vent within about 200 milliseconds, then you'll see Mangle in the office. But if Springtrap, Molten Freddy are entered, if any of those are in the vent like at the opening and you get startled by Phantom Freddy, you have game over. That ends the game. But Phantom Freddy doesn't end the night unless there's another threat that does. So I think I get my point across with that. But in order to save power on some of these efficiency runs, you just let Phantom Freddy startle you, and then you shut the mid vent with W right as the jump scare is going on. You got about 200 milliseconds or so. It's pretty fast. It's a quick react. But if you're doing something else, like if OMC, if Old Man Consequences is over here, like, hey, catch a fish, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I caught a fish, and then Phantom Freddy's like, whoosh, then that's gonna be the end of the night if someone's at the vent there. All right. So those are the ones in the office right now. We will get to, and that's if Old Man Consequences is over here, like, hey, catch a fish. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I caught a fish, and then Phantom Freddy's like, whoosh, then that's gonna be the end of the night if someone's at the vent there. All right. So those are the ones in the office right now. We will get to Bonnie and Foxy. You see Bonnie on the table right here. I will get to that in a second. You also see the wet floor sign. Sometimes you do have to deal with the wet floor sign. I will get to that as well. Okay, so I'm going to try to cover everything here. We'll get to that, just giving you a heads up, okay? Another thing to note as well, you might have someone in the vent over here, the F side vent. Press F for closing it on BB or JJ. That's one thing you have to check up front. I do that first audio allure part so fast that I try to get out of the cameras before I actually close that side vent. So before I close F. You can check the camera and then hit F immediately, and then, within about half a second or so, you'll either hear a thud or not. If you hear the thud, then you've gotten rid of either BB or JJ in that side vent. And that's one thing I do in other checks. If it's going to be a long time to check, or like if I'm trying to get coins, or if I'm trying to figure out which camera Mr. Hugs is on, we'll get to that part, then I will hit F when I'm in the cameras. It does waste a little more power, but it gets rid of your threat of not being able to shine a light or close the door. All right, or close the side door or W. All right, cool. Or F too, yeah. All those doors. So either lights or doors, or both. Actually, I've had a case where I've had both of them out at the same time, and it's just kind of like, shrug, let me wait. Okay. So that's a problem if that happens right before Ballora shows up and then you can't close the door, then that's game over as well. All right, I think I've covered that part. Cool, that's a good clip. Let's save that and let's cover the next part.
Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Sans blague. Honnêtement, j'avais compris que c'était un parfum, mais bon, voilà.
Alright, the next thing I'm going to do is an optional step, but I'll explain why I do this. Alright, so I'm going to go to the vent system, and that's an awful frame to pause on. Let's see, that's a little better, I guess. What I want to do, and you heard me hit F, and I close that side vent, and you heard the thud. That gets rid of either BB or JJ, and that gets rid of them as a threat. But I'm on the vent system now, so this is the second part, optional part, but the reason I'm going to put a vent snare here, so you're going to see me place
Pour éviter que Mangle passe par là.
Is if Mangle wants to take a short trip over here, yeah, you get a free coin, then that sends Mangle back to the start, and then Mangle can do the same thing or take a longer route. But if Mangle goes the mid route, so if Mangle goes this way, about 33 or 35 seconds or something, you can expect Mangle might be waiting around. If Mangle goes the long route, it's usually not a problem for keeping the vent open during the death coin part. And this is just for, I guess, 2 reasons here. So 1, you have the coin that you can get from it if Mangle hits the vent snare. And then 2, the power savings. So power plus.
C'est vrai que c'est pas con ça.
Pretty cool. I keep clicking. Getting used to the tablet here. But those are the 2 reasons that I placed this here. You might also note that it's 2.8 seconds in right now. I'm going to keep playing, and let's see. Let's erase this so you don't have to see this. But that's the reason I go and set that vent snare. Here we go. Alright, so I set the vent snare and I clicked on a new challenger. And
Incroyable.
been there the whole time. Helpy. Nice on the 3rd office. Over here
les animations des vents à Mongus.
Here. Or here, like Office 1.
Les vents doivent être customisés, donc c'est à Mongus.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Rien à
when
foutre.
Helpy's over there behind Scrap Baby's head. Scrap Baby hasn't shown up yet, but anyway, Helpy can give you an extra coin. So if you're thinking of who can give you coins, all right. So you have BB, you have JJ. I like the double caps on the JJ. It's almost like you got pie. But all right, so you have BB and JJ who can give you coins. You also have Helpy. Well, that's not it. That's not it.
Il y a Nightmare, il y a Ballora, Freddy,
But
plein.
look at the camera, or look at the time right now. I'm about to go to the camera.
Bolton Freddy, bon, tous les animations des ventilations aussi.
So if you have a timeline here, so this is 0, and you have 5 seconds, 10 seconds, all right, 15, all that. Well, if you have the cameras up and loaded, so you have a frame open at 5.0, you have a chance for the two bears at the doors, not Freddy, but the other 2 bears at the doors. So you have Nightmare and Nightmare Fredbear. Nightmare Fredbear. All right, so these 2 at 5.0 multiples. All right, at 5.0 multiples with cameras up. All right. So you get what I'm saying, right? If the cameras are up, you have a shot of these 2 spawning at the doors. The interesting thing, though, is unless you get rid of them with the cameras up, within 3.3 seconds, you'll get a jump scare. So even if you're in the process of having the door, like, fall down, yeah, you'll still get a jump scare if you hit 8.3, if they show up at 5.0. An interesting predicament happens when Nightmare and Nightmare Fredbear show up at the doors at the same time. Yeah, that's problematic, because if you shut both doors, if you just hit AD and then that's it, you're going to see your coins are only going to go up +1, even though you've shut out 2 animatronics. So what I do to get 2 coins out of it is just what I call a gallop. So instead of hitting AD and then wait and then, you know, DA or AD, either way, you can do either way on that. Well, I'm going to change it up a little bit, and I'm going to go A, and then wait a little bit, and then A, and then I'm going to wait a little bit, and then D, and then D. All right, so this guarantees you get a coin here from the left side, and then over here you're going to get a coin from the right side. So you end up with +1 and +1, and you get +2 coins instead of just +1. I think that's a glaring bug, but it's been known for a while. But if you shut the doors on the bears at the same time, you're going to hear one large thud, and you're only going to get a +1 for the coins. So yeah, just do like A, D, D. All right, that's how I kind of gallop through to get the extra coin, the coin that I should be getting anyway. All right, it does take a little more power, I guess, but not much, you know. I guess, you know, closing A and D at the same time would use 2 blocks as opposed to 1. So maybe not actually. It's probably better to A, D, D. All right, cool. So that's galloping through that. So all of those can get you coins, as well as you always have the option of getting camera coins.
Ouais, ça c'est vrai.
Coins. I'll put it with a Z as well. Bonnie's like, yeah, I like those cam coins. Yeah. It's so hard looking at this screen. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, I got those cam coins, right, Bonnie? Yeah. All right. So next thing I'm going to do is, I'm going to try to get to the cameras by about 4.8 so I can get a 5.0 option for Nightmare and Nightmare Fredbear, all right? So that's going to be the next step. All right, I got to erase all this. All right, here we go. And just clarifying as well, if you're on the cameras at 10.0 and 15.0, and this continues on for every 5.0 second multiple, you do have a shot of getting Nightmare or Nightmare Fredbear at the doors, alright? So just pay attention to that. You'll hear the laughs. And yeah, one other thing with Helpy as well, you have about 7 seconds on AI 20, so about 7.0 seconds to respond. And yeah, so this part was galloping. Okay, cool. Sweet! I think I have the bases covered there. Sweet. Alright, next part.
Ouais.
Wait, Mom, before you check out,
Oh, y'a Mr Beast.
honey installed.
What's honey?
Oh, no.
It's a free browser add-on.
Anytime you check out on your computer,
Mr Beast. Mr Beast.
This next clip's gonna have a lot more gameplay.
Les intervalles de 13 secondes, c'est bon, il va enfin nous expliquer comment on fait.
At 5.0, I
De toute
want
façon,
to have the cameras with the
on sait déjà
frame
plus ou moins comment
loaded
les
so that I have
faire.
a chance of getting Nightmare and Nightmare Fredbear at the doors. And if that's the case, then I have options of getting coins. If both show up, I'm going to do the Gallop, and then I'm going to try to get 2 coins from that. I'm going to go to Cam 8. That's going to be the main purpose of this cam check. It's going to be a little bit longer. And when I go to Cam 8, I'm going to try to shut the door on Mr. Hugs. There's a possibility of you getting a balloon in your face, so basically Mr. Can Do up there blocking your view. Well, if you get out of the cameras and wait until the next 5.0 second multiple intersection, then after that point you have a chance of not seeing Mr. Can Do there again. So if you don't want to deal with Mr. Can Do, you can get out of the cameras really quickly and then come back after 10.0. In this case, Mr. Can Do is on Cam 1, so that's actually good. And you can see Cam 8 very clearly. There's a process of elimination. The camera is already on Cam 8 on one of the cameras, all right? And if Mr. Hugs is not at that camera, you have one of the other options. It's either going to be if Cam 1 is highlighted, then you have Cam 2 or Cam 3 that Mr. Hugs is going to be on. If you check one more camera, you're either going to see Mr. Hugs, or you can click on closing the door on the other camera that it's not right then. So it's just a process of elimination. So you have one click to close the door on Mr. Hugs if Mr. Hugs is on that camera that it's defaulted to, or one camera change and one closure max if not. Okay. You also notice Bonnie's on the table. I do check Cam 5 here. I don't know. You want to check the camera on. You want to check camera 5 if Foxy is on the table. So you just do a quick flip over. I do a click on Cam 5 and then back to Cam 8 because I'm trying to stall out Toy Freddy a little bit as well. And anyway, let's see this clip. I'll explain more as I go along. Here we go. All right. So you see Old Man Consequences there. I got rid of him by tapping C a bunch. I did a Gallop on the bears. I'm out of the cameras now, and it's 9.5. I'm going to click on Helpy, so I did the mask. You also see Freddles there. You're going to want to flash the light to get rid of the Freddles. So that's going to be Z. You're going to get rid of the Freddles that way. Sometimes it takes longer than usual. You don't have to get rid of them all the way, but it's a good idea not to let them build up so much that if on a longer check, you're going to have a Nightmare Freddy jump scare. Okay? So I'm going to click on Helpy here, and you notice that Nightmare BB is standing up with the teeth out. So you want to flash Nightmare BB so you can like kind of slide across, use that flashlight, get rid of that, and then you're going to go back to the cameras, all right? Unfortunately, I don't get back to the cameras at 10.0 this time, so I'm not going to have another chance for one of the bears to show up at those side doors at that juncture. So you're going to have a few less coin possibilities from them there. But I'm already close to 10, so with the Helpy click, it's going to be 8, and then if there's someone in event, the next check through, you're already at 9. That's very quick for the coins, so I'm actually fine with that. You're also going to see an L chip ad. You can hit enter at every 10.0 multiple if you see it. If you're looking at the timer and you're like, oh, let me just spam enter, and then you get rid of the ad, okay? So C, spam that for Old Man Consequence, and E, enter rather, for L chip. All right, lots of stuff going on. All right, so Foxy's on the table. I definitely want to go back and check the camera. I don't know if the Bonnie check actually does anything, any benefit, but anyway, if Foxy's on the table, I try to check Cam 5 really quick, and that hopefully will stall out Foxy enough that he's not a threat late in the night. All right, here we go. All right, you notice here, all right, a few things. I'm going to get out of the cameras by 13.0. I got to get out at like 12.9 at latest. So here we go. All right, so I just did a quick Foxy check, and I went to the other camera. I picked up a camera on the coin. You notice I'm already at 10 coins. I'm not even 13 seconds through the night, and I'm already well off enough that I can get the death coin if I want, okay? I want to be out of the camera by 13.0, and this is why. So you notice here, it's 12.9. I'm in the office. I'm done with that check. You also saw XOR over here. XOR spawns in the 6 secret animatronics overtime, and that's a good thing that XOR is early. I believe that XOR spawns at the 10-second mark because I've died at 10.0, and usually things stop processing at that point, but then I'll hear the XOR noise like 1 second down the road. So you'll probably see XOR at like 11 point something or 11.0. We've always said 11 or 16 or whatever. But anyway, so like 15 or 16 as well, that's also an early occurrence for XOR. You can have XOR show up later, and that gets to be problematic down the road if you get past a certain point. It's actually not a winnable run if XOR shows up past 40 or 41 seconds, all right? And I say 40 or 41 because I think the actual action that checks and says, oh, hey, yeah, spawn an XOR, it'll take a second for XOR to spawn in and actually do stuff, all right? And later on, it'll spawn in the animatronics, so it's even later than that, okay? I'll get to the secret animatronics later, but just know that if XOR doesn't spawn by 40 or 41 seconds, then on this route, it's not winnable. So I'll just put a frowny face. How's that? Okay. So if you watch the St. Jude charity stream, yeah, I had one run where XOR showed up at 50 or 51, and that was the end. Because you won't have time to get rid of Plush Trap in time for you to get on camera 2 by 1 minute 5 seconds. All right, that's why. But one of the plushies is going to get you if you're not on cam 2 by 105. You can buy the plushie, and that is an option. That can be done, but it's 20 coins, and it's a totally different route. In terms of ease of getting a win on 50-20, this is an easier route and much more reliable. So just going with this. All right, here we go. Because the more coins you get and the more you're in the cameras and all that, the more you run into risk of Toy Freddy and, I mean, anyone else you've angered, that type of thing. But anyway, okay, so I'm in the office at 12.9. The reason is, so if I have a timeline here, let's make it a little wider than the last one. So 13.0 is a pretty critical juncture. Because at this point, you can have Withered Bonnie
Rockstar Bunny.
or Rockstar Bonnie spawn in. And that's always a problem. Withered Bonnie is annoying because you have to get your mask down very quickly. So you got to get out of the cameras. You'll know it. It'll dim the cameras really badly if you're at 13.0 and Withered Bonnie shows up. It's not a guarantee that they'll show up, and sometimes it's one or the other. But maybe it's like a 2 out of 3 would be my guess in terms of the odds for that. But anyway. So Withered Bonnie, Rockstar Bonnie can show up. Rockstar Bonnie you actually can combat, but it's easier early on in the night. If you are stuck on a camera with a plushie, you're stuck on cam 2, you have to hope that the guitar is on cam 2. I'll get to Rockstar Bonnie strategy later. It's actually kind of a rectangle, so you're going to check for cameras for the guitar. But anyway, we'll cover that in a little bit. But anyway, if you're on the cameras at 13.0 or 26.0, ... So 39 and 52 are also very important to avoid, and a minute 5 actually too. Yeah, if you avoid those altogether, you will not see Withered Bonnie or Rockstar Bonnie. And later on in the night, you're gonna have to calculate out, like if you're trying to no death coin run and you're on the cameras at 223.0, that was a bad 223. If you're on the cameras at 223.0, then you have a chance of getting Withered Bonnie or Rockstar Bonnie as well. So yeah, this one right here, it turns out that it's 143, which is 13 times 11. So yeah, you don't want to be on the camera at 223. You just calculate out what 13.0 multiples are, and you don't want to be on the cameras at that point. It's not a likelihood that you'll be on the cameras at those moments late in the night, but if you're trying to get coins and you're early on in the night, 13.0 and 26.0 are usually things to avoid. So this is if you need a bunch of coins, and this right here is if you get a little bit too eager and you're trying to buy a death coin and sometimes you'll miss the click or whatever, or if everything's static because of Bonnie or Ballora or something like that. Yeah, you can be on the cameras late. I guess Ballora wouldn't be a factor at 26.0. That would be more like 30 or 28 to 30 or something like that. But anyway, you don't want to be on the cameras at these points if at all possible. You can salvage it sometimes, but not all the time. All right.
Oh.
Aujourd'hui, c'est le logiciel pour mieux gérer vos plannings, suivre les heures de travail de vos salariés.
All right. Another thing to note is that you're nearing 15 seconds right now, and that brings up another dynamic entirely. So let's draw a long timeline here. All right.
Non, c'est à 18 secondes que le premier il apparaît. C'est à 18 secondes que le premier commence à apparaître. Ouais.
45.0, and this is
Ah,
not to
d'accord.
scale. So, all right, 1 minute, .0, all that. 1:15, .0, dot, dot, dot. All right. This goes on through the whole night, through 4:30.0. The first thing that you did was you used 1s space, and that will turn on the power generator. Power generator shuts off music box. So you have a charge of about 16.8 seconds. So if you're here, it's like this area right here, 16.8. Then you have no charge on your music box if you don't swap back to music box. So you got to swap back to music box before this point. Ideally, you're going to have the music box on before every 15.0 multiple. All right. So think of it like you have the music box on at 14.9. 14.9, and really realistically maybe more like 14.5. You're going to want to have the music on through 30.1. That's going to recharge the music box enough for you to go to 45.0. But in order to be safe, like maybe change this right here to like 14.5 or 14, and then 30.5 or 31. Any one of those are acceptable. You're going to want to have your music box on a tiny bit more than your power generator. So think of it as like a 51-49 split. 51 music box, 49 power generator. So you're going to have music box on here, and it's going to stay on until right after 30. All right, so this is your music box time. All right, and then it's going to go over through like 30.5 or 31 or whatever you want right after 30. All right, next thing you're going to want to do is have your power generator on. So you have 1 over here for power generator, then you have your music box on, 5. And then you're going to have your power generator on again during this block. And then at like 44 point something, you're going to have your music box on again, all right? Why am I doing this? I wonder. Because there's another animatronic involved as Chica. So with Chica, you're going to want to try to keep Chica happy. And if you have your global music box running at every 15.0 multiple, then you avoid ever getting Chica angry. All right, so if the music box is on at 15.0 and at 30.0 and at 45.0 and at 1 minute, yeah, you're going to avoid having Chica get angry. You're taking a chance if you don't have the music box on through that time. Just remember, the lion's share goes to the music box, and that takes care of the marionette. So you're going to 45.0.
Ouais, je sais pas.
And at 1 minute, yeah, you're going to avoid having Chica get angry. You're taking a chance if you don't have the music box on through that time. Just remember, the lion's share goes to the music box, and that takes care of the marionette. So you're going to increase the charge by having it on this long, but by having the music box on at 15.0 and 30.0, there's a check, and it's like, okay, well, is the music box on? And if not, then, well, there's a chance that Chica could get mad. If Chica does get mad on 50-20 mode, you're probably not going to have time to go to cam 4 and change the music. Also note that with Chica, there's a dead spot in the audio file, so it makes it really annoying. Sometimes you think that...
Donc en fait, non, en fait, clairement, je ne savais pas jouer en fait. Je pensais que Chica, en fait, il y avait des intervalles où elle pouvait te tuer, mais en fait là, c'est juste en fait que Chica, toutes les 15 secondes, il y a une vérification. Si la Global Music Box est allumée, elle continue, elle est toujours contente. Voilà. À 30 secondes, Si à 30 secondes aussi, c'est pareil, ainsi de suite, sur des intervalles de 15 secondes.
Chica's not happy, there's no pots and pans sound, or there's a lot of other noise going on you can't hear, then you change the music, and it's like, well, actually, Chica was still happy, so changing the music ends the night. So anyway, with 50-20 mode, Chica, if you don't check the camera on X.0 or X.5 when she's mad, you're not going to get a jump scare. And I'm pretty sure that's across the board. The same is true with some of the other animatronics, and I'll get to those later. I think the obvious one you probably already know, Toy Freddy. So you want to be quick with your camera checks past all the death coin parts, but it's not really realistic to do while you're still gathering coins. So anyway, you want to have your music box on before every uncharged alternating portion of the night, and have it on after the next 15.0 transition. All right, you're going to want to have the music box running through every one of the 15.0 multiples. All right, so it's true with 130.0 and all that.
Block
So let's just say
swapping.
you had a 15-second chunk of time where you ran the power generator, and you're going to want the next 15-second segment after the current one to be power generator again. Well, you can do something called a block swap. So what's the block swap? Well, if you think of it as an 8-7 split block swap, you are turning a block of 15 seconds into about 8 seconds of music box and about 7 seconds of power generator. All right, and why is that? Well, you don't want to run out of charge on your music box. Sometimes I do a block swap just to be more comfortable with the actual thing running during this 15-second block of time. So say I want music box running here, but I just ran power generator. All right, so down the road I want music box in the next block of 15, but I'm right here. I just used power generator and I have to turn on music box. All right, so music box is running now. Well, if I want to do an 8-7 split, basically give the music box about 8 seconds of charge, and then you turn on power generator here, run about 7 seconds. Then you're going to turn on music box again right before the 15 mark, and you'll have music box running through the next segment. All right, you still want to overlap those 15 transitions, so that's why I say 8-7 split. The lion's share is given to the music box, so you have 8 seconds of charge, and by the end of this right here, you're going to have basically 1 second of charge left if you're doing really tight transitions here. And then you run the music box again, and you should be good. All right. You can do another thing where if you think your music box is wound up way too much, or you ran it too long or too far past this boundary, you can carve out a 1 or 2 second block and then run power generator here. So this is basically like a power generator compensation here. I wouldn't recommend that too much. That usually just means you need to tighten up the transitions when you actually have to go through them. But I mean, if you have all sorts of stuff going on and you don't react in time to do a really tight transition, I don't know. Yeah, you can go about that route that way, but you just want to be sure that music box has charge. But anyway, I call this a block swap. So instead of having a normal scenario where you would have power generator and then you'd have the 15-second mark, you'd have music box all the way through the next one. I think you see the difference now. Music box, then you have the 15-second mark, then you swap back to power generator. So instead of having a set like this, you do a block swapped where, yeah, you just change back over and then you run music box again. So that's a block.
Encore. Ah.
That's a block swap. So why use the power generator? Isn't that just an irritant for Music Man and Lefty? Well, it kind of is, but if you're juggling blocks between power generator and music box, or even power generator plus fan, which I usually run everything except for that first power generator block, because I need to cool that office down still. If you're juggling that with music box, you're not going to have the effect of irritating Music Man. Basically, the music box block is undoing the noise annoyances that the power generator block or power generator plus fan block is accomplishing. All right. You can run into issues if you let Phantom Mangle in your office for that brief period of time, or if Helpy air horns you, or if Mangle is in your office the rest of the night. that can add to the problem, and then you won't be able to run power generator as much, but that's what you want to avoid. Or if you miss a phone call, that's the same thing. It adds to the noise value. Or let lulbit run for a while. All right, you get my drift. The night starts with fan on as the default, so you have 1 block of power being used. I think there's a little bit of power drain before the timer actually shows up, which is a big pain because, yeah, my numbers line up with that, and I think that is not necessarily the most fair. It should start at 0.0. Anyway, if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure because my numbers line up with this. So anyway, here we go. 1% of power is going to be used every 3 seconds at 1 block of power, so you're going to lose 10% every 30 seconds. You're going to use 90% power if you average 1 block of power exactly throughout the night, and you will not fail if you average 1 block of power. But if you have a scenario, let's say we're not using the fan, but we are using music box. So you have music box, you're at 1 block of power, but then you have to go to the cameras. You're going to do a death coin sequence. All right, we're at 2 blocks of power with the camera.
C'est le double, 20%,
What
j'imagine.
if we hear Afton attack, or we want to shut out BB or JJ?
Ah, c'est encore pire que dans FNAF 1 en fait, hein, niveau batterie.
But what if it's later in the night, XOR showed up late, and you have to shut W as well? Well, you're at 4 blocks of power, so it adds up quickly. I think you catch my drift on that one too. But the default is 1, and you can have all sorts of additions to your blocks of power. The worst being 6 if you don't have power generator on, you have the fan running or heater or power AC. You're in the cameras and you shut A, W, D, and F. Yeah, you're using 6 blocks of power. Your meter will be full. It'll blink like an angry reddish orange, and you will lose 118.1% power.
Putain, oui,
30
d'accord. Ah
seconds.
oui,
And
d'accord.
you're gonna
C'est
die
énorme.
out at about 25 seconds. All right. I actually had 25.2, I think. Yeah, 25.2 seconds, but it's probably 25. It's just the tenth of a seconds it took me to get everything on here.
118% en 30 secondes, c'est à 6 blocs de power, c'est pas mal.
From ending right at 25. So that's why I'm thinking there's probably a 1 block of power starting and a little bit of drain beforehand. You'll see that in the other tiers as well. So anyway, we'll get to that. But yeah, you're gonna lose very fast with an exorbitant amount of blocks of power usage running. All right. Let's talk about some realistic ones though. What if you have nothing running? What if you're just like, I just want to save power, but I don't want to run power generator? All right. You're going to lose about 2.5% of your power in 30 seconds, which basically is 1% every 12 seconds. That's really nice. You're not going to fail this either. Well, what about 2 blocks of power?
Ah oui, d'accord. Ah oui, d'accord. On perd que 2,5% en 30 secondes si on n'utilise absolument rien.
It gets real. Just like Five Nights at Freddy's phone guy would have said, it gets real. All right. You're going to burn through 22.22.
Ah, c'est pas le double. 22,22, quand même. C'est énorme.
So the time of failure for 2 blocks of power is going to be right about the 215 mark. I actually had it at 214.x. So that's why I think there's a little bit of power drain. It was like 214.8 or something like that. So it's pretty close to 215. So 135 seconds and 100% power drained. That's about 22.22% in 30 seconds. So that's a good way of detecting how you're doing with power. Take a small subset and then translate that to a larger population. All right, 3 blocks of power. You are going to burn a lot of power. I have it at 39.33%.
39, putain, c'est
in
énorme.
30 seconds, which is more than 1 per second. And
Là, c'est 1 heure, un peu plus.
115.8.
Ouais, hein.
Around there. Then
Aux environs 2 heures.
Power, you are using a crazy amount of power, 62%.
Oui, totalement.
In 30
Oh oui,
seconds.
62. Ah, c'est même pas 1 heure. Enfin, si, un peu plus, mais bon, quand même. À peine 1 heure.
And then you have 5 blocks of power where you would burn
88.
88.5% of your power.
Ça, c'est même pas 1 heure.
Seconds. And then your failure time would be about 34.1 seconds. So you don't want to use a whole lot of power throughout the whole night. You want to be on the upper side of this, so you're not using a whole lot of power. So how do you combat some of this? Well, if you're running the fan and you're at 1 block of power, if you turn on the power generator, it's only going to burn 2.5% every 30 seconds. So 1% every 12 seconds. That's going to be the effective power generator. So it basically has a -1 power usage block effect
Ouais,
on
après, il faut
anything
toujours
you do.
utiliser le pouvoir
If you have
générateur
nothing
quand il y en
running
a
and you
besoin, en
have your
fait.
power generator running, well, then you have -1 essential blocks of power running, because if you have nothing running, there's a
Ah bah
small
oui,
power leak
c'est un
that goes
du coup,
on,
c'est
and that's, I
un bloc
guess,
de
the
power
element of the
négatif, en
office.
fait.
But if you have power
C'est
generator
utiliser le
running
pouvoir
and nothing
générateur.
else, you're gonna use 0% of your power. You're never
Trop
gonna
cool,
fail.
ça.
You're not even gonna use any power, and that's the most efficient that you can be. All right. So if you have periods where you're already at 60 degrees in the office, or even like 65, because I try to cool it down to about 65, and then I'll stop the fan usually, because you don't want to waste power cooling the place when it's already the coolest it can be. Yeah, if you run power generator and that's it, you're just sitting there chilling with no power used. That's pretty cool. So power generator has a -1 effect on whatever is running, and it can save you a lot of power in the long run. So if you're thinking of these blocks of power and all that, yeah, just remember power generator is gonna help you out quite a bit. And when I'm thinking of the time blocks that I'm running, the first one for sure. So if you have 15, 30, 45, all that, all right, 0. I switch off the fan here as fast as I can, and then I go through about 15, you know, plus or minus a tiny bit with just power generator. But you're using all sorts of power going to the cameras, shutting vents, doing all that stuff. So you're going to be using a little bit of power, but power generator takes a lot of the power usage out of that. The first part is a mad dash. This part is the part that you have to worry about with your power usage right here. So one alternative route that you can do is you can go to cam 4 and wind the music box before the music box timer runs out at about 16.8, and you can just extend this power generator block all the way through like 29 or something, and then you're going to want to swap back to music box. But if you don't do that, which is the normal way, you just swap to 5 for music box. So you have music box. Yeah, music box, you're going to be burning 1 block of power at the very least, and if you go to the camera, then you're already at 2. If you shut the vent on BB or JJ, then you have 3, all that. So you get the point. Or if Balor shows up, then you have to react to that. You have moments where you're going to use more than 1 block of power, for sure. Before the 45, you're going to swap back to power generator in a perfect world. Power generator plus fan, because you got to cool the office down. It's going to warm up. You don't want to build up heat so Jacko Chica doesn't get you. All right, then you're going to swap back to music box, all that. And you have the option again to go to cam 4. You're risking Toy Freddy by that point, but if you, and also at that point, if you run power generator all the way through like 35, you're gonna hear cymbals. So with this going on right here, if you actually don't use music box, you wind the music box and you run power generator through that 30-second mark, you're probably gonna hear cymbals, and you'll probably hear cymbals the rest of the night until you have more of the music box draining out that sound energy. Unless you click on Rockstar Foxy and click on Soundproof, which again is not a very common likelihood, because, yeah, Rockstar Foxy's bird, I call that bird Me Bird, because Foxy's like, Me Bird likes you. Me Bird, if you click on Me Bird at AI 20, after Me Bird shows up, you have a 1 in 3 chance of having a friendly encounter. It's about a 1 in 3. I did 9,000 plus, like 9,365 iterations of an automation that I made with Rockstar Foxy, and it was about a 34-point-something% chance of a friendly encounter with all those trials. And that's about a 1 in 3. It's not quite, but it's pretty close. I don't know what the denominator is, but I have an estimate on another one of my videos. So that was an interesting set of trials, but it at least shows you that there is a chance. So you're saying there's a chance, that type of thing. It's not a 5% chance, it's not a 3% chance, it's not something really low of getting that menu instead of a jump scare. It's about a 1 in 3. So if you want to do that, you can test that, but again, when you're running 50/20, you want to minimize the RNG as much as possible. That's been my policy the whole way through. That's been a way to try to get a reliable win, that type of thing. So yeah, you want to figure out how everything works, how everything interacts, and then find a way through. That's about it. One more thing about the music box as well. The 5149 idea is basically a short and simple way of saying run the music box ever so slightly in the majority versus the power generator / fan. Overlap those 15-second transition points, And we can put that on a line here. So we have 0.0 seconds. We'll just go per minute. All right. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. And 4 minutes. Then we have half a minute. All right, 4:30. Close enough. All right, we're going to split these into quarters. And every 45 seconds, there's going to be an hour in-game on this game. So that's another thing to note. So this is 45 seconds, but it's also 1 a.m. All right, every 15 seconds, I consider that a block. The first block, you're going to swap over to power generator and run it through about 15. Then you're going to change over to music box and give it a little bit of overlap over the 15. Power generator until just before the next one. Then music box all the way through the next one. Well, it's going to go all the way like that through the end until you have the power generator running here. Power generator. And actually, you can run them over the 15-second transitions if you're not going to flip again. But anyway, you don't have to worry about Chica if you're not going to flip again or go to the cameras. But anyway, safest to run it before here, so like 414.9, 414.5 or something like that, and that power generator. But then you have no charge on the music box. Like you have like 1 second of charge or something like that. All right. Well, if you run the music box all the way through, then you're just wasting power because then at the end you have a full music box and you don't need it. So music box would equal 16 seconds at the end of this chunk right here. So again, you could do a block swap here. So you would do music box here and then power generator for the rest of the night. So you can do the trick where you let Old Man Consequences shut the door, or shut the cameras up, and you can't go to the cameras. So you can do a block swap here and then save a little bit of power as well. So let's say you do a block swap at the end, but you've been playing it really safe and have only done 13-second blocks with power generator, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4. Shout out to Andre 3000. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.5 blocks of 13. Wow, that's a lot. You have 130 seconds minus 6.5, so you'd have 123.5 seconds out of 270 seconds used with power generator. That's pretty good, but what if you're really tight on the transitions and you have 14.9 seconds per block? That's really risky. I'd recommend like 14.5 or something like that, but anyway, if you multiply that by 9.5 blocks there, if you do the block swap at the end, that would be 149 minus 7.45, which would be 141.55 seconds over 270 seconds for the whole night. That's more than half. So because of this block right here being power generator, you can actually accomplish something where the whole night you have a majority with power generator. But yeah, 135 would be the cutoff there. So if you do, say, let's do 14.4 times 9.5. Let's make sure I'm not writing on my face like I have been most of this video. It'd be 144 minus 7.2, which would be 136.8. That's getting really close to 50%. That's about realistic. So you're going to have a little bit of majority because of that first block power generator. But the mentality you want to have is run the music box slightly longer than you would the power generator slash fan on the blocks following that. That's where the 5149 idea. It's kind of just it's a ballpark figure. You want to overlap the 15s with the music box and then run the power generator at the other moments, all right? And then remember, you can do the block swap at the end, which kind of throws a monkey wrench into that. So anyway, I guess the 5149 is most accurately done in between this whole range right here, all right? Up until that final block swap, and not including the first power generator big chunk. All right, cool. That's about it for this one. Hope that was helpful. Cool. But like this would be super duper efficient. And if you're also going to cam 04, cam 4, and manually winding the music box on some of these, yeah, you're going to have even greater power generator usage out of that. So anyway, normal circumstances, yeah, try to get 50-50 overall the whole night, with power generator up front and then the block swap at the end. Cool.
Ah. ça va intéresser.
Alright, this next segment should be pretty interesting. I'm going to discuss XOR and all of the animatronics that XOR spawns in. XOR is basically a grayscale version of DD that spawns in 6 secret animatronics. During 50/20 mode, every blue moon you can have XOR show up during a regular random run, but it's pretty rare. 50/20 mode, you're going to get XOR, so let's discuss what happens. So if at 10.0 seconds you have the trigger, next second, 11.0 XOR is going to show up, alright? So in this run right here, XOR shows up early. And you're going to have every 7 seconds after that a new animatronic spawn in. So here you're going to have the first one show up at 18.0. The first one is going to be RWQ FS FAS XC, or Shadow Bonnie. I mean, it's basically a key mash, but I don't know. And I know Five Nights at Freddy's World has RXQ as a shortened form, but I mean, you have a contiguous block of characters there for RWQ, so I always say RWQ for short. I don't even know. Anyway, 18.0, you're going to have RWQ show up, and RWQ leads to a darkened room. Alright? Darkened room. There you go. So, what's the problem with that? Well, you can't tell which doors are open and closed. That's one problem, so you could waste power. So if you forget to open a vent after a camera check, yeah, you're going to waste a lot of power having that door or vent shut. Then you have the issue of Nightmare BB as well, because RWQ stands very close to Nightmare BB, and oftentimes you can't see very clearly whether Nightmare BB is standing up or slouched over. So that's another thing to watch out for in that case. But 18.0, RWQ will spawn in. Then you're going to have here 7 seconds later, 25.0. You're going to have the second one, Plush Trap, who is the biggest problem of the bunch. All right. And I guess one later is kind of a more of a problem than I'm letting on at this point. But anyway, Plush Trap, as I would still say the biggest problem here. Plush Trap sits on a chair. So sits on chair.
C'est vrai que lui, il est chiant, Plush Trap.
And what you need to do is you need, at some point, to go to cam 6 and be on the camera before like 13 to 14 seconds after the appearance of Plush Trap. Otherwise, you're going to get jump scared. If you're on cam 6 already and it's beyond this agitation period, so if you show up at like 42 and you're trying to get rid of Plush Trap, you're going to have to avoid clicking on vent system or duct system, because if you change systems at that point, you're going to get jump scared by Plush Trap as well. So Plush Trap's a real problem. You're going to click on cam systems, and then you're going to click on cam 06 if you're in that situation. Right? Only if you're in that situation. Otherwise, you can just do a quick like vent and then cam or whatever. So you're getting rid of potentially Phantom Mangle and Phantom BB, so you don't get, you know, startled or whatever. Phantom Mangle just adds to a lot of noise, and that can irritate Music Man. And Phantom BB, after you get startled out of the cameras, you're just going to have to flip that mask down so you don't get Golden Freddy, alright? Alright, so anyway, if you get to Plush Trap and are on the cameras before that agitation period, though, or if you do the cam 6 and then cam 6, then you can stay on the camera for about 1.6 to 1.8 seconds. And, whoops, there we go. And then you will get rid of Plush Trap. Plush Trap will scoot over, off of the chair and out of the way, and you'll be done with Plush Trap. And that's it. Okay, so, yeah. Cool, that's number 2. And Plush Trap is a real problem, okay? Third one is Nightmare Chica.
Nightmare Chica.
So Nightmare Chica is basically Jaws. So that's going to be 32.0 in this case. And note that this is based on an 11.0 second appearance of XOR. If XOR shows up at 41.0, you're just going to add some...
Mais non, elle apparaît pas à 32, elle apparaît à 33. Toutes les 16 secondes.
So yeah, it would be 55.0 for Plush Trap on a 41.0 appearance of XOR. All right?
Ah non, c'est vraiment 32.
I think you all get that.
Ah oui, merde, je sais pas compter. Faut pas que je sais pas compter. C'est bien 32, pas 33. J'étais sûr que c'était comme ça avant. J'étais pas sûr que c'était 32 à l'époque. Je suis sûr que c'est 33. Bon bah, ça reste si grave.
Longer than you want, otherwise that next 15 seconds the music box might run out while you're running the power generator. So just keep that in mind, all right? So power AC, if the jaws are barely down or not even deployed at 32.0 and you're running the power AC, then you have a very short period to no time of having to worry about that. So basically, run your power AC 32.0 or, yeah, very close to that, or whenever this juncture is based on XOR's appearance. So you see Jaws, run the power AC, the Jaws will recede, go back up, and that'll be that. All right. If the Jaws come all the way down, you'll be jump scared. And if the Jaws are all the way down, basically just a little bit, and you run power AC, it's going to take a long time. It's going to waste a lot of power to get rid of those Jaws. The thing about the power AC, though, is going to cool the room down, so that's an added benefit to this. It's just, yeah, watch your music box, all right? That's the number one concern on that. Number 4, you're going to have Bonnet, just making sure here. So Bonnet's going to be called in at 39.0 in this run, but then at like 44.0, you're actually going to see Bonnet. I don't know if that's a random addition of time or whatever, but Bonnet's going to go across the screen, and you're going to...
La bonnette, c'est tout simple, hein, c'est tout con.
Boop nose. All right, boop nose. Exclamation point. All right, that's Bonnet. If you don't click on Bonnet's nose or pretty close to and hear that click, then you will get a jump scare, and that stinks.
Ouais.
All right, number 5 is going to be the mini arenas.
C'est vraiment le 12e plus chiant.
And, actually, let's do 5 and 6 at the same time, okay? Because a little bit and mini arenas. I'm not sure which one actually spawns in on time, but they're going to be 46 and 53. I don't know if these are flipped or whatever, but the next flip you're going to see the mini arenas. So next flip. What in the world was that? Anyway, all right. Next flip, you're going to see the mini arenas, and the thing with the mini arenas is that you can lose Phantom Freddy in all the noise, or Nightmarion. You could have Nightmarion just fading into the screen, and you won't know it. So you got to be really careful with keeping your mouse on the side of the screen with the mini arenas up, and then after a while, maybe a few flips later, you're going to have no more mini arenas. But and I don't know the exact timing on that. Maybe I could go back and add that to this later, but not this video, of course, because you can't do that on YouTube, but maybe just a note somewhere. But the next flip, you're going to have the distraction, the visual distraction, kind of like in Sister Location, Golden Freddy mode, very hard, and you're going to have mini arenas annoying you for a little while, all right? So Phantom Freddy is one. Also, you got to make sure that you're keeping tabs on Nightmare BB with this as well. So any visual thing that needs attention, it's going to be a little harder with the mini arenas there. Lolbit's the other one, and basically, you're just going to have noise. So noise when Lolbit is there, and then you're just going to type LOL. You can slam on L and O, and usually that takes care of it, or just slam on L and O a few times, and then you should be go. It should be good. It should be go. So just slam on LO, and...
Bah, il faut juste taper LOL, vachement simple, hein, n'est-ce pas?
But I do have to locate that on my keyboard, so I still do look down when Lolbit shows up. But I know Lolbit shows up, man, like 118, I think, in this one. So it's like 25 seconds. But usually Lolbit shows up at like 58 or 59 or something like that. Note with Lolbit as well that when you're looking down, you can also have Phantom Freddy sneak up, because around that time, usually Phantom Freddy charges up. And yeah, if you haven't let him startle you already, then you might have Phantom Freddy to worry about. Note also, Phantom Freddy, side note on Phantom Freddy, if you let Phantom Freddy startle you, it's about 52 seconds, or like 51 point something, until the next time that you will get jump scared or startled by Phantom Freddy, if that's the case, okay? So flashing with the light leads to a sooner charge of Phantom Freddy than letting Phantom Freddy startle you altogether. Okay, cool. I think that's good for those. Let's get to the next part.
Deathcoin.
All right, we're going to go through a bunch of the gameplay here, so I'm going to try to talk preemptively as to what I'm going to do here. I'm going to get out of the mask, I'm going to click on Helpy, but I'm going to be quick with the mouse so Nightmarion doesn't jump scare me. All right, if you stay too long in one hot spot, you're likely to get jump scared by Nightmarion on 5020. While XOR is going buck wild side to side on my screen, I'm going to go back to the cameras and then do some quick checks on cam 5 and then back to cam 8. You actually have an advantage if you can keep the camera on cam 8 during the 15.0, 20.0, 25.0 second marks. The 5.0 second multiples, if you have the door shut on Mr. Hugs, you prolong any possible move of Mr. Hugs until the next 5.0 juncture, all right?
Oh, merde.
Second marks. The 5.0 second multiples, if you have the door shut on Mr. Hugs, you prolong any possible move of Mr. Hugs until the next 5.0 juncture, all right?
Et 20.
Second marks. The 5.0 second multiples, if you have the door shut on Mr. Hugs, you prolong any possible move of Mr. Hugs until the next 5.0 juncture, all right? If you don't have the door closed on Mr. Hugs correctly and you get out of the cameras after that 5.0, yeah, Toy Freddy's most likely going to have a game over in your face. So that's going to be pretty bad, but you're going to rely on random number generation for Toy Freddy not jump scaring you anyway at some point with this. So the key is quick flips late in the night and really past the death coin part. And we'll get to that part in a little bit as well. But if you avoid the 0.0s and 0.5s at all when checking the cameras, you won't see a Toy Freddy jump scare. Because Toy Freddy only jump scares you on the 0.0s and 0.5s. At least I'm like 99.9% sure of that, okay? So you just got to do quick flips, and that's it for that part, okay? After all that, I'm going to wait until the 26.0 mark before going into the cameras, all right? And I can't have the camera loaded at 26.0, but if I start at 26.0 or something low 26, I have a lot of time to go to cam 7. I'm going to buy the death coin with the coins that I have. Then I'm going to go over to cam 6, all right? And cam 6 is Funtime Foxy's camera, so the Showtime cam. I'm going to death coin Funtime Foxy with this strategy. And if you want to see any no death coin route, I have that as well on my channel. And I could discuss the no death coin route at another time as well, but this is the most reliable way of getting a win on 50-20 mode. I would say mathematically that's definitely the case. But anyway, okay, so yeah, you're on the cameras the least with this. All right, so you're going to death coin Funtime Foxy, and by this time, Plush Trap is already there, and I'm there before Plush Trap is agitated as well. I guess in that case, what would that be? So that would be 25, so about like 38 or 39. Plush Trap would be really annoyed, so I'm there way before that mark. I'm gonna stay on the camera for about 1.6 to 1.8 seconds at the very least. I actually throw an extra check on cam 5 before I end up at cam 2. All right, cam 2, I'm going to discuss the cam stalling stuff after this part, but we won't get to that until I actually get there, all right? But I check on Foxy one last time. If you have time to do that, great. If not, oh well, just go to cam 2, all right? That's a safer thing to do. Afton actually does attack here, so you got to do a quick F closure, that side vent, and that's about it. Yeah, okay, so let's actually play it. Here you go. All right, Helpy, avoid Nightmarion, good. Cameras. I mouse over the coins. I don't need to, because I have 15 coins, but I could actually go at this point and get the death coin, but I actually missed a click on the cameras, so I'm just like, okay, I'll wait until 26. So 26, I'm going to click on Ven and Cam. All right, I'm going to buy the death coin, use the death coin, close it on Afton, wait 1.6 seconds, reset ventilation, get out of there quickly, and we're good. Okay, so that brings me to past the 32-second mark. In this case, you'll see the jaws appear, and I'm going to have to flip on that power AC to get rid of the jaws, all right? I don't even know if you see them on this one, but I'm flipping between that and, yeah, power gen and all that. Okay, so you also heard the laughs of the bears at the doors, so I'm going to close the doors. And past that point, if you don't need coins, you could just close them both and just get rid of them and then be done with them.
Oh là là, mais c'est pas vrai ça, mais c'est fou.
Ulysse est offert pendant 14 mois pour faciliter vos départs.
Oh là, oui, si expert, c'est bon pour plus tard.
Next segment is mostly going to be focused on what happens when XOR shows up late. So let's get to a portion.
Bah ça c'est juste de la chance malheureusement.
In the office. All right, got rid of the bears. I got rid of Old Man Consequence. So now I have the office here, and you notice that Phantom Freddy has some charge going. So if you want to let it ride with Phantom Freddy and let him startle you, that's a risk, but just know that you have to close the vent, the mid-vent W, either before he startles you or within about 200 milliseconds of the startle. Otherwise, you could end the night. Note that it's 35.3 by this point, so you're probably going to have one of the mid-vent animatronics waiting to go, and that's a problem. I'm going to use the power AC to get rid of Nightmare Chica, but if XOR doesn't show up by this point, you're going to have to worry about Rockstar Chica, because Rockstar Chica could be over here by this point on the right door, at the right door at Cam 2, and you won't be over at Cam 2 yet because you're waiting on Funtime Foxy and Plush Trap to get their act together, alright? So let's say, in the worst case scenario, what if XOR shows up at 41? So at 41.0, alright? you're going to have your first animatronic, RWQFS FASXC, showing up at 48.0. So, sorry for all you who like RXQ. 55.0, you're going to have Plush Trap. Alright, Plush Trap going to show up at 55.0. Well, you're going to have 10 seconds to go from cam 6 and stay on there for 1.6 to 1.8 seconds, and then go over to cam 2. Alright, that's going to be your final spot on this route, and cam 2, so let's say 1.6 to 1.8 seconds here, and then cam 2. The problem is, later in the night, Toy Freddy might be loose, and you might get a Toy Freddy jump scare more of the time. At some point, you're going to have to deal with Toy Freddy being loose, so if you're on the cameras a long time, you're just going to have to rely on random number generation on him not attacking. That can be problematic, so you're going to get a Toy Freddy jump scare more often here than not if Exor shows up late. The other thing is, if you don't flip this sign over here, or you don't manage the sign, then you can also have a Rockstar Chica jump scare. Usually if Exor doesn't show up by about the 30-second mark, I'll flip the sign over to the right side, and that will prevent Rockstar Chica usually from jumping for at least another 15 seconds. And I've had a long segment of time where Rockstar Chica didn't jump scare at all with the sign on the wrong side, really. But I don't know the exact timings on that or the odds. So that's one thing to keep in mind is the sign right here. You got to double click on the sign, and it's often a pain to click on the sign. Often Nightmarion will show up when you're trying to click the sign, so it's often good to try to be over here for a while, let Nightmarion fade in, and then you go over here. You're like, haha, gotcha, flip the sign over. But remember, once you're done with all of this stuff right here and you're back on cam 2, flip the sign back over to the left side, because then it prevents Rockstar Chica from showing up at the left door, but on the cam 2 right door, yeah, you'll have Rockstar Chica cam stalled. So we'll get to the cam stalling later, the camera stalling, and that's been a pretty big part of the strategy with Ultimate Custom Night in getting through the night. I think Fast Dasher was the one who gave me the hot tip on that. Maybe it was a Reddit post or something, but anyway, yeah, that was very helpful in putting together all this strategy early on when we were first playing it. Okay. So that's that part right there, but you have to worry about getting over to a camera quickly after the 52 mark for sure. But after 55, you're going to have to get over there and stay on the camera until Plush Trap leaves the chair, and then go over to cam 2, and then you should be good. The problem comes in, though, well, what if Exor shows up at 51.0 or all the way down to like 141, I think is a late time where people have seen Exor. I think Gumball V had a run where it was like 141, and that was yeah, that was just a really late appearance by Exor. Well, at this point, if you're going this route or whatnot, Plush Trap is going to show up at 1 minute 5. So 1 minute 5, this will be 58, and this will be a minute 5. You're already beyond where you have to be at 105.0, or that's it. So you can't have time with this route if Exor shows up past the 41.0 mark. All right.
Mais il faut arracher la peluche, mais encore c'est trop chaud là.
Hard facts on that one. All right. So that's that portion right there, but you do have to worry about as well. Freddy at the left door is a problem at like anywhere from 33.0 to 37.0. If you're maintaining your temperature, you don't have to worry so much about Freddy showing up sooner than that. But if it's a hot room, Freddy can show up a lot faster than 33.0. But part of this is temperature management as well. So when you're flipping and turning on the power generator, you're usually going to want to turn on the fan at least until it's down to like 65 degrees or so. You don't want to have it on so long that it's 60 and it stays there and you waste power, but I mean, it is an option. It doesn't waste all that much power to do that, but if you want to be really efficient, you want to stop it before it hits 60 and you just kind of stay there and you're cooling down stuff that doesn't need to be cooled down. I think you get my drift there, but Freddy is a little bit of a problem as well because, man, Freddy, oh man. So Freddy appears at the left door. There's no sound cue for it, but if you close the door very briefly, you won't hear a thud. You got to hold that door shut for almost, it might even, I don't think it's a full second, but it's pretty close. It's a really long time for Freddy to respond, but
oui, c'est vrai, mais Freddy prend du temps comparé aux autres pour toquer, c'est vraiment bizarre.
And that's what you need to hear to get rid of Freddy. But any long checks when Bonnie is active, so if Bonnie's on the table, you're usually going to have Freddy show up at some point during that. You're going to want to get rid of Freddy between this range, and preferably when the power generator is running, but at the same time, you just want to get rid of Freddy so that you don't get jump scared. If you do get rid of Freddy, you don't have to close the left door while you're doing a camera flip. You only have to close W. So all the flips beyond this are just WSSW. So let's discuss that really quickly. I hope you got all that info. This is like a very odd tutorial session, but hopefully you're getting something out of it. All right, so your temperature, one thing about your temperature, if it's getting near 90, you're going to be okay. 89.5 or above, so 89.5 degrees or above. I'm hoping it's Fahrenheit, because boy, that would be a hot office if it weren't. Yeah, 120 degrees Celsius, oh boy. But Jacko Chica becomes an issue. So, Jacko Chica. So, you have to cool it down regularly in order to avoid Jacko Chica. So, every time that you have the power generator running, you probably want to have the fan running as well. That little burst of power AC from Jaws over here, yeah, you're going to lose a few degrees, and you can keep it on a little bit longer if you're afraid that you're going to be a little bit hot. And you just want to keep it basically under 89.5 or 90. I think this rounds up to 90, but a lot of problems come in when you hit 90 and you stay there for a while, so you go above 90. It'll charge up some basic, like, oh, it's too hot energy going on with Jacko Chica. So let's say you just let this run up and it goes to like 110 degrees. You're probably going to get jump scared by Jacko Chica. All right? If you let this go up to like 92, but then you cool it down and it goes down to like, say, 70 by the time you're done with that portion. All right? Yeah, that's cool. That'll warm up a little bit, but next time you run the power generator, you'll cool it down a little bit. Then the next time, if you're doing good runs of the fan or whatever, yeah, you can cool it down to 65 maybe the next time or something like that. But you just want to make sure that it doesn't go above 89.5 for a long period of time, because the more you let this run above that mark, you're going to store up anger for Jacko Chica. All right. If you want to get rid of Jacko Chica when it's cool in the office, you shut the left and the right doors. That's one of the dynamics in the game. But shutting both those doors at the same time, it kind of like discharges. Again, I use decharge, Jacko Chica. But if you do that, you're wasting power as well. So you can usually not do that in a night. You just keep it cool enough. You alternate between power generator plus fan and music box. All right, so that's Jacko Chica. What else was I going to discuss? I don't know. Let's call that a segment. For this next part, I want to talk about the threats at each door and what doors you have to close during camera flips after the death coin part. All right. So let's go by letter E and W and B and F. All right. Let's see. Let's give RWQ some cool glasses. Give him a nice little nose. Started to look like my dad. Nah, my dad doesn't have a mustache. Anyway, all right, so on the left door, you have Freddy as a threat. We've discussed Freddy. Freddy, you have to keep the door closed for a long period of time before you hear that thud. You also have a potential for Nightmare Fredbear being at this door. Well, you got to worry about closing that left door for a short period of time and hearing a thud, and it could be Nightmare Fredbear. Also note that you have Ballora. So Ballora as a quick reaction. Ballora can show up at either one of these doors. And so if you hear a thud on the left door, sometimes it's not Freddy. Sometimes it's Ballora showing up and you just didn't hear the audio well, because there's a lot of other audio going on sometimes. So Ballora can be a quick react on either door, but you want to keep Freddy. Freddy's the main threat. Freddy at bay by closing that door for a long period of time until you hear that thud. It's annoying too because sometimes Freddy doesn't show up very quickly, and you close the door at like 32, 33, and you just don't hear a thud, and Freddy's not there yet. Well, that's a little bit of a problem, but you just don't want to get caught by surprise by Freddy after you don't hear a thud, and then you wait a few seconds, you check the cameras, and don't close this one, and you get a jump scare. Oops. Well, that stinks. But you can always close A. It's optional. But if you get rid of Freddy and you get rid of Nightmare Fredbear, and below is not a problem or whatever, then you don't actually have to close the left door. So you don't have to close A. The mid vent, or the top vent as the mobile game calls it. I wish I could have had input onto that, calling it the mid vent, but I don't know, it makes sense as a top vent. That's the unofficial name, but I've always called it the mid vent. But W, you have several animatronics to worry about here. So you have Mangle, you have Withered Chica, who gets caught in the vent if you don't check Withered Chica. The problem is, Mangle, if you get Mangle in the office, can jump scare you if you're on the cameras at just the wrong time or for too long. But Mangle is a noise issue for real. Like, seriously, your night is not going to be very efficient if Mangle is in there, even close to the end of the night. So, anyway, that's going to cause Music Man to get annoyed, and then you can't have Power Generator running as much as you want, which is a problem with power. But anyway, who else? You got Ennard, and you have Springtrap. Springtrap is just the visual cue, and then you have Molten Freddy and Fred. Molten Freddy. Okay, so these three you don't have to close the mid vent on when they show up like the other games. There's usually a quick reaction type element going on. You gotta close the doors and the vents on Ennard very quickly in Sister Location, but you don't have to do that here. You do have to close it by the time or during the time that the cameras are up, because the only times that these three can jump scare you is on a camera flip if the vent is open, all right? And they're at the vent opening. Mangle, Withered Chica are going to stay there if they're not vent snared. They're going to stay there at the vent opening if that's the case. And then if you don't close W during the camera flip, you're going to have one of those show up either, you know, in the vent opening or in the office, causing you a big noise problem. And then the other three will jump scare you if you don't have it closed. So you do want to close W on camera flips consistently after this point, all right? Guess we'll relieve the duty for RWQ here from wearing that stuff. So the right door is another issue. You have several, but they're going to be pretty well taken care of. The right door, you can have Nightmare show up, and that's just you have to close it before another camera flip. So that will be one thing. What else? A bunch of them. You're going to want to have the sign over here. That is a good thing by this point if you're on camera 2. So you're going to have your camera on cam 2. So that's good. Then you're going to have the option of seeing Rockstar Chica. You're going to see potentially Nightmare Bonnie. So the plushies.
Ouais, après, c'est des trucs qu'on a déjà vu.
Ouais. You're going to have Baby. And you're going to have Nightmare Mangle.
Bah écoute, c'est là qu'on aura tout vu, hein.
With the plushie animatronics, you can just stay on cam 2 and be good, or you can go and purchase the plushies for 20 coins, which can be done, but it's definitely a different route, and different mentality, and gaining a bunch of coins. And...
Elle va alors aller des deux côtés. Rockstar Chica, elle peut aller soit à gauche, soit à droite, mais on veut qu'elle aille à droite dans le 50-20. Il y a que... En fait, Daoko, lui, quand il avait fait le 50-20, il avait mis le panneau à droite. Donc c'est bien fait qu'à chaque fois qu'il allait sur le moniteur, il devait fermer non pas seulement la vente en face de nous, mais aussi la porte de gauche. Que Rockstar Chica ne peut pas rentrer dans le bureau si la porte est fermée. Et donc ne peut pas te tuer en outrant. Mais bon, c'est bien, mais ça utilise trop de batterie. Il faut une méthode qui utilise moins de batterie que ça. Et justement, on a la technique. Mettre le panneau à gauche. Puisque Rockstar Chica, si on se souvient bien, elle peut être camstall. Et oui, donc comme elle peut être camstall, bah autant mettre le panneau à gauche, comme ça elle est camstall en même temps que Nightmare Bonnie, Baby et Nightmare Mangle. Et ce qui est totalement plus logique finalement. C'est totalement plus logique de mettre le panneau à gauche qu'à droite. Parce que Daoko n'avait pas pris, donc à chaque fois qu'il allait sur le moniteur, il fermait 2 portes et pas une seule. Comme je le faisais moi, que ce soit la première fois que j'ai réussi le 50-20 ou la deuxième fois. C'était toujours que la vente en face de nous que je fermais. Et de toute façon, tu ne peux que fermer la vente en face de toi, puisque de toute façon tu es obligé de la fermer, parce qu'en fait, il y a toujours un risque, déjà qu'il y ait Withered Chica qui soit là aussi, hein, mais Mangle, en fait, même si tu fais, genre, même si tu vas sur le moniteur serait-ce 0,3-4 secondes, elle aura quand même le temps de rentrer dans le bureau. Donc voilà pourquoi il faut fermer la porte malgré tout. Même si Mangle était plus lente que ça, on pourrait tout simplement ne fermer aucune porte à chaque fois. Hein. Ce serait vachement bien, mais on est obligé de fermer toujours au moins une porte. Ça c'est dommage. Mais c'est toujours mieux que de fermer 2 portes, voire 3 portes à chaque fois. Parce qu'il y en a qui ferment 3 portes 2 fois à chaque fois. Hein. Et j'en ai vu des fois qui faisaient 50-20, ils fermaient la porte de gauche, la porte de droite et la ventilation à chaque fois qu'ils allaient sur le moniteur. Ça consomme beaucoup trop de batterie en fait. C'est beaucoup trop en fait.
And, you know, just having a wealth of Faz coins by the time you need them. With this one, you're just cam stalling all of these animatronics. And, I mean, Scott said before that he has put cam stalling in as a feature because if you have the camera on the animatronics, then it doesn't make sense to have them attack you while the camera's still on them. So that's why he left that in. I guess Five Nights at Freddy's 1 with Freddy was the first instance of that in Cam 4B on Five Nights at Freddy's 1 because you keep Cam on Cam 4B and Freddy won't attack you. And that was the kind of the game breaker for power management on that one. Then on this game right here, Cam 2 is the main camera for Cam.
Ah, donc c'est pour ça que le cam stall existe. Sauf que Freddy Fazbear dans ce jeu, il peut te tuer même si tu le regardes.
Cam 4B on Five Nights at Freddy's 1 because you keep Cam on Cam 4B and Freddy won't attack you. And that was.
C'est bizarre quand même.
Then it doesn't make sense to have them attack you while the camera's still on them. So that's why before that.
Ah mais Freddy Fazbear il le fait bien. Hein.
Because if you have the camera on the animatronics, then it doesn't make sense to have them attack you while the camera's still on them. Scott said before that he has put cam stalling in as a feature because if you have the camera on the animatronics, then it doesn't make sense to have them attack you while the camera's still on them. So that's why he left that in. I guess Five Nights at Freddy's 1 with Freddy was the first instance of that in Cam 4B on Five Nights at Freddy's 1 because you keep Cam on Cam 4B and Freddy won't attack you. And that was the kind of the game breaker for power management on that one. Then on this game right here, Cam 2 is the main camera for cam stalling with this strategy because you get all of these animatronics, including Rockstar Chica, cam stalled, and they will not attack even though that door is open. So you don't actually have to close the right door either if you're on camera 2.
Bah, parfait.
The side vent, you're going to have a quick react from Afton. So that's kind of a
ouais, bon, Afton, ça va.
A different issue. You have BB and JJ. And not JJ, the jet plane, but BB and JJ can be at the doors. You're not going to have door or light functionality if they get loose in the office. And that can eventually end the night, but it's going to be at the hands of another animatronic. So BB and JJ are basically like Magic Johnson with assists. They're just assist monsters. If they're loose in the office, sometimes you won't be able to get to closing a door or using the light as you need. And it's kind of an annoyance, all right? So,
mais ils peuvent pas te tuer.
All right. So, what else? So, basically, you don't have to shut F while you're checking the cameras.
Voilà,
so you're
parfait.
going to do a movement of W, S, and then you can click to reset ventilation.
Donc WS, ça suffit largement juste pour reset une ventilation. Ça suffit. Juste fermer la porte, la vente ici et c'est bon, ça suffit. Et après, il y a forcément des gens qui vont me dire mais pourquoi à gauche on ferme pas alors qu'il y a Freddy. On s'en fout. Freddy, en fait, t'as juste à fermer la porte de gauche pendant une seconde, quelques secondes avant que tu ailles sur le moniteur et il s'en ira. Ouais, t'entendras un tonk. Il faudra dire qu'il sera parti. Voilà. Et bon, Nightmare Fredbear, on s'en fout, puisqu'il apparaît que quand t'es sur le moniteur, donc ouais, on s'en fout. Et bah Laura, elle peut aussi apparaître pendant que tu fais la ventilation comme par hasard, mais ça, on s'en fout aussi, puisque normalement, tu auras le temps de réagir plus ou moins quand même. La porte de droite, finalement, la porte de droite, c'est la seule porte que tu ne fermeras jamais de la nuit, en fait, hein, littéralement. Hein. J'y ai pas pensé, mais c'est littéralement la seule porte que tu fermeras jamais de la nuit. C'est vraiment la porte droite ne sert absolument à rien. Hein. Sauf s'il y a Nightmare, mais sinon c'est tout. Hein. Ça sert juste à ça. Hein. S'il n'y a pas de Nightmare, hein, littéralement, c'est la seule porte que tu fermeras jamais de la nuit. Enfin, c'est la porte droite qui sert à rien, quoi. Alors, la porte droite, elle sert juste pour Nightmare et c'est tout. Et, bah, et Roxartica aussi, mais sinon c'est tout. C'est la porte qui sert à rien, quoi. Alors que la porte de gauche, bon après, ah oui, après il y a Ballora aussi. Ah oui, c'est vrai, j'ai pas pensé ça. La porte de droite, c'est quand même l'une des portes qu'on ferme le moins de la nuit. Hein. Sinon après la porte gauche, enfin, la porte de gauche, je pense quand même que la porte qu'on ferme le plus, c'est celle-là. Hein. Là où il y a Afton, Bébé et Gigi, puisque c'est ici en fait qu'il y a le plus de, il y a le plus d'apparitions. Bébé et Gigi, ils apparaissent beaucoup, hein, ils apparaissent très fréquemment quand même. Hein. Bah, dire qu'à chaque fois que tu vas sur les caméras, il y a environ 90% de chances pour qu'ils apparaissent, ce qui est quand même pas mal. Hein. Et après, Afton, bon, il apparaît une seule fois par nuit, mais il peut apparaître à des intervalles de 29 secondes, ce qui peut surprendre hein, quand même. Mais bon, après, ça devrait pas être un souci à ce niveau-là. Non, finalement, la porte de gauche, c'est une porte qui ne sert pas à grand chose hein, non plus. À part pour Freddy, hein, mais vraiment la porte de. En tout cas, tu fermeras plus la porte de gauche que la porte de droite, ça c'est sûr. La porte de. Ouais, je pense que. La porte de droite, c'est la porte que tu fermeras le moins de la nuit finalement, hein, je pense quand même. Hein. Ouais, je pense. Hein.
And then SW. I found it very helpful to find the spot to where the ventilation reset is. So it's kind of like, it's like around here somewhere, but you're going to want to move your mouse over there and be prepared. You want to have your mouse positioned, line it up, get ready to click. So WS, click SW, so you're going to reset ventilation that way. You can get very, very fast flips that way, but be sure you're getting rid of Freddy, and be sure you're on camera too. And be sure, yeah, BB and JJ are not, ready to go crazy in the office there. So, all right, that's about it for that part, but I think that's probably going to be one of the more helpful parts. So, I hope it is. I hope you're getting a lot from this so far. All right.
D'accord.
Hello. You must be here for your appointment.
ASMR.
Your honey appointment. I'm here to help you add honey to your browser in just 2 clicks. But first, I have a few questions for you.
Ah, j'aime pas les ASMR, hein. Qu'est-ce que c'est ça?
This next split, we're going to discuss Bonnie and Foxy splits. So basically, how long you keep Bonnie on the table versus how long you keep Foxy on the table. And when I say on the table, I am talking about this right here. So Bonnie's on the table right now, and you've noticed that I've kept Bonnie on the table for a fairly long time at this point. So I'm not rushing to go to the cameras to reset ventilation yet. That's because you want to prolong Bonnie. So just think with Bonnie, prolong. You want to keep Bonnie on the table as long as you can. And all right, you kind of want to stifle Foxy, but you have to wait a little bit to flip with Foxy on the table. Otherwise, there's a chance that Foxy won't even leave the table, and then you have to worry about everyone in the office again. That's kind of a pain, all right? So let's go and play some video here. I'm going to go through 45, and we'll discuss what possibly can happen at 45 in some rare circumstances with this route. All right, it's coming up on 40, so we could have an El Chip ad or a phone call. All right, just a phone call. We close that. Long close on Freddy. Swap back to music box. You heard Molten Freddy's laugh at the mid-vent. So W, there's someone waiting there, and you see Phantom Freddy is starting to fade in. Nightmare on in front. We're past 45.0. I have a bunch of coins, so if Rockstar Freddy wants some coins, I have spare. I can just pay 5 coins. All right.
Oh, ça va, c'est facile d'avoir des pièces dans le 50-20. Lol.
Yeah, you can pay 2 rounds of coins at this point. I'm just going to get more coins after this. But, all right, 45.0 can be a big problem. And why is that? Well, what if XOR shows up late and Plush Trap isn't even there yet, and you haven't even done the Death Coin part on Funtime Foxy? Well, I would advise doing the Death Coin part on Funtime Foxy before 45.0 regardless. So at 45.0, over Nightmare Yon's face. So 45.0 seconds. Funtime Foxy. Funtime Foxy.
Has a chance to kill you.
To be a 1 a.m. showtime for this to happen.
Ouais, voilà.
So 1 a.m. showtime.
Showtime.
That would mean that you have to visit and be on cam 6
at this moment.
At 45.0 which means that you have to load the camera a few tenths of a second beforehand. So you're looking like,
Ouais, voilà.
let's say 44.7. You go, and it's going to take a little while for that frame to load, and then say 44.9 happens, and then you're okay because 45.0 then happens, and you're good with the reset of the showtime. It's going to change to either 2
heures, 3 heures ou 4 heures.
And I think it's a 1 and 3 after all those Death Coin runs, but I really feel like 2 a.m. was the mode, and that 1 was a lot less common, but I wanted 1 a.m., and it didn't feel as if it was showing up as much as I wanted it to. And then 4 a.m. definitely didn't as well. It was very rare for it to be 1 a.m. then 4 a.m. That's basically what you have to have for a normal.
Ah bah encore une fois, si tu veux le faire sans Deathcoin, il faut être très chanceux. Hein. Pas seulement pour Foxy, Puppet, Chica, etc. C'est aussi pour ça. Hein.
On cam 6, watching at 1 a.m. right when it swaps over to
ah
1
bah,
a.m.
Funtime Foxy aussi, il y a une part d'aléatoire. Hein.
Funtime Foxy jump scare. If you have the camera on camera 6 and you show up late, then that's a Funtime Foxy jump scare. That Funtime Foxy is monochronic. Or you show up early and you leave before 45.0, the next time you check the cameras, you're going to get a jump scare, and that's also a problem. All right, so that can happen if XOR shows up late and you haven't done the Deathcoin part on Funtime Foxy yet. If you do have to wait, I would advise waiting until 39.1 or 39 point something.
Comme ça après, Weaver Bunny et Rockstar Bunny qui peuvent apparaître.
/ Withered Bonnie possible spawn. So if the cameras are up, you have a chance of having an attack from either one or both. All right, it's not a guarantee. You can have no one show up, but it's rare that that happens. It's a lot less common, I should say. My guess is it's probably more like a 1 in 9 for that to happen. If it's a 2 in 3 chance for every one, each one to show up. All right. I don't know those odds for sure, but that's just a guess, all right?
Ouais, okay.
Anyway, you should check after the 39 mark and make sure that you've taken care of Freddy. So, Freddy. All right, and I did
Freddy
get rid of Freddy with that long thud, all right?
Oui.
That was basically it for Freddy.
Donc c'est tout.
Freddy will come back more around the 112, 115.
Donc il n'y a pas besoin de faire pour le frame flip de Foxy en fait. Il n'y a pas besoin de fermer la porte de gauche pour le frame flip de Foxy.
You want to get rid of Freddy and you want to shut the door on W because you have company. So you're going to do a WS.
Mangle / Molten Freddy / Enard / Weaver Chica / Springtrap.
And then SW. The problem is Toy Freddy is also a risk at this point because Toy Freddy is probably going to be out by this point.
Mais Toy Freddy est sûrement mort déjà, oui, à ce moment-là.
So that's also a risk, but you have to take that risk. Anyway, it's much easier if XOR shows up earlier, and it's, yeah, you're done with everything. You don't have to worry about flipping the sign at all. Or if you decide to flip the sign at the start of the night, you just get out of the cameras, you flip it back, and you're good. Okay? But this is, yeah, the 45.0 mark can be a problem, and that's worth noting. Okay? Yeah. What else? We got more happening at 105, so we're actually going to play through 105 here, so let's do that.
Donc
it's a lot more calm at this point.
Ouais,
well,
c'est
I
sûr.
see Phantom Freddy is starting to, you know, fade in. All right. All right, that part right there, that was really risky. I let Phantom Freddy startle me, and you heard that vent shut right as that was happening. It was tricky too because I was trying to avoid Toy Chica. So Toy Chica slides in and Toy Bonnie slides in at sometimes. It's a random on their appearances. But things were happening while Phantom Freddy was about to startle. So yeah, I had to watch that very carefully. And if I got distracted by someone else and then I didn't shut that mid-vent, yeah, I probably would have had either Mangle in the office, or if anyone were in that vent opening, then that would have been a jump scare and game over. And Mangle showing up this early as well would be probably a game over because you have a chance of being jump scared by Mangle, but also, I mean, while if you visit the cameras, there's a chance, but also the noise level at this point in the night, you're going to waste so much power because you're not going to be able to run the power generator as much. You'll have that noise.
Alors, non, là, je trouve quand même qu'on utilise beaucoup plus de batterie au début de la nuit que pendant les 5 autres heures. Hein. Pendant la première heure, j'avais utilisé, je crois, de 25% de batterie. C'est énorme. Et mec, j'ai dû me partager les 75 derniers pourcents de batterie sur les 5 dernières heures. Donc oui, il y a quand même une différence. Hein.
Problem. So you're going to have to run nothing instead of power generator, which does eat up a little bit of power. And running nothing takes up about 1% every 9 seconds or so. But power generator, you can run that, and unless you're running something.
Ah oui, en plus, le pire, c'est que j'avais 1% de batterie à la fin. Donc c'est pas exactement 75, c'est ni 74, puisque c'est 74 que j'avais eu à 1 heure. Donc c'est 73% que je me suis partagé dans toute la partie. 73 pour 5 heures. 73% pour 5 heures dans le 50-20 quand même. Hein. C'est chaud, hein.
Else you're not gonna have any power drain at all. So if you're running power generator and fan and that's it, then it's yeah, it's like that zero block, 1% every 9 seconds. But if you have nothing running and the fan, then yeah, you're eating up 1% every about 3 seconds. So it's one usage block, or one block of usage, I guess. Okay, so all right. So I guess maybe the one thing I should mention here, power generator is always useful. It basically takes away one block of power usage versus what you're using at the moment. So that's yeah, you can look at the strategy spreadsheet for that as well. I have some of those mapped out as to what percentages are used over what period of time with whatever block usage. All right, but think of power generator as a -1 block usage. So all right, cool. Next thing, let's go to 105. 105. Uh-oh. Well, if we're not on cam 2 by 105, we're in trouble.
Ah
right,
oui,
why is
effectivement.
that? Oops. Let's click on this first. All right, why is that? Oops. Let's click on this first. Yeah, all right. So 105 is a critical juncture as well.
Un moment critique. Donc en fait là, c'est qu'en fait, à ce moment-là, donc, vous savez que dans Ultimate Custom Night, il y a ce qu'on appelle les plush animatronics. Donc c'est-à-dire les animatronics des peluches. Il en compte 3. Donc Nightmare Bonnie, Nightmare Mangle et Circus Baby. Donc, ces 3-là vont se relayer à tour de rôle, voilà. Ils vont se relayer pendant la nuit. Le premier apparaîtra à 1 heure. Le deuxième apparaîtra à 3 heures et le dernier à 5 heures. Sachant que, alors, chacun d'entre eux n'apparaîtra qu'une fois par nuit. Et vous devrez acheter leurs peluches quand ils apparaîtront. Donc, le premier apparaît à 45 secondes, le deuxième apparaît à 2 minutes 15, et le dernier apparaît à 3 minutes 45. Je pense que je vous apprends rien jusque-là. Le problème, c'est que dans le 50-20, on ne peut pas se permettre d'acheter autant de trucs non plus. Et 50-20, c'est déjà un mode assez compliqué que ça. Et on a à peine assez d'argent pour acheter un Deathcoin. Alors imaginez pas acheter des peluches en plus. Heureusement, il y a une autre solution qui se présente à nous. Donc le cam stalling consiste donc à rester sur la même caméra pendant toute la nuit. Et donc, ils ne pourront pas bouger. Sachant que quand ils apparaissent, vous n'avez que 20 secondes encore pour pouvoir acheter leur peluche. Sinon, c'est la mort. Eh oui, pourquoi 1 minute 5? Puisque 45 plus 20, ça fait 1 minute 5. Bah, comme par hasard, on trouve 1 minute 5. Oui, chacun d'entre eux, quand il se présentera, ne vous laissera que 20 secondes pour acheter leur peluche. Donc, ce qui peut être un petit peu stressant. Surtout que dans le 50-20, s'il y a 1 minute 5, voilà, vous êtes dans le bureau et vous vous rendez compte que vous n'êtes pas encore sur la caméra numéro 2, c'est mort. C'est bien Windows. Donc, si à 1 minute 5, vous vous rendez compte que vous n'êtes pas sur la caméra numéro 2, bah vous avez juste une mort à espérer. Dès que vous ouvrez le moniteur, vous aurez juste quelques petits problèmes à espérer. Voilà. Mais bon, après, vous avez 2 chances sur 3 que ce soit un jumpscare de FNAF 4. Et bon, les jumpscares de Sister Location, ils sont très forts. Donc en fait, ça fait juste plus peur. Ça fait juste plus mal aux oreilles qu'autre chose. Alors que celui de FNAF 4 qui fait pas peur. Ça va encore. Mais bon, après, 1 minute 5, 2 minutes 15 et 3 minutes 45. Si encore vous avez acheté une peluche au début de la nuit, ce qui est très peu probable, mais si vous avez fait ça, genre pour garder une trace visuelle de Foxy, ça peut encore être envisageable. Mais si à 2 minutes 15 vous n'êtes pas sur la caméra numéro 2, vous avez juste des jumpscares à espérer. Hein. Attention.
0, not a 6. 165.0. 105.0. Alright. Cam 2. So, cam stalling. Scott talked about this. If you have a camera on an animatronic and you visit the cameras, you're not going to get jump scared by that animatronic because you're staring at.
Mais après, après c'est pas vraiment. Non, c'est pas 2015, mais après c'est 2 minutes 35 et après 4 minutes 5 pour le dernier. Mais bon, ça c'est autre chose.
It doesn't make much sense for there to be a jump scare. So, in this case, Cam 2, all the plushie animatronics. So you have Baby, and we've discussed this a little bit already, but Nightmare Mangle. And
Nightmare Bonnie.
Let's see, 1, 2, and Nightmare Bonnie. It's been a long day.
Ouais,
Nightmare Bonnie also. These are the 3 plushie animatronics. They have stuffed animals corresponding with them in Cam 7 in the shop.
Voilà, parfait.
Right. So,
donc dans le magasin, il y a leurs peluches qui peuvent être achetées, voilà.
You can camera stall them on Cam 2. Also voilà. Taking care of is Rockstar Bonnie. Or, no, what am I saying? Rockstar Chica. There we go. Rockstar Chica.
Mais oui, right, Rockstar Chica par Rockstar.
Rockstar Chica.
Donc il y en a 4 animatroniques qui peuvent être cam-stall sur la même caméra. Ça c'est vraiment très utile.
On Cam 2, you should be good, but if you're not on Cam 2 by 105, you're going to get a jump scare by whichever one is ready
oh,
to
en fait, il n'y a pas d'ordre précis en fait. C'est aléatoire à chaque fois.
Think of this, 45.0, 215.0 and 345.0.
Voilà, on retrouve les fameux
345.0.
Les fameux timers que j'avais mentionnés avant. Donc 45 secondes, 2 minutes 15 et 3 minutes 45. C'est le moment où chacun d'entre eux apparaîtra dans le couloir. Et à ce moment-là, vous n'aurez que 20 secondes pour acheter leur peluche. Sauf qu'on ne veut pas ça, nous on veut juste les camstalls, donc on s'en fout un peu. Mais si vous n'êtes pas sur le moniteur à 1 minute 5, 2 minutes 35 ou 4 minutes 5, oui bon, on s'en fout des deux derniers, mais si vous n'êtes pas sur le moniteur à 1 minute 5, vous serez forcément jumpscare. Vous n'êtes pas sur la caméra numéro 2 à 1 minute 5, c'est sûr que ce sera le jumpscare assuré à la prochaine ventilation. Hein. Ça c'est sûr.
Alright, so this is 1 a.m., 3 a.m., and 5 a.m. If all 3 of the plushies are out and at AI 20, they're going to show up at these 3 times at random. Alright, so everyone's going to show up once, but they're going to show up in a random order.
Voilà, parfait.
Just, you know, whoever's on the top of the stack, basically, or Q, whichever way it's done, is probably just a roll. And then, hey, has this animatronic been used yet? Anyway, so 45.0. Well, there is a 20-second
voilà.
period for these plushies.
En 20 secondes, comme je l'ai dit.
It's a very tall order. You're going to have to.
Oui, 20 pièces c'est énorme.
Like crazy beforehand.
20 pièces c'est énorme, surtout quand on sait qu'il a que 11 face coins là, donc
done, but it's a completely different mentality. It's much more relaxed after this point, but you want to be on Cam 2 by 105.0, which is tough if XOR shows up at 41 or 40 or 41,
ouais.
But it can be done. After that,
oui, c'est possible, mais c'est très compliqué.
We've been through that too. Okay, so there's a 20-second period after they appear. So 105.0, 235.0, and 405.0. There's an interesting thing that happens with this as well. So I'll discuss that. But you have to be on either purchase the plushie or be on Cam 2 by.
Donc c'est en fait qu'entre 2 minutes 15 et 2 minutes 35, tu es autorisé à aller sur d'autres caméras que la caméra numéro 2, mais bon, c'est vachement compliqué. Et 4 minutes 5, et entre 4 minutes 5 et 3 minutes 45 aussi, mais bon, on s'en fout un peu.
These points, otherwise you're going to get jump scared. But during this entire block of time, all 3 of these, you can change cameras. So that leads to, say, the death coin route, or no death coin route, I should say, because that's correct. If you are in this time frame right here, 215 to 235, you can visit the shop during this time, and you do have a risk of getting attacked by Toy Freddy pretty heavily, but you can purchase the plushie that is out at the time.
Attention, Toy Freddy / Chica, ça n'a pas été bien géré. Bon, ça n'a pas été bien géré. Ça c'est juste une idée.
Cam 6, and then you can do more things to try to avoid Funtime Foxy jump scaring you. So that's a no death coin route. That principle right there. But during this block of time, yeah, there's no attack, but you have to be by 235.0, by 405.0.
Ouais, mais en fait, c'est-à-dire, en fait, t'as littéralement que 20 secondes pour acheter une peluche, et c'est vachement compliqué, en fait. Même si t'as déjà tous les facecam, en fait, ça demande déjà d'avoir énormément de chances de pas se faire attaquer par Toy Freddy, qui a de grandes chances de t'attaquer à ce moment-là. Ça demande d'être déjà super rapide. D'ailleurs, genre, dès que tu ouvres le moniteur, tu dois déjà être sur la caméra numéro 7 pour acheter la peluche. Hop, t'achètes la peluche vite fait. Tu vas sur Funtime Foxy vite fait. Bon, après, voilà, c'est vachement compliqué en fait. Et dès que t'es sur la caméra de Funtime Foxy, hop, tu fermes le moniteur, tu mets le masque et tu continues la nuit comme si de rien s'était passé. Et voilà, donc c'est en fait que si Funtime Foxy était effectivement à 4 heures, tu pourras faire Funtime Foxy à 4 heures sans problème. Et bon, après, c'est que Toy Freddy a aussi une chance de te jumpscare à ce moment-là précis. C'est vachement con. Bon, par contre, il y a un autre qui est vachement con. Parce qu'en fait, si en fait Funtime Foxy te dit ah, le prochain spectacle c'est à 5 heures. Bon, bah, 5 heures encore, c'est pas un problème. Mais s'il te demande un spectacle à 6 heures, ça c'est vachement con. Vachement con en fait. Parce qu'en fait, bah, tu peux mourir à 4 minutes 30. Ça, c'est vachement con en fait. Tu peux mourir à 4 minutes 30. À moins que Scott il a réglé ça entre temps, mais je crois que tu pouvais mourir à 4 minutes 30. Hein. Je crois que tu pouvais mourir à 4 minutes 30 avant. Ou ça se trouve encore maintenant on peut mourir à 4 minutes 30. Ça, non, je sais plus. En tout cas, à partir du moment où Funtime Foxy tu diras que le spectacle sera à 7 heures, là tu seras enfin soulagé. À partir de ce moment-là, tu pourras revenir sur la caméra numéro 2 et passer le reste de la nuit finalement.
Cam 2 again if you don't purchase the plushie. So basically, staying on Cam 2, the reason for doing that is you camera stall the plushies, you don't have to buy the plushie from the shop, and then you should be good. All right? I think that makes pretty good sense. And staying on Cam 2 and Rockstar Chica going to the right door instead of the left because your sign is over here on the left. So Rockstar Chica will not, Rockstar Chica RC can't go through here, but can over here. But you have the camera on Rockstar Chica, so she will not attack you.
Voilà, parfait.
That's it. All right, so that's it for that part, but 105 is a critical juncture, and that's worth noting as well. So the rest of the night, you're going to have a lot more to do with the Bonnie and Foxy splits.
Ça pas l'air d'être vraiment... Ah, ça, c'est les peluches qui... Il avait pas mis ça, donc là, oui, c'est effectivement une partie qu'on n'avait pas vue encore.
So we're talking about... it's going to be after 1:15. The things I'm going to keep in mind at this part, I've already taken care of Phantom Freddy by
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a à
1:15, so I
1h15
don't have to
encore?
worry about the fade in from Phantom Freddy, but if I'm using flashlight a lot and there's the constant fade in going on, then I have to think about that as well through this time. I also want to think about it about 1:15, shutting the left door on Freddy to get rid of Freddy. All right?
Ah, ok, d'accord. Oui, bon, après... Moi, je ferme toujours la porte vraiment quelques secondes, seulement quelques secondes avant que j'aille sur le moniteur, comme ça il reviendra plus à un petit moment. Ça c'est selon les personnes, voilà. Il y en a qui le feront à 1 minute 10, d'autres à 1 minute 5 même, hein, et même 1 minute 5 ça peut passer. Hein. Il y en a d'autres qui le feront à 1 minute 20, s'ils ont envie. Et Freddy peut arriver à 1 minute 5, hein. Oui, il peut totalement arriver à 1 minute 5, hein. Donc ça... Il y en a qui peuvent le faire à 1 minute 5, hein, s'ils le veulent, mais bon, par contre, il y a peut-être des chances pour que Freddy soit là quand ils feront le frame flip pour Foxy. Et ça, c'est un peu con, en fait. Ils vont logiquement la plupart du temps, il prendra... De toute façon, Freddy prend toujours environ 33 secondes pour réarriver au bureau. Donc c'est quand même assez long. Donc logiquement, à partir du moment où tu as fermé la porte pour Freddy et que tu l'entends toquer, tu es tranquille pendant au moins 30 secondes. Donc tu fais juste. Alors tu pourras calculer plus ou moins le moment où il va revenir en regardant le timer et tu rajoutes 30 secondes. Donc voilà. C'est-à-dire que par exemple, s'il y a 1 minute 18 entre le toc, bah, il sera de nouveau là à 1 minute 48. Donc c'est voilà. Bah, environ 1 minute 48, hein, mais on sait tous que ça sera un petit peu plus. Mais bon, logiquement, ce sera souvent dans les voilà, bah, dire que là, si on se focalise à l'heure où on est, ce sera jamais plus ou moins ce sera jamais la même température hein, selon l'heure. Donc c'est un peu compliqué, mais logiquement il devrait revenir vers 1 minute 55, un truc du genre. À 1 minute 55 il devrait être capable de se tuer, un truc du genre.
Let's play this segment and then cool. As you see Springtrap staring at me right there. I don't have to get rid of Springtrap until the camera flip. Okay. So, interesting there. In this,
Il y avait pas Freddy là
I
en
shut
fait.
the door on Freddy at about 42.0. I held that left door shut for a while because I'm like, is Freddy there? And Freddy wasn't there. So I didn't hear that thud after a long period of time. So I just went for it. I did a WSSW. So WSSW. So this closes the mid vent, and then this is the camera, and then the ventilation reset, and then this opens up the office again, or brings back the office. It closes the cameras, and then this doesn't shut. It opens the mid vent again. Okay, so I'm not going to waste power. So that's what I do on that flip. But that was interesting right there because I didn't get rid of Freddy. So now on this short flip with Foxy, I'm going to have to shut the door again in a little bit to get rid of Freddy. But since I closed the door on Freddy at like 42 or so, you can have a late appearance by Freddy at, you know, like 119 or so, or 120, 121 maybe. But around that period would be a late appearance by Freddy. Note also, yeah, Freddy can show up quicker if the office is warm, but it is not.
Ouais, bon.
I've been swapping between
C'est assez
music box
frais quand même,
and
hein.
power generator and fan all at once, so I've been keeping it cool in the office, at least. So it's not red letters there over in the temperature area there. So okay, so that's one thing here I have to worry about now. I have to deal with the mini arenas again. You have to keep watch so that Phantom Freddy is not going to be a problem. Also, yes,
Non,
Scrap Baby
pas vraiment, mais
could show
Scrap
up.
Baby,
Like,
ouais.
if she looks up, then I'm going to have to shock Scrap Baby. And the other thing, Nightmare BB is standing up over here. So I'm going to have to flash Nightmare BB before I do a
Mais
fast
quand j'y pense, en fait, heureusement que Scrap Baby n'avait pas une seule fois levé la tête de la nuit, hein, parce que, je sais pas si vous savez, hein, mais électrocuter et Scrap Baby, ça consomme 1%. Et il me restait 1% à la fin de la deuxième fois que j'ai réussi les 50-20. Donc c'est clairement, en fait, si elle avait essayé de bouger pendant la nuit, même je serais mort, en fait. Clairement.
flip with Foxy. It's best to take care of it while there's not too much going on, so my guess is I'm going to take care of them pretty quickly. I'm going to make sure that Foxy is on the table here, because if Foxy is not on the table, then actually I would be thrilled. I would be thrilled. Like if Bonnie were still on the table, I would do a long period with no more flip. And then I would be like, okay, well, thanks, Bonnie, for not leaving. But I don't think that actually happens. It's usually Foxy who stays on the table, if anyone, so like a double appearance. Anyway, Rockstar Freddy is also here, gonna demand 5 coins because he with no more flip. Thrilled. Like if Bonnie were still on the table, I would do a long
il y avait encore Bonnie sur la table. C'est possible.
Long period with no more flip. And then Foxy is not on the table, then actually I would be thrilled. I would be thrilled. Like if Bonnie were still on the table, I would do a long period with no more flip. Because with Foxy, it's best to take care of it while there's not too much going on, so my guess is I'm going to take care of them pretty quickly. I'm going to make sure that Foxy is on the table here, because if Foxy is not on the table, then actually I would be thrilled. I would be thrilled. Like if Bonnie were still on the table, I would do a long period with no more flip. And then I'd be like, okay, well, thanks, Bonnie, for not leaving. But I don't think that actually happens. It's usually Foxy who stays on the table, if anyone, so like a double appearance. Anyway, Rockstar Freddy is also here.
Généralement, c'est plutôt Foxy qui fait une double apparence. Enfin, une double apparence. Double apparition.
If you were asking for 50 coins, I'd have more of a problem. And then I also want to check the vent to make sure that there's no BB or JJ. And then I might have to close F before the next flip. Okay, so let's check this all out. I don't change cameras after this point with this strategy, so that's one thing to note. But those are all the ones that I'm going to have to watch out for at this point. You notice throughout as well, Ballora usually appears on, you know, like near the, like a few seconds before the 15 marks at some points. And you just have to do a quick closure on whichever door she is at. That's it for Ballora. It's just, yeah, you sometimes have other noises that interfere and you can't quite hear Ballora, or you can't hear as well, and that can also be a problem. Ballora, you need to close that door pretty quickly. I think if Ballora shows up at about 15.0, because it's more like 15.0 and maybe then 28, and then I remember 428 was one appearance by Ballora, but you have to close the door within 1.8 seconds, I think is the value there, because the night's ended at 16.8 seconds with the 15.0 appearance, and I think it's just so that you'd probably have the end of the night at 429.8 if you didn't get that last Ballora if she shows up at 428. Okay,
Oh.
so anyway.
Putain, mais Balora, quand elle apparaît, je crois que t'as 2,8 secondes exactement pour pouvoir la bloquer. 2,8 secondes, je crois. Parce que... Je me souviens, il y a des gens qui se... Genre... Bon, Balora, en fait, elle peut apparaître à des intervalles de 14 secondes. Donc, c'est en fait qu'elle peut te tuer à 16,8 secondes. À 30,6 secondes. Non, 30,8 secondes. Oh, après, je m'embête pas, mais bon. Je crois que c'est 2,8 secondes. Hein. Je crois que c'est un truc comme ça. Je crois.
Alright, that's Ballora. Those are the ones you're looking for with the mini arenas there.
Donc, c'est vrai que Balora peut te tuer à 4 minutes 28, ce qui est à 1,2 secondes de la fin, littéralement.
And let's keep going. I want to go through the next Foxy flip, alright?
Non, là, c'est Foxy, on est d'accord. Hein. Là, c'est Foxy, c'est Foxy.
Okay, so I got rid of a few there. So Foxy was on the table. Keep going. And I flipped. I tried to reset the ventilation. I'm not even sure I got that. I didn't hear the click, but I flipped. Keep going. And I flipped. I tried to reset the ventilation. I'm not even sure I got that. I didn't hear the click, but sometimes you can miss. Or you flip so
non,
fast,
t'as pas eu la
click on the
ventilation là, je
exact
crois.
right
Tu l'as pas
10th
eu,
of a
tu l'as pas
second or
eu.
whatever.
Je crois pas
But
que
you wanna
tu l'aies
do
eu là.
fast flips past this point.
J'ai pas entendu le
One
clic.
big
Hein.
thing is Toy Freddy is a threat after the first maybe 40 seconds especially, I would say.
Ah bah Toy Freddy maintenant c'est l'ennemi numéro 1. L'ennemi numéro 1 du 50-20. Carrément.
So Toy Freddy, so this is the 2020 edition here. Mr. Hugs got me again. Toy Freddy, if you don't check the cameras at X.0 or X.5,
voilà, parfait.
you won't have a Toy Freddy jump scare. But you have to be really, really kind of hawk-eyed with this. So you're going to do a quick flip, and you have to do a fast
Ah bah c'est
flip.
des flips très rapides que tu dois faire. Hein.
So, and this is when
Parce que oui, en une seule seconde, il a 3 possibilités de te tuer. Hein, donc c'est vachement énorme hein, quand même. Par exemple, si en une seule seconde de 21.0 à 22.0 par exemple, hein, c'est juste un exemple, hein, il a 3 possibilités de te tuer. Une à 21.0, une à 21.5 et une à 22.0. Donc c'est quand même pas mal.
Cameras are loaded, I'm pretty sure. So this right here, if you're at, we're at 126. So if I flipped at 127.0 instead, and I left it on through 127.5,
bah, il a une chance de te tuer, mais c'est pas non plus du 100%. Hein,
I have 2 chances of getting a Toy Freddy jump scare there. I don't know the exact odds. My guess would either be... My guess would probably be 1 in 10. I don't know.
Ah, de 10!
I don't know that it would be 1 in 5, but my guess would be 1 in 10. So every time you have it open on a 0.0 or 0.5, you have a shot of getting jump scared by Toy Freddy.
Une chance sur 10 à chaque fois, putain! Quand même! Bah, ça paraît pas énorme, hein, quand même, quand... Le nombre de fois que je me suis fait tuer par lui, bon après c'est qu'une chance sur 10, hein, mais quand même. Ça, j'en sais rien.
Freddy. If Chica's mad, it's the same thing. I think Chica's odds are a little bit more harsh than Toy Freddy's, but...
Ah, c'est Chica. Ah, Chica, c'est la même chose, mais c'est juste que les pourcentages de chance sont un petit peu plus élevés. Forcément 1 sur 5. Bah ouais, bon bah finalement Toy Freddy et Chica, c'est la même chose. Sauf que Chica est encore plus redoutable en fait quand elle est énervée. Genre ça représente une plus grande menace que Toy Freddy si elle est énervée. C'est super.
I don't know. That would just be a guess. So if Chica's mad, I would really try to rush those flips. Interesting as well, Lefty. If you want to avoid Lefty completely, just don't check on the X.0s.
Ok, donc si on veut... Ok, ben en fait, maintenant je comprends pourquoi je me suis fait tuer en fait pendant le marathon par Lefty. Donc Lefty nous tue uniquement si on est sur des frame flips de 0.0, 0.0. Et pas 0.5. 0.5, lui il tolère, mais pas 0.0.
All right. You notice I'm also not using heater. I'm trying to flip very fast, so I'm kind of, I guess as Daco said, I YOLO it now. Like I just, yeah. You only live once, but it's just, yeah. You do a fast flip, and late in the night,
YOLO.
You're not gonna have your camera up a whole lot, and you take that risk. You can use the heater to get rid of the duct animatronics, and that can be a safer way to go about it, but you're going to want to probably also then go power AC to cool the back down, and then go back to either power generator or music box. It does eat up extra power, so in between these two emphases, between efficiency and reliability and replicability, yeah, I don't want to waste power, and so that's the thing. Late in the night, I don't want to have the cameras on a long time and do fast flips, so that avoids, hopefully, Toy Freddy, Lefty, Chica, and the duck animatronics. But a note here too, when I mentioned Lefty as well, Lefty's rarely a threat on this mode, and same with Music Man. So let's discuss that really quick. But Toy Freddy, yeah, just try to avoid the 0.0s and 0.5s on the cam flips. And
ouais, mais quand même, c'est vachement compliqué.
That's about it, because Toy Freddy's gonna be loose. That's just an inevitability. You're not gonna be able to check all the cameras all the time, and it's just, I don't know. Yeah, it's just, yeah. All right, so Lefty. One note about Lefty, Lefty or Lefty. Not even. That's not even clear. Let's try that again. All right, so Lefty and Music Man. And if you have played FFPS, you'll know why I write it like that. But basically Lefty and Music Man. If you are splitting your time half and half between Music Box and Power Generator and Fan combined, you're not going to have a problem with Music Man or Lefty. Why? Because the Music Box has a soothing effect, and it's not this like noise craziness that builds tension with Music Man and Lefty. And you're also keeping the room cool with Lefty. That's an issue, but I think Lefty is more influenced by noise than the actual temperature. So that being said, Lefty and Music Man should not be a threat unless you miss a call. So Music Man, if you miss a call,
c'est pas si grave que ça.
You miss a helpy click.
Mais ça peut quand même me faire la différence. Hein.
Miss a helpy, or you miss lull bit. You just keep lull bit on the screen. That builds
ouais, mais ça serait complètement con de faire ça.
So, miss
parce que en fait, le bit il reste quand même vachement longtemps quand même à l'écran.
Hein. Miss Phantom Mangle.
Bon, Phantom Mangle, ça c'est autre chose.
All sorts of things that build up noise, or if you're running all sorts of stuff for too long. But if you're swapping between that and Music Box, it's not going to be a problem. If you do go to Cam 4 and do some manual winds of the Music Box, you can run into issues with Music Man and hearing a lot of cymbals because, yeah, you're not running a 50-50 split. But anyway, so if I've forgotten anything on the noise, yeah, that's how unfortunate. But yeah, these are some examples of things that you can do to rile up Music Man. Otherwise, you should not have a problem with Music Man. All right. If you don't miss any calls, that's the big thing. And that's really it. Okay. So, what else? So you note also that the Bonnie and Foxy splits, finally I'm getting to this. But I've covered a lot in this section, so I'm hoping this will be helpful. Alright, you're going to want to have Bonnie, anywhere from 45 to 50 seconds, and you should be good. Foxy, I think Pongui was the first one to post this suggestion. But maybe an ideal would be keep Foxy at least 6 seconds on the counter, or on the desk, I should say. I don't know. I would say, yeah, definitely greater than 5 seconds. But try to be less than 15 seconds. I don't know if there's a 15-second interval or whether, like at a 15 juncture, there's a check. Oh, did you check Foxy or not, and is Foxy on the table? If so, advance. But it seems really random because sometimes if you do a fast flip, that Foxy stays on the table. Usually that happens if you go, 5 seconds or less, but think of it this way. You don't want to keep Foxy on the table for 45 seconds unless you are down to your last basic possible chance of winning. Alright? So with Bonnie and Foxy splits, putting this on a timeline, let's say the night has been going on and you just finished Death Coin.
Bon, après, tout ça, on a déjà vu. Bon, après, hein, voilà. Ça, on va pas repasser, mais bon, après.
If you go, 5 seconds
Ouais,
or
après
less,
ça, on a déjà vu, donc. Ouais. Voilà, je pense qu'on peut dire, hein, on a vu absolument tout ce qu'il y avait à voir. Hein. Et en tout cas, maintenant, je pense que si j'en fais le 50-20, je pense que je peux peut-être réussir à faire ça avec au moins 10%, 10% de batterie. Hein. Bon, par contre, ce sera beaucoup d'entraînement. Donc voilà, on a vu en détail quand même le guide du 50-20 de Digesturf. Mais bon, bah, c'est totalement clair. Hein. Faut peut-être croire qu'il n'y a pas autant d'aléatoires que ce qu'on pourrait croire hein, dans ce jeu. Hein. Mais il y a peut-être pas autant d'aléatoires que ça. Hein. Il y a peut-être pas autant d'aléatoires que ce que l'on pourrait croire en fait. Hein. Oh, 50-60 par contre ça me fume. Oh, qu'est-ce que c'est que ces trucs des fois? No death coin, no power-ups. J'aimerais bien savoir un petit peu comment il a fait pour vers 4h. Vers 4h, qu'est-ce qu'il a fait? Surtout vers 3h. 3h du matin. Alors, 3h du matin, j'aimerais bien voir ça. Il y a encore tellement de batterie en vrai. Voilà. Donc il achète la peluche, il va sur la caméra de Phantom Foxy. Enfin, il a eu trop de chance de pas avoir eu Toy Freddy en vrai. Hein. C'est abusé. Et donc à 4h. À 4h, logiquement, il va y avoir son spectacle là. À la con là. Là, parfait, il a regardé au bon moment. Il y avait écrit quelle heure en fait. Ça c'est pas de chance pour le coup, on n'a pas vu. Enfin, il a quand même regardé pour voir. On sait pas, il y a toujours quelqu'un qui gêne en fait. Il y a toujours quelqu'un qui gêne. Faut jamais savoir qu'est-ce qu'il y a en fait. Et j'entends encore Chica dans la cuisine, mec, c'est abusé. Ouais, il est allé sur le moniteur au cas où pour que FNAF soit quand même satisfait. Oh, mais merde, je suis con, c'est vrai, il a plus besoin d'aller sur le moniteur. Il s'en fout maintenant, il s'en fout des peluches. Bon, par contre, un truc, il va sur le moniteur, il est mort instant. Hein. Ah oui, ah oui, ah oui. Il lui reste quasiment plus rien comme batterie. Il y a encore Chica qui baigne dans la cuisse. C'est de la vue. Ce fuck. Non mais il faudrait quand même qu'un jour je tente le 50-20 sans Deathcoin hein, parce que je trouve que si bien le 50-20 c'est assez il y a assez de challenge déjà rien que dans le 50-20 avec Deathcoin mais sans Deathcoin ce serait vraiment un vrai truc en fait. Alors j'aimerais bien savoir comment le début de la nuit se passe pour lui en fait. Il fait quasiment rien au début de la nuit en fait. Il s'en fout de l'appel. Il s'en fout de l'appel. C'est moi, il s'en est battu les couilles de l'appel. D'accord en fait. Donc il a pas fait l'appel sauf en fait parce qu'il y avait Xware en même temps. Et ça annule l'appel en fait. On commence à mettre le power generator là maintenant. Là il va fermer pour de gauche maintenant. Ok parfait, 4 heures hein. C'est très rare quand même d'avoir 4 heures hein. À ce moment là. Il y a encore tellement de batterie en plus à ce moment là. Après il n'y a pas grand chose à faire non plus hein. Et que comparé au 50-20 où tu fais le death run, il y a quand même moins de choses à faire là. Donc, en fait, il y a clairement un truc, hein. En fait, dans le 50-20 sans Deathcoin, on s'en fout de Toy Freddy en fait, on s'en fout. Hein. On veut juste le faire, on veut juste faire ça comme ça en fait. Juste, on s'en fout de Toy Freddy. On le fait sans en fait. Et finalement, en fait, il y aura moins de difficultés. Je trouve que quand même, hein, faire le début de la nuit sans Deathcoin, c'est limite plus facile en fait. Parce qu'il n'y a pas besoin de vérifier Toy Freddy, et à ce point-là, il n'y a même plus besoin de de faire des trucs chiants, genre par exemple, je sais pas, il faut par exemple quand il faut acheter le Deathcoin, il faut éviter les fantômes, tout ça. J'ai l'impression que c'est un peu moins chiant quand même. Hein. En fait là quand tu veux le Deathcoin, il faut y aller sur une caméra en plus, la caméra numéro 7, alors que là la caméra numéro 7 n'existe plus en fait. Hein. Au début de la nuit, cette caméra n'existe plus. Hein. Donc on utilise aussi le cam stalling hein, dans cette nuit, mais c'est que pour le premier animatronique, hein, sinon les deux autres on s'en fout. Hein. Les deux autres on s'en fout royalement en fait. Hein. Ah, c'est bien de connaître le jeu, bon, je pense... Mais moi je pourrais le faire en vrai, hein. Je pense que même moi je pourrais le faire, mais c'est juste... ouais, j'ai déjà fait le 50-22 fois, mec, c'est bon, c'est trop. Ah, le bruit. Il fait les mêmes resets de ventilation que Daoko. C'est en fait il ferme deux portes Il prend énormément de temps quand il va sur le moniteur. Et en fait, t'as quand même un truc qui est con, parce qu'en fait, il va regarder le spectacle de Fun Time Foxy, enfin son showtime là, à 4h. Et malgré ça, en fait, que Toy Freddy, là, il peut le tuer pendant le moment où il doit regarder le spectacle. En fait, c'est totalement con, en fait.
Please deposit 5 coins. Please deposit 5 coins. Please deposit 5 coins. Please deposit 5 coins. Thank you for depositing 5 coins.
Je sais pas quoi en penser, en fait. La musique est trop cool. Lol. On s'en fout. C'est la dernière motivation de toute façon. Je crois pas que Chica soit encore dans la cuisine, hein, j'attends plus. Ah si, en fait, elle est encore là. Des fois, en fait, elle fait plus de bruit et c'est n'importe quoi. Pour ceux qui savent pas, en fait, il loupe volontairement les Allman conséquences. Comme ça, en fait, si il a court de batterie, bah il pourra pas aller sur le moniteur. Donc, il doit pas se faire buter en fait. Et c'est le premier au monde à avoir fait ça d'ailleurs. Hein. Allez. Putain, j'adore cette musique. Et du coup, il va avoir tous les animatroniques qui sont encore à 20. Ah bah oui, bah, lui, il l'a vraiment fait à la façon, je dirais, loyale. Lui, il l'a fait à la loyale. Enfin, pas vraiment, puisqu'en fait, le vrai 50-20, c'est faire 100 Deathcoin, 100 power-ups et acheter toutes les peluches. Et encore, il y a encore pire. Le faire en achetant le Deathcoin, mais en ne l'utilisant pas. Sans les power-ups et en achetant les peluches. Ouais, il y a vraiment des gens qui ont fait en achetant toutes les peluches, en achetant le Deathcoin, mais ils ne l'utilisent pas et sans power-ups. Mec, il y a vraiment des variantes pour gagner le 50-20 qui sont vraiment bizarres, mais bon, voilà, clairement, le 50-20 le plus facile, c'est le faire avec les power-ups et avec le Deathcoin. Moi, je l'ai fait sans les power-ups et avec le Deathcoin, ce qui en fait finalement le deuxième 50-20 le plus facile sur les 5 possibles, mais bon... Chut. C'est bon, c'est pas le plus simple non plus. On s'en fout. Bon, je suis déjà bien content d'avoir réussi le 50-20 deux fois sans power-ups et avec Deathcoin. C'est bon. On refera peut-être le 50-20 un jour, sans Deathcoin, mais je sais pas si je vais y arriver par contre. En fait, finalement, tout ça pour revenir au point de départ. Regarde, un truc que je vais vous montrer. Attends, what the fuck? Attends, j'ai une idée. Si je fais ça comme ça. Ah ah! C'est parfait. Oh. Alors, fais pas ce bruit, hein, c'est rien. Faudrait que je revoie un petit peu ce que j'ai fait comme erreur pendant la nuit. Donc voilà. On est reparti pour la nuit, donc. Voilà, toi, bon, c'est pas la bonne. C'est pas la bonne. C'est pas la bonne. C'est pas la bonne. Ah, c'est la bonne. Non, c'est même pas la bonne encore. Merde. Littéralement? Non, c'est pas la bonne. C'est pas la bonne. Clairement pas la bonne. Tout le temps que d'habitude là, mec. Il apparaît enfin! Ah ouais, mais mec, ça a pris beaucoup plus de temps que d'habitude. Il apparaît enfin! Ah... Il apparaît enfin! Ah ouais, mais mec, ça a pris beaucoup plus de temps que d'habitude là, mec. C'est de la vie. De toute façon, je vais crever à la prochaine truc là. La prochaine truc. Allez, attention, jumpscare. Vous avez prévenu. Voilà, donc ça c'est la run qui m'a fait gagner. Je savais même pas que c'était possible qu'il apparaisse si tard que ça. Donc on va mettre en 0.5 pour bien analyser. Donc voilà, LP, all conséquences, hop. Maintenant c'est le début du farming. Il y a X-War qui apparaît maintenant. Et là, par contre, c'est pas de chance. Ok. Donc là, hop. Je referme. Hop, par précaution. Voilà. Maintenant, hop. C'est parti pour le Deathcoin. Donc là, Orville, l'éléphant et Nedberg sont très loin, donc c'est parfait. C'est exactement ce qu'on veut. Donc là, Plush Rap, Funtime Foxy. Hop, il est parti. Hop, caméra numéro 2. Pour ici. On rouvre les portes, bien évidemment. Voilà, pour l'instant, il n'y a aucune erreur. Pour l'instant, tout est parfait. Oula. C'est un problème, ça. Voilà. Donc là, les mini-arenas sont apparus. Bonnette aussi d'ailleurs. Et là, le dernier va apparaître maintenant. Donc maintenant, c'est Baldi'S qui est apparu. Balora à droite, vite. Non, ça me fume quand il y a des gens qui disent oui, le 50-20, quand on regarde des gens le faire, c'est trop facile, non. C'est pas facile. Là peut-être qu'on a l'impression que je fais pas grand chose, mais ça c'est behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, je gère la music box, je gère le power generator, le ventilateur, je gère Balora, je gère Freddy, je gère Bonnette, je gère les appels, je gère les mecs au masque, ça fait plein de trucs, hein. Après on peut avoir des pauses, mais c'est pas grand chose non plus. Donc là c'est bon, la ventilation a été faite au bon moment. Donc là, entre une 22.0 et une 22.5, donc là c'était parfait. Toy Freddy et Toy Freddy et Rockstar Freddy. C'est pas la même chose. Ok. Là j'aurais pu me faire buter pour le coup, là regardez. Là j'aurais pu me faire buter. À une 31.5 j'aurais pu me faire tuer par Chica ou Toy Freddy pour le coup. Bah attends, il y a Chica qui est... Bah de toute façon, le 0.5 on va l'arrêter. Est-ce que Chica est dans la cuisine encore ou pas? Putain, la batterie c'était plutôt bien géré là en vrai. Il y a Foxy déjà qui est dans le bureau. C'est ça qui gâche tout en fait. Je crois que j'entends rien. Mini-arena, fermez vos gueules. Ça pour le coup c'est dommage. Voilà, parfait. J'entends plus Chica en tout cas. Là aussi j'aurais pu me faire buter, mais pas seulement par Weaver Bonnie ou Rockstar Bonnie. J'aurais pu me faire buter par Toy Freddy ou Chica encore une fois là en fait. Hein. Ah, uniquement c'était encore une fois que de la chance. Hein. Donc là encore une fois Foxy aurait pu me tuer là. Il aurait pu me tuer Foxy là. À cette ventilation, bah après ça va. À ce frame fait play il aurait pu me buter. Donc là, on a déjà la tête de Foxy sur la table. Il est 3 heures. On a 40% de batterie. Est-ce que c'est un peu mort? Peut-être. Je sais rien. J'ai failli me faire buter par Balora. Et Bonnette aussi. J'ai loupé l'appel à ce moment-là aussi. Donc clairement on voit très bien que les patterns de 15 secondes de Chica sont absolument pas respectés, mais je savais pas ça à l'époque, donc je pouvais pas savoir. Bon bah... Putain mais la batterie en vrai c'est tellement cool. Pas de 45 là c'est bon mais... Oh, j'avais pas remarqué. Ah ouais mais Chica on l'entend plus hein. Chica je l'entends tellement plus. Là c'était bon pour le coup. Ouais, 2.58.7 donc là c'était parfait. Donc là hop Foxy on s'en fout. On laisse Foxy sur la table. On a rien à foutre. On s'en fout si Foxy est sur la table. Là c'est je voulais juste avoir un nouveau record. Je voulais pas crever à 3-6 encore. Donc, bon, nouveau record là c'est sûr. Voilà. C'est juste pour le nouveau record que j'ai continué comme ça. Ok Balora. Ok donc les deux systèmes c'est bon. J'aurais pu me faire buter aussi. J'étais à 3.45.0. Là c'était vraiment un enchaînement de portes qui se ferment très rapide, voilà, tout ce que j'avais à dire. Il n'arrive pas à parler. Donc là, littéralement, il reste 33 secondes. Et j'ai plus que 5%. Qu'est-ce qui peut mal aller? Lol, Foxy, il a tellement... Mais vraiment, je sais pas comment c'est possible. Hein. Regarde. À ce moment-là, je croyais vraiment que Foxy allait me buter. Hein. Là, c'est un peu... Jean, j'ai eu le temps de faire la ventilation. Oui, bien sûr. Il aurait juste suffi, je pense que je reste sur le moniteur, genre sur la caméra 100 millisecondes de plus et je pense qu'il aurait pu me buter. Hein. Clairement. Les 50-20 ça ne pardonne pas. Hein. Clairement, c'est n'importe quoi. Donc là, hop, j'ai un petit peu fait descendre la température, mais ça n'a pas servi à grand chose. Donc là, littéralement. Attends, déjà tu me remets du 720, c'est bon, dire que je suis ta mère. Voilà. Il reste 30 secondes. Il me reste plus que 4%. Il me restait plus que 4% à 30 secondes de la fin. Mais genre vraiment le truc le plus improbable de la Terre en fait, littéralement. Comment c'est possible de faire ça en fait? Surtout dans le 50-20 en fait. Donc là il me reste plus qu'1%. Hop, Power Generator, on a rien à foutre. On a dit, on a vu qu'aujourd'hui c'était mieux que la music box soit entièrement déchargée que l'on tombe à court de batterie. Comme là par exemple, Balora aurait pu me tuer si... Balora aurait pu me tuer si j'avais pas décidé de garder le Power Generator en fait, clairement. Si j'avais décidé de garder la music box là maintenant, bah j'aurais pu crever en fait. J'adore cette musique, mais mec, cette musique représente juste la victoire en fait. Ça représente juste la victoire cette musique, c'est abusé. Qu'est-ce que tu veux faire comme musique plus victorieuse que celle-là en fait? C'est juste une musique qui a été faite pour la victoire, littéralement. Mec, c'est littéralement une musique qui te dit mec, t'es meilleur, t'as réussi. C'est une musique qui représente la victoire, littéralement. Et on a la musique et le score en entier, c'est parfait. Eh ouais. Na 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 oh, oh, je croyais tellement plus à ma fin. Oh là là. Oh. Voilà, c'est tout. Ah bah j'y croyais. Ah mais attention. Dites-vous, hein, cette partie-là, j'y croyais absolument pas. Hein. Pour ceux qui se le demandent. Hein. Mais quand j'ai vu qu'il y avait déjà la tête de Foxy il y a 3 heures, je me suis dit bon, c'est mort. Jamais j'arriverai jusqu'à 6 heures avec la tête de Foxy. Mais dites-vous, là j'ai la tête de Foxy depuis 2 heures. Mais dites-vous que Foxy il est dans mon bureau depuis 2 heures du matin. Foxy, il est là depuis 2 heures. Regardez ça. On voit ses jambes là. C'est en fait, je me suis littéralement démerdé pour survivre avec Foxy depuis 2 heures. Bon, le mec il est resté 3 minutes dans mon bureau au calme, au KLM normal. Genre vraiment, je pense que le mec il n'a jamais été aussi sympa avec moi. Hein. Même dans le 49-20, attends, le 49-20 c'était quoi encore? Donc voici. Là, que sinon on s'en fout pas, mais. Pardon pour espoir. C'est totalement encore possible. Totalement oui, c'est encore totalement possible, surtout en plus quand j'ai fait le 50-20 avec Foxy depuis 2 heures du matin. Donc c'est là tu peux totalement y arriver avec. Oh, mec, t'as encore tellement de batterie. Il y a bonus sur la table, donc tout va bien. Okay, d'accord, il y a eu un double toc. Ok, d'accord, Ok, d'accord, 40% de batterie à 4 heures à peu près, donc ça va. J'ai tellement failli crever. M'en fous. Voilà, on s'en fout. On a rien à foutre. On prend trop de temps là. Putain, c'était... Mec, c'était... On prend trop de temps là. C'était vachement proche quand même de la mort. Oui, effectivement, c'était à deux doigts de me faire tuer un peu. J'ai failli louper la peine. Et Foxy va forcément me buter là, mais putain, mais j'en ai trop marre de ce jeu. S'il te plaît. Un petit peu de clémence en ce jeu. Ah ok. Et je suis pas mort, ouais, je suis pas mort. Mec, j'ai tellement failli crever. Oh, c'était à 200 millisecondes près. Vraiment, c'était vraiment 200 millisecondes près. C'est de l'abus. Putain de merde. Il reste encore 15%. Putain de merde. Oh ouais, putain, Foxy, comment il nous regarde en mode qu'est-ce que tu fais?
Ouais, m'en fous, m'en fous, m'en fous.
Alors, il reste encore 10%, hein, c'est pas mal, hein. C'est pas mal, 10%.
Let's go! Garde devant portail! Oui! Let's go!
Attends, mais c'était peut-être une réaction un petit peu exagérée quand même pour le 49-20.
Garde devant portail!
Ah oui!
Oui!
J'adore ma vie, c'est trop bien.
Oui, merci le Pyrobut, oui!
Mmh. 9800 points, c'est vachement pas mal.
Let's go! Let's go!
C'est vachement pas mal. Oh, attends, non, c'est bien, attends. Là, je crois que c'était là, ouais, c'était là. C'était encore pour le 28-20. 5600. Incroyable. Oh, Phantom Foxy encore. Mais cette mort, j'hésite encore vraiment à la compter parce que c'était vraiment cette mort-là, c'était vraiment injuste quand même. Quand on sait en fait qu'ils étaient encore connus, je sais plus, je crois que c'était à 1,33 et des poussières.
Gamek! 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 Bigler! Vous êtes sérieux? Gamek! 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 Wiggler! Vous êtes sérieux? Gamek! Vous êtes sérieux? Gamek! Vous êtes sérieux? Gamek! Vous êtes sérieux? Gamek! Vous êtes sérieux?
Oh. Alors en parlant de Kamek là, c'est quand que le vaccin va sortir là aussi. Kamek. What the fuck? Bouilloire. Bouilloire, voilà, parfait. Tiens, mais des Américains qui essaient de parler en français. Bouilloire. Bouilloire. What the fuck? Bouilloire. Bouilloire.
supposed to be friends. Okay, I got this. Laura.
C'est même pas mauvais.
So in French, we say bouilloire, and that's a
Bouilloire.
Like kettle, like a bowl.
sounds really. Do you guys say the H? We don't. Well, like it's gonna be easier for you after, but we don't say H in French.
Okay.
So yeah, so in French we say no. Sounds really.
Hibou. On dit hibou, oui, tout simplement.
Sounds really close. Yeah, so in French we say hibou. Because we don't. Like,
Hibou.
you guys say the H.
Hibou. Millefeuille.
Time Chelsea first.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. You. Yeah.
Oh putain. Millef. Il dit. Non mais je vais pas me moquer mais là. C'est pas compliqué pourtant hein,
That's a hard one.
Oh, millefeuille.
That's really nice. That's really good. So in French we say millefeuille.
Millefeuille.
Like 1,000, like mille thousand. Yeah. That's a cake. Like a pastry. I tried to order. Not a cake, a pastry. When I was there. Like.
Droit. Ils vont dire droite.
Non.
Droite.
Droite.
Droite. Oh, ouais, il a dit ça. Là, c'est droit. J'adore.
I think I can say it. The pressure is on. I got it.
Ah. Droit.
I thought droit was with the net. Even the R is nice. So we say droit.
Droit, tout court.
Three. Like three. Droit. Straight. See different?
Printemps. Oh non, ils vont dire printemps. Printemps. Non, ils disent pas printemps.
Printemps.
Pas mal.
It's almost right.
If I say it again, it'll be wrong.
Presque.
You were right.
See, you really get anxious.
In French, we say printemps.
Spring. En anglais, attention. Cœur. Oh non. Ils vont dire choir.
You can get it right.
Cœur.
Not bad.
But.
With my finger.
Your finger just a little bit. I can always do
Cœur. On a dit qu'on prononçait pas le R. Elle a dit quoi elle? Quoi? Cœur. Hurt. Oh, ça me rappelle une voice scène de Rock Sarvoni qui dit c'est quoi encore? C'est quoi? I found my guitar, now reach from the stars as I plunge it through your heart.
It's a really beautiful word, I found.
Cœur. Grenouille, attention. Grenouille, hein. Grenouille. Presque. Il a dit grenouiller. C'est pas trop loin, ça va. Grenouille. Ouais.
But it's pretty good. I was gonna say something completely different, but now he just said it, and I'm like, I can't say it.
Pas dégueu, ça va.
I was gonna say the exact same.
Grenouille.
I see. Oui. Now the first letter.
Grenouille.
Do we say it? We're never sure.
Des grenouilles, simplement.
I'm gonna say. She asked no one answered you. Oh, sorry. I heard from the heavens. Go for it. Quinry. And then the second time is the second one is Grenouille.
Oh là 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 là.
We say grenouille. So there is more grenouille.
What does it mean?
It's a frog.
Yeah.
Frog?
Yeah, frog.
We would be surprised. Languages are very interesting.
Oui. Depends, I guess, where it.
Waouh! Inébranlablement! The fuck? Qu'est-ce que c'est comme mot ça? J'ai jamais vu ce mot de ma vie. Inébranlablement.
Wow. This is good. This is like.
C'est so challenging.
Oui, c'est challenging pour vous un petit peu.
We don't even use that name. That word.
Alors c'est vrai que ce mot inébranlablement, mec, on l'utilise quasiment jamais, hein. Mais on sait comment le prononcer.
Go slowly, like.
Non, mais je pense qu'ils vont dire inébranlablement. Non.
Okay.
Non.
Why would you giggle when you get to read though? Lucy, what has happened between us? Implorablement.
Aïe. Coup dur pour Guillaume, hein. Enfin pour Guillaumette. Hein. Ah lol.
You got this. You gotta represent America. If I do this one.
Get it in.
All eyes on you. Everybody's looking at you.
Hi,
Is it inébranlablement?
Aïe, c'est pas loin, c'est pas loin, c'est pas loin.
He's not French, but it sounds right to me. Inébranlablement.
That sounds a little bit different.
Inébranlablement.
Because I have the French accent, you don't, but it sounded pretty good.
Mais
Pretty good.
voilà, quand même, hein. On a compris.
We don't use that. I mean, we have informative.
C'est incroyable. Hein? Le jour où j'ai perdu 1 million d'euros. Ah ouais, déjà il a même pas mis d'euros, il a mis 1 million d'euros. C'est Ross hein, qui a mis ça. What differences between French language countries? Ouais bon après voilà. On va pas faire durer le live trop longtemps non plus parce que c'est bien de faire durer le live mais c'est voilà. Ultimate Custom Night All Jump Scares Speedrun completed in 25 minutes. Oh. Ah d'accord. Ah, maintenant c'est l'inverse maintenant. L'inverse. Maintenant des gens français qui essaient de prononcer des mots anglais. On va bien pouvoir se moquer d'eux maintenant.
Leave me alone. Movie theater. Movie
Theater.
Hello, my name
Movie
is
theater.
California, USA.
Pense.
Hi everyone, my name is Michael.
France. France. C'est elle qui donnait des coups de marteau avant.
So we could talk like this. So I think we are pretty good with our like common accent.
Oh merde! Jamais vu ce mot de ma vie. Bah, c'est censé. Qu'est-ce que c'est censé dire ce mot en plus? Bon, T-H-O-R-O-U-G-H. Voilà, j'imagine que comme on ne prononce pas le G-H, ce serait follow. Aïe.
I know through, but like through, so.
Follow. Je pense que c'est un truc. Mais.
Let's try thorough.
Aïe.
Thorough.
Non.
Thorough. Thorough.
Ça se trouve, c'est pas du tout la même chose en fait. Hein.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
Non.
Thorough.
Follow. Ça se trouve c'est Fogouf, hein, c'est je sais pas.
Thorough. If there's a stress, I guess, yeah, I'll let it go. Yeah, okay. Thorough.
Follow. Je sais pas, hein.
Thorough. Pretty close.
Follow. 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 Ah, follow.
In the US, we would normally say thorough.
Follow.
The sound is difficult for many. Yeah. Thorough. Not throw. Not throw.
Follow. Follow.
There's no
Attention.
stress. That's important.
Ouais, ok.
Thorough.
Ça va.
Yeah.
Follow.
Got it. Can
My
you be more
friends.
thorough?
Turtle.
So I'll say turtle.
Total.
Bah après moi j'ai prononcé le T à la British, hein, n'est-ce pas? Bah si, bah sans prononcer le T ça fait turtle, turtle. Donc voilà.
Total.
Presque.
Turtle. British accent works. Total. Wait. No, American. Total. Huh. Total. Yeah.
Close but almost.
Almost.
Almost. Turtle. Ouais, moi je dis à la British. C'est mieux la British finalement.
In the US, we say turtle.
Turtle.
So that R.
Turtle. Ah, incroyable. Oh. Bah ça va être pareil qu'en français, un yacht. On dit a yacht. Imagine, a yacht.
Make it. I don't know.
A yacht.
I'm confident, and that's when I will say yacht.
Non.
Yeah.
Je pense qu'on dit yacht.
Is that a yacht? Oh. Yeah.
Yes! C'est trop fort!
Yacht.
Yacht.
Elliot. Haha, lol. A yacht.
Yacht.
A yacht. A yacht.
Yacht. Yacht. Yes. So it's a weird word. It's not. It doesn't sound like it's spelled at all. So yacht. Okay. The CH doesn't exist.
Oui, bah comme en français finalement.
It's like, where's the A? Yacht. You're going to party. Yacht.
Temperature. Oh merde.
Temperature.
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 Okay. Temperature. Say again? Temperature.
No, it sounds French.
Temperature. Temperature.
No,
but my intonation. It's the intonation. It's the intonation, not the pronunciation. You got it right. You said it with the
Temperature.
So for your comparison, in France we say temperature, and in English temperature.
That was close. Yeah. In the U.S., most people say it as temperature.
Temperature.
There's no,
Okay.
no stress. Just temperature. Temperature. Yeah, temperature.
Le fameux movie theater qu'on a vu au début. Non, mais j'imagine que ça va être un movie theater, un truc du genre. Movie theater. Ah, non, on dit pas theater. Non, movie theater.
Okay.
Movie theater.
Movie theater.
Not British.
I'm not sure if I'm gonna get this right. A movie theater. Yes. It's very Californian.
Parfait. Movie theater. In France, we say cinema.
Yeah.
I want to go to theater. What's better?
Cinema.
Movie theater.
Presque. Pas theater. Aïe.
Leave me alone. Movie theater. Okay.
Theater.
Movie theater. Yes. So in the US you say movie theater. It's because you're doing the movie theater. There's no, it's a sound there. It sounds like Seattle, right? So movie theater. Yes. Cinema. That's very classy. You don't know.
Ah bah on n'a pas du tout le même mot. Oh putain.
There are two pronunciations for it, but that's
Ah, mischievous, ça marche.
mischievous. Yeah. No.
Mischievous, je pense. On dit pas vious.
Okay.
Mischievous.
Mischievous.
Yes.
Mischievous. I'll get it, but I want to try mischievous.
Ah,
Mischievous?
comment ça, mischievous?
Oh, really? Mischievous?
Yes.
Mischievous?
Mischievous.
Mischievous.
Same thing. It's like occasionally some people might say it like that, like mischievous, right? You've heard that, right? Yeah.
But I'm not sure.
Yeah, but most often people say mischievous.
Waouh! Oh putain! Ah oui, d'accord, c'est pas. Là, c'est censé être un mot qui déjà on voit laryngologiste dedans. Otorhinolaryngologiste si on pense à la française. Attends, je vais faire déjà la british pour voir. Otorhinolaryngologist. Otorhinolaryngologist. Ouais. Otorhinolaryngologist, un truc du genre, j'imagine.
Okay.
It's an ENT, nose, ear, mouth, that doctor, face doctor. An ENT.
Otorhinolaryngologist.
Ah, peut-être qu'on prononce pas le T, on dit Otorhinolaryngologist. Merde. Otorhinolaryngologist.
Otorhinolaryngologist.
C'est otorhino.
Otorhinolaryngologist.
Ça va.
Otorhinolaryngologist.
Yeah.
Otorhinolaryngologist?
Yes. In US we say otorhinolaryngologist.
Mais c'est un faux docteur.
We never say, we say ENT. Otorhinolaryngologist. Not otorhino, yeah.
Otorhinolaryngologist. Putain.
Otorhinolaryngologist. Otorhinolaryngologist.
Gologist.
Gologist.
Otorhinolaryngologist.
Gologist, attention. Otorhinolaryngologist. Attention. Paradigm. Paradigme ou paradigme?
Paradigm.
I just think
You just say it right.
Paradigme. Sans blague.
Paradigm.
What?
Paradigm.
Ah,
Paradigm.
Did you say a G?
j'aurais dit paradigme, mais bon, c'est pas comme enthousiasme. Enthousiasme.
Paradigm?
Yeah. Oh, the G is, pretend it's not there. Yeah, we say paradigm.
Paradigme. Ok. C'est un mot que je connaissais pas pour le coup.
She went to school in the US, so
I've never been to the US.
okay, and I'm a California girl. Yeah, but also like some of these words they have a French pronunciation for them, so it's difficult to like distinguish otorhinolaryngologist.
Even in French, I don't even. Yeah. I'm not sure I know.
Nobody really uses it.
We just say ORL. We just say ORL.
ORL.
We say ENT.
Okay, that's good. Very fun. You are very fun.
Do I have to say that? Denmark has better
Yeah.
bread than France.
Do you have in mind the bread of Denmark?
What is it?
Yes.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Americans are smarter than French.
But like my freshman year, I went to college in California, and this random girl just turned to me and was like, "Oh, so like, how is Thanksgiving in your country?"
Hello. Hi, my name is Jazz, and I'm from.
Ah ouais, c'est vachement con ça quand même. Comment est Thanksgiving dans ton pays? Mec, je suis français. Comment tu veux que je fasse Thanksgiving? Comment tu veux que je fasse Thanksgiving alors que je suis en France? Lol.
Yes, by the way, these are not from me. This is from the internet, so please don't come for me. Yes, come for the producer of this. Italy's cheese is better than French cheese.
Alors là, j'en sais rien. Je dirais que oui.
I have amazing cheese from my part of France, so. And we don't know Italy for cheese, we know it from France. Like Italy is like.
Mais après, c'est vrai que la France est connue pour le fromage, hein, frère. Parmigiano.
So,
But like I heard that we have like hundreds and hundreds of cheese. I don't even know them all, but like we have hundreds and hundreds of them.
yes. So, and basically, like.
Basically, like.
Italy is a region of France, so at the end, it just everything's from France. I'm saying the truth.
To make it a bit softer, I'm partly Italian, so.
Oui, alors moi aussi, et ça fait quoi alors?
Italy's cheese is better or France's cheese?
French cheese.
But we have many more. Like,
Yes.
they're like the tastes are all different. When two famous ones from Italy are mozzarella and parmigiano, but like
For me, whenever I think of cheese, I think of France.
Maybe people say that Italian cheese is better because it's softer. We even have some in Corsica made with worms inside. Oh yeah, I know.
Te fais qu'est-ce que tu racontes?
With what inside?
It's worms for protein.
Do you eat the worms with
People who eat it, yeah.
Comment ça hier?
Oh.
French people are extremely rich.
Oh putain, ça c'est tellement vrai.
I gotta stand up for this. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, eh, tu peux pas dire le contraire, arrête, ça peut que être vrai.
Good French people, they were most of the time from Paris.
Ouais, c'est...
Maybe not all people. I have
C'est vrai que les Parisiens, ils sont quand même vachement irritants, mais bon.
foreigners. They were like, I hate French people, and I asked them, where that person from Paris? Because they're not like always kind. But true story.
Do I have to say that? According to Google, French people are easy.
Non.
Okay, so mine is really simple. Like, one, you can't really generalize, like, literally an entire country because there's too many different people. Two, I guess I understand that, like, in the media, we portray more, like, sex scenes and things like that, but it doesn't mean, like, everybody's doing it. Like, so, don't be confused with being easy and being open-minded.
Thank you.
Let's talk about the truth.
So,
So I think we are more open on the thing, that's true, but we have less filter in it. This way, it's more easy to have or to like talking about it, for example.
So you're saying they're open-minded, but not
yes,
easy.
so just,
It's
but
not being easy, it's being open-minded.
yeah, but it's coming.
Ouvert d'esprit, donc voilà.
Not thinking about being in couple necessarily.
Je pense qu'on va bientôt arrêter le live, ça commence à me casser les couilles, j'ai faim, voilà. J'ai juste envie d'arrêter.
It's gonna be like a little bit weird at the beginning, but you can talk about it. You know, we are talking like when we have like French party or something, we're talking about even like men are talking with about with girls, which is I know it's not like super common everywhere.
Fine, that's true, but I think that falls under the category of being open-minded, not easy. Because when you think about easy, it's usually like negative. It's like I'll have any guy that comes across me, if I think he's cute, I'll just have sex with him like right
No.
Wait, objection. Just if you go to
Objection.
anywhere in the world,
Objection.
everywhere, and much easier probably than all of us here. Everybody needs to get up at this.
Denmark has better bread than France.
Je sais même pas qu'est-ce que c'est du pain du Danemark, mais je sais que c'est faux.
I feel like everybody's here right now.
Really need to explain. Like we are talking about baguettes, everyone talking about friends. So can you like just like people who are gonna check this? Do you have in mind the bread of Denmark?
Yeah, that's the point. What is it?
Yes. End of the topic.
Google.
Ça, c'est bien Google.
French people are extremely lazy.
Oh putain, ça c'est à la fois faux et vrai en fait.
Came all the way. So yeah, I definitely disagree with that. Just because same like it's a lot of
Arrête.
people think a lot of foreigners always say.
Oh merde, il reste plus que 10%. Tiens, je vois rien. C'est tout sombre là. Allez bon. C'est rien.
more laid back.
Like the only reason why I didn't stand is because I am extremely lazy.
Ah.
I cannot stand and be like, no, we are not. I'm French and I am, but not everyone is a lazy person. It's same as everything.
For people who think we are lazy, it has been shown by studies that actually, even if we work less time, we are more effective than a lot of other countries.
French people are not as clean as Americans.
Alors ça c'est faux, mec, les Américains sont des gros porcs, arrête ça.
Again, that's something like I'm gonna stand because like I don't know. Yeah, we have to put it.
So okay, I heard something. It's case by case for sure. It's not everyone. But first time I discovered that some people were not washing their feet was in America.
Huh?
So do you mean they take shower but avoid the feet? They're like doing this.
I'm always like cleaning everything. So,
Yeah, I clean my feet.
It's all about
No, I know what you mean, but it's just funny. I was like, really? I heard we don't take off our shoes, which...
I mean, same friends. I think it's a tricky one just because I'm not born in France, so I went to France back and forth since I was little, and so we have like a family history or whatever, so that's why I'm French nationality-wise. But the first time I went to actually live there, I had neighbors in like my birth country. I had neighbors who were French. Like, everybody was French except our family, and so the neighbors' kids, they didn't like take showers in the morning, and then there was just like a thing that like stuck with me, and I was just like, what? And I remember like their mom calling them at like 7 p.m. to take a bath. It was like the 7 p.m. bath, and then the next day they just went to school.
Oh my god! Americans are smarter than French.
Alors ça, non, les Français sont plus intelligents que les Américains.
Yeah, I don't know. If you watch every reel, if you watch every TikTok, where people ask, "Oh, what is this flag? Which country is that?" They say, "Oh, like okay, tell me three countries in Europe."
Et ils disent Australie, Africa.
So like, no story.
Sometimes they even pointed out like, where is the capital of France? Like, what's the name of the capital of France? They even don't know. They said Italia or whatever. And I'm like, what?
But there are these videos, and I remember one. I was very shocked by the answer of someone. They went to the street. So you're going to the streets and asking people like cultural question, and he said who was fighting during the Civil War in the U.S. And the person in the street said the Nazis against Germany. Really. And I was like,
La guerre civile, hein. La guerre civile, c'est pas la Seconde Guerre mondiale, là, hein. C'est pas la même chose.
freshman year, I went to college in California, and so my very first day, like orientation day, we were talking about Thanksgiving, and this random girl just turned to me and was like, "Oh, so like, how is Thanksgiving in your country?" That's when I was like, "All right, this is a little, all right."
One thing to say, a lot of Americans think the earth is flat, and I just can't understand that.
Yeah.
We have
Flat
so many
earth.
proof that the earth isn't flat, and still that we just stuck to this idea, and we just, at the bottom of the line, like, oh, double check.
Most of the American people try to book tickets for Wakanda after Black after Black Panther. Yeah. They were looking for, and they'll be like, hey, I can find Wakanda. Why?
Yeah.
So like, okay.
Americans don't know geography. Most Americans, not all, but most Americans.
I want to go too. I want to go to Wakanda too.
It's not my opinion, okay? France is not good in soccer.
We have
Oh non, c'est faux. C'est faux. Alors, si vraiment on n'était pas bon au football, on n'aurait pas eu nos 2 étoiles, hein. Et l'Amérique n'a eu 0 étoile pour l'instant, donc non, c'est faux. Ah, c'est totalement faux, mec. Le nombre de personnes que je connais qui sont vraiment super fortes au foot, ça, c'est incroyable. Il y a beaucoup de gens que je connais qui sont extrêmement forts au foot, hein.
Yes, agreed. Like, first goal from Argentina was stolen.
French people over-exaggerate romance.
C'est totalement faux. Alors, je suis désolé, c'est faux.
Okay, they don't do that. I think tourists do it.
So we don't over-exaggerated romance. So we don't do these things because we are like this. We really believe in it. So when we like writing story about love or these kind of things, it's because we are seeing the thing like this. We don't like thinking like, oh yeah, that's not really true like this, but okay, it's over exaggerated a little bit because of the no, I think we are truly romantic.
I mean, just watching literature from the 19th century, Romanticism, that's when it first started. So that's when we started to think about our own feelings and stuff. So it happens kind of on purpose. And I think we don't exaggerate, we just know how to love.
Stressful. Very stressful.
Bon bah voilà, donc souvent quand on regarde ce genre de truc, c'est qu'il est l'heure d'aller se coucher. Donc on va rater le live là maintenant. Chicken ne fera pas de live ce soir. De toute façon, il est 22h02, j'ai toujours pas mangé. Voilà, donc voilà, j'espère que ce live vous aura plu. Il aura quand même duré 5h30, hein, c'est quand même pour compenser tout, les 3 lives que je n'ai pas pu faire entre temps. Bref, j'espère que ça vous aura plu. Et on se dit peut-être à demain, on sait rien, parce que je suis quand même vachement éclaté depuis que j'ai nouveau réussi le 50-20. J'arrive plus en fait. Et puis j'ai nouveau réussi le 50-20, en fait là je trouve plus trop d'occasion pour faire des lives en fait. Bon, ça m'a épuisé, même si c'était en 1h30, j'avais l'impression que c'était 3h, 5h, 7h, 9h. Ces mecs ça s'arrêtait jamais en fait, mais en fait finalement c'était vraiment qu'1h30. Voilà, donc on se dit peut-être à demain, voilà. Tiens, vous êtes beau et voyant comme Son Goku, on se dit à demain pour je sais pas quel jeu en vrai. Peut-être encore du Baldi'S Basics Plus, mais c'est vrai que ce jeu là aussi commence un petit peu à me casser les couilles, hein, donc il va peut-être falloir que je commence à trouver un autre jeu à jouer. Je vais pas pouvoir éternellement jouer au même jeu, hein, malheureusement. Bah oui, je joue que à Baldi'S Basics Plus ou que à Ultimate Custom Night. Ça veut dire que ma chaîne c'est une chaîne Baldi'S Basics Plus et Ultimate Custom Night, alors que c'est même pas le cas normalement à la base. À la base, c'était une chaîne Mario Kart. Hein. Et après, c'est devenu une chaîne Resitas. Et après, seulement, c'est devenu une chaîne Ultimate Custom Night. Et ouais. Hein. Non, voilà. Donc, peut-être à demain. Et passez une bonne soirée, une bonne nuit. Et donc, voilà. Moi, je vais aller manger. On se dit à demain. Ciao!